Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. And we had a little bit um, of a kerfuffle early this morning. So my first speaker had a bit of an emergency, and I literally got, can we please have an applause for Nikki? I literally got her out of bed, and she said, yes. I said, you have 15 minutes. And she's like, okay, I can do that. I think that is what you call a professional entrepreneur. This is the kind of thing that you could expect if you're not yet an entrepreneur. You had better be ready for this. This kind of stuff happens all the time. It happens with my books. It happens with summits. Summits are because that's like crunchy, right? And this isn't the first time that it's happened right before someone's about to speak. It happens also with my books. It happens with people coming, not going, forgetting their appointments, and then remembering some other time and mixing up two people and oh, I would have liked this time. I would have liked that time. Like, where were you when I was booking it? That's so funny. And you know what? Things happen. Life is gonna happen to everyone. It's just the way it is. You may as well just go with the flow. So today, thank you all, first of all, for joining us for another awesome summit with Empowered Talks. It is going to be awesome because I have some fabulous speakers, and the speaker who couldn't make it this morning hopefully will come and join us another time because I think he's an amazing speaker and I think he needs to be heard. So I look forward to having him on another episode, hopefully the next one in August, which will be August 15th. So this particular one, as you know, I always pick a theme. It's called Happy Money. And we're going to talk about money. I don't really know exactly what everyone is going to talk about, but I do know that it's going to be in the theme of happy money and how you can be happy and have fun and still make money. And that money grows better and works better than if you get up, go to work every day, and you dislike where you're going, or there's drama, or there's who knows what the reasons are. I mean, maybe you just don't like anybody at work, and that's okay. After COVID, I think COVID opened a lot of doors, a lot of Pandora boxes and a lot of Pandora doors that, people figured out they don't like much of this, they don't like much of that, they wanted more of this, more of that. So you know what? This is just the way it is. But for right now, I'm going to stay quiet and I am going to introduce you to Miss Nikki. I don't know if I have your bio. Maybe you could tell us a little more about yourself. I did meet Nikki through, oh my gosh, two ventures we have together. Another this venture, which we will also be talking about a little bit later. And I'm going to say that it is now almost 9:10. Actually, now it's 9:10. So feel free to take the whole half hour. It doesn't matter if we're running late. So go for it, Nikki. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Marianne. And I know we'll talk about it later, but you know what? These drops is what makes me able to jump up and get out of bed and get ready for something like this in 15 minutes. So
that's true. Come back at 12 o'clock and hear her story. Maybe she'll mention a bit of it in her talk, but
yeah,
a good, worth listening to story. Now I'm really going to stay quiet. Go for it.
So first of all, thank you very much for having me on here. It's always amazing to be part of this incredible lineup of speakers. I look at these speakers and go, oh, wow, I'm going to have to catch the replay those times that I can't make it. So if you missed any of the speakers today, please go back, watch the replay, take the time. I know there is so much value that people are bringing here. And to introduce myself, my name is Nikki Cruz, commonly known as the Joy Junkie, because I have every reason to have joy. Because for 11 years, I was in a wheelchair, told I would never walk again. And guess what? I'm walking. I'm walking because I decided to be the best version of myself. I have earlier this year been on an international TEDx stage. I'm a speaker. I'm an author in a compilation book, and I'm a coach. And my program is called Jump, Joyfully Unleashing a More Powerful Purpose. And that is so difficult to do without money. But you know what? I'm the joy junkie. So when you talk to me about happy money, I think funny money, not as in fake money, as in money is fun to be around. When we have money, don't we feel freer? Because we have more choices. And that is what happy money is all about. Happy money is actually about how when we change our mindset about money, we change the relationship we have with it. And let's face it, if you say money is evil, if you say you don't like money, is it going to want to be around you? Do your friends who you don't like want to be around you? Well, are they really friends then? And we get to think the same way about money. Money is not evil. The love of money is evil. And money is a tool that can be used so powerfully, not just for us on our own to elevate our own lives, but what about what you can give to other people when you have more money? You can give a better attitude because you're not worrying about everything every day. We serve an incredible God, a God of abundance. Is he worried about money and your finances? Of course he is. Of course he is. He doesn't want any of us to be living in poverty or worry. And, oh, I hope I get this right. 1 Thessalonians 4, verse 11. It says, mind your business. Not mind your own business. Mind your business. Because we get to mind what's going on. And it says so that you can be independent. I don't have the exact scripture in front of me, but so that you can be independent and shine God's glory. But when you choose to live in poverty with that poverty mindset and not have this positive relationship with money, where you're not being greedy for it, you're not being selfish with it, how does that show God off well? And I'm a faith-based coach, so I'm a Jesus freak. I talk about God all the time. If you don't like that, replace it with your own words, because I believe the principles are true, however you look at them. Money should flow like energy. How often do we say things like there just isn't enough money? That is like sitting next to the ocean and saying there isn't enough water. It may need to go through a process to get into your pocket, your bank account, but it's out there. And happy money, you know, it's not just to make you happy. As I said earlier, it's to just edify the human race. We can use it in so many powerful ways, but we get to let it flow like energy. If you think about it, if you buy something from someone with a $5 bill and they buy something from somebody else with the same $5 bill, how much money's been spent? Not $5, $10. Money is fluid. Money is fluid. And when it flows like energy, it comes from a positive source. When you have a negative relationship with money, you hold on to it and you become so consumed with having it that you lose your focus. We all have a message for the world. Mine is for people to see their value, and that value is regardless of their bank balance. However, their value can be easily brought forward if they have access to the money they need. So when we believe that we have that abundance that God's spoken about, then we start to live in generosity. We start to give more. And money and your relationship with money all comes down to your mindset. What do you believe about money? First of all, do you believe there is any such thing as happy money? Because if you don't, you're never going to see it. Happy money is something that you can use to, you know, bring happiness. Do you believe you can be happy? If you do believe it, stop believing it and start acting it. Act as though you already have all of that happy money you want. It's all about your mindset and your attitude. And what is attitude? Attitude is your emotions put together with your mindset and your action. It's about your action. So if you want to be attracting more happy money, then you've got to start behaving like you already have it. Start behaving as though you have those things that you want, and throw those negative emotions about money out the window. You know, happy money and having gratitude for money is a choice we make. It's a choice we make. And very often, a lack of money, and therefore a lack of happy money, relates to your self-esteem, your identity. When you do not feel good about yourself, you do not find a way to pamper yourself, to have that happy money that is so amazing to have. So how do we go about changing that? How do we create that paradigm shift that is going to change us from thinking happy money is only for other people or for these other amazing big deal speakers like the ones that have been talking today? We change our mindset by getting rid of those negative beliefs we have. You know, we live with so much scarcity that we aren't even aware of. And it's not real scarcity, it's a scarcity mindset. And when you believe something without even realizing it, it makes it more difficult to change. You might have grown up being told money doesn't grow on trees. Well, I don't know about you, but fruit is happy fruit, and money does grow on trees. It's made of paper, let's face it. So, and besides the silliness there, money is all around you. Money is all around you. But are you using it appropriately to make space for happy money? Or do you have that belief set in your mind that every penny must be saved, that every penny must be used in a serious way? Because then you have a very sad relationship with what should be your happy money. God has given you his abundance. He has given you the ability to gain wealth, Deuteronomy 8:18, and to succeed. And have you ever seen a poverty-stricken successful person? I haven't. They may not be financially overflowing, but they are financially secure, whether that be because other people are providing for them and they are seeking other things, but their success comes from their belief. And what you believe about money is what you will see about money. You know that old saying, when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change, and I've gone blank on who that quote is by. However, it is so true. So if you are looking at money as being sad or not there, change that mindset. Get yourself into the place where not only do you have money, but you have happy money. And happy money so that your perspective changes. And as you do that, the people around you's lives will change because it will create a ripple effect across the world. Because your attitude affects the attitude of those around you. So, what are you going to do to change that mindset? First of all, recognize and acknowledge what's going on. Recognize and acknowledge basically that your mindset about money sucks. If your mindset, if you don't have happy money, if you say, my mindset is great, and you are not living with a lot of happy money, with an abundance of wealth, then your mindset isn't right yet. And no, mine isn't right yet. I'm getting there. So look at your circumstances and ask yourself, what do I need to change? Look at the root of those thoughts that stop you believing you deserve more and that you can have this. And then you begin to reframe it and speak it over your life. If you keep saying I'm poor, guess what? You're going to be poor. There is so much power in the tongue. If you keep saying I am wealthy, you will become wealthy. Not only does that go out into the universe and to God's universe, I might say, but it also goes into your brain, and your brain starts agreeing with that. And the rest of your life will begin to fall into alignment with it. And as I speak to ladies who are fighting to get to their next level in life, and I do say fighting, and soon they won't be, because you can't push at it. You've got to do it with ease and grace. But when you begin to change your mindset, things begin to change. And as I see them changing their mindsets, because they want more and they realize there's a problem, you acknowledge the problem first, you address it, and you see how your life will be changing. So call it happy money, call it funny money. It doesn't really matter, so long as you're not talking about the funny money that doesn't pass through the bank security system, then you're good. But enjoy money and enjoy being generous with it. A spirit of generosity comes out of a spirit of gratitude. And are you still at the place whether you're earning hundreds of thousands of dollars or just a few dollars, where you stop and pick up an individual penny? Or have you lost the gratitude and the appreciation for that one penny? So that's about all I've got for you right now. My name is Nikki Cruz, known as the Joy Junkie, because there is joy in everything you do, including gaining money. And God has a way for you to earn funny money. Just ask him. So that's all I got, Marianne.
Thank you, honey. Yeah, we actually have some extra time, so that was really good. But it's so true. You have to be generous with it. And it's funny when people say money doesn't grow on trees. It actually does grow on trees, not in the form that it's in. Obviously, we transform it. But yeah, isn't that so true? And the other thing that's super true is that when people always say, "Oh, what would happen if this?" Oh, hi, Patrick. Thanks for joining. What would happen if I had, what, money is like everything else. It just is a big, gigantic magnifying glass, right? So if you're super generous to begin with, when you have more money, you're going to be super generous more, because now you'll have more stuff to be generous with, right? Like that's all. And when you're tight with cash, you're probably still going to be tight with cash. I mean, how many people here know people who have a lot of money? I mean, a lot of money. And it's like, it's crazy how I'm trying not to, how overly careful they are with how they spend it.
Yes. And that's where it's no longer happy money,
No,
because it becomes something that limits you completely. And
then
you focus. I mean, I always say to people, if you've got a problem and you keep focusing on it, you'll walk in a wall. If you keep looking in your wallet, you're sure going to walk in a wall, you know?
and not just that, but oh my gosh, like, yeah, if you keep saying, "Oh, I'm so poor, I'm so poor," well, nothing's working for me. Change
Yeah.
that mantra and just say it. You know what? Just try. If you don't believe, even if you don't believe it, write it down and then write it down somewhere and post it somewhere. So like I have a whiteboard. I used to do more uh visual boards, with
Yeah.
the paper and cut, and now I don't have time for that. Now it's a whiteboard, and then I'll do a mantra and then I'll change it, or I'll improve it or I'll add to it, and that's really all it is. If you
Yeah.
withhold from yourself, you're going to withhold from others. Like it's just, and so are others going to withhold from you. And so the way you treat yourself is the way others will treat you, right? Isn't that true?
Correct.
Like,
And the way you relate to money is also very similar to the way you will relate to almost everything else.
that's right.
And it takes away the joy and the freedom of life. And, you know, if you look at the people who you want to model your life on, be it the president, be it the next best speaker, then you get to look at how they are behaving
Mm-hmm.
and model that.
Mm-hmm.
And I recently read the Secrets of the Millionaire Mind. And it is such a good reminder. So many of us have had this discussion before,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and it's always a good reminder. So if you are not up on that next level yet, I do say yet, if you are not up on that next level yet, read it, because there are so many things in our brain we don't realize. And you talk to the people, the higher echelons of success, and they are still working through the same things on a different level.
True.
So as you listen to these people today, they already have that mindset.
It's so,
Keep listening.
it's so true. It really is. And, um, I think we've come, and again, I know you're in the US, I'm up here in Canada. We've been hit with, the rate hikes in mortgages, so much so that pretty much, well, I mean, when you think about it, almost everybody has a mortgage, right? Like we're going to exclude the people that are lucky enough to not have any mortgage. Okay. That's good for you. Sorry, I'm not one of them. I actually have quite a few more.
Not yet. Not
Not
yet.
yet, not yet, getting there. Um, but yeah, it's been a tougher kind of year. And so money seems to be such a big thing. And it's like, yeah, but you got to stay positive. You can't just go around being, I don't have any, I don't have any. Well, it's okay to cut down a little bit, but just not like so much that it's okay, I have this money, but I'm not going to let loose of it. Well, if you have a business, you're gonna have to let loose of some of it because there's business expenses. Marketing continues. In fact, you're probably going to need more marketing if you're not doing as well as you'd like to
Yeah.
be, right? And you have to let go of that. You have to get into debt. That's what credit cards are for. And I'm not here promoting credit cards. I'm not saying go get yourself into huge debt, but sometimes it's okay to use a credit card and get, call the bank, ask for a hike in balance.
Yeah.
It's temporary. You'll pay it off. It'll be okay. And probably if you invest it, probably that will bring you some money,
Yeah.
some extra money, and just stay positive, do what you can. And even if I have get so many of my clients, I can't keep, yeah, I can't walk around the house saying that. And I'm like, why not? If you don't trust yourself, trust me. If you've hired me as your coach, oh my gosh, you must trust me a little. Like, there must be some sort of trust here, or why are you spending money and time with me, right? So if you don't trust yourself, borrow mine for the moment until you do. And plus, if you don't trust yourself, then we have some other work to do of another kind. Then self and self-love, self-worth needs to be addressed here more than I thought. And and then walk around the house and just say it 10 times, maybe 3 to 4 or 5 times a day, and see what happens. And if you don't trust, just say it anyways. Write it
Yeah.
down in the journal. That helps too. Hi, Alka, how are you?
Hello there, Marielle. I'm great. How are you doing?
Excellent. We're just talking about money, and we had, just like everything in business, because my first speaker had a huge family emergency. So I literally got Nikki out of bed, and now,
Oh,
now we're
oh,
talking about money and happy money and how it's okay to, walk around and say stuff. So that's perfect. Thank you so
well,
much.
the affirmations are so powerful. It's what you're affirming to yourself every day. Absolutely. I agree with that.
Is that so? There we go. We'll just transition lightly into Alka. Did you want me to read your bio still? You're kind of a regular on here now. I think everyone knows you.
Well, you can if you like. Well, I can say it. Either way, doesn't matter.
No worries. We will read your bio. I think I still have it here. Nikki, thank you so much for that. And thank you so much for showing up. Like that is, trooper and a half, a true entrepreneur, because, you know, stuff happens. Life happens. It is what it is. Like, what are you going to do?
Well, thank you so much for having me here, and I will be back with you later today.
Yes, I will see you at noon. Thank you so much. Okay, let me go. How come I can't make this smaller? What's happening here? Oh, there we are. Okay, good. Okay, so here we have Alka Sharma is a real estate investor. Ooh, a woman after my own heart. She guides women to gain the knowledge, understanding, and confidence to invest in real estate. Helping her clients is the utmost concern. Alka is an accomplished ballroom dancer. That's amazing, right? I wouldn't mind being an accomplished ballroom dancer. No wonder your posture is always so perfect.
Oh, thanks.
Having competed both nationally and internationally, she enjoys the high of dance performance and training. The high of dance performance and training.
Mhm.
High of dance and performance and training. That has got to be a separate kind of high, right? Like
That is.
a legal kind and a
Right.
non-alcoholic and non-drug kind. Alka is grateful for all of her experiences that have shaped her today as an entrepreneur, real estate investor. And with that, I give you Alka Sharma.
Well, thank you so much, Marianne. Always great to be with you and excited to be with you this morning as well. Well, my journey simply began back in 2004 when, as you just read my bio, when I began to really, find what was my passion, what was my love that I wanted to really gain that self-control, really have that self confidence back in my life again when my life, was dark. It was the very traumatic time that I had come from, that now I really wanted to just be inspired as to what is out there. And, Miriam, what I want to share with everyone is that no matter what the adversities that you may be going through, no matter what challenges come your way, roadblocks, we all have adversities. But what I have learned in my lifetime as I have gone through my journey was you got to find passion. You've got to find absolutely 100% for your health and for your mental, for your mental, health. You really got to find what you absolutely love. And when I found dance, or dance found me back in 2004, it was just like a happy marriage. And from that moment on, I began competing, and I competed both nationally, internationally, as you shared in my bio. But I really loved, absolutely, because I began then when I lost my identity. I found my identity. I've gained back the confidence. I gained back the self-esteem and everything that I had lost. I found it. I found it, and I'm so happy and I'm so grateful, because without the passions that we all yearn for, without that, I wouldn't be, doing half the things that I'm doing today, but it's with passion.
Yes, yes, passion's so important. And so what do you find? Because I know you do coaching with women, so do I. What
Mhm.
is your biggest obstacle that you end up working on with them? Or what's the biggest challenge that women have, do you find?
What I have found, and it's a commonality that all of us do come, is all of us that we have, is that, oh, I don't feel it's possible for me to achieve when it comes to real estate investments of any kind. I don't think it's possible to do so. And I think when you set that mindset already prior to even achieving or attempting to make those investments or to whatever endeavor that may be, if you already have your mindset already blocked out that I don't think it's possible, then you know what? the universe is already telling you, okay, well, it's not possible. Okay, you know, forget it, because you've already said that. And I know when I did that also, that, oh, I don't think it's possible. But then, you know what? It's always reprogramming. You got to reprogram, you got to rewire your thinking, as you just shared with Nikki. It's the affirmations. What are you saying constantly every single day that is that proof that you are the best version? Every single day, you're going to be that best version of yourself. So the challenge is that I find, and it is a commonality amongst most women, is that I don't think it's possible. And I think when we can step out of, you know, saying that is not possible, then I think then we can really achieve what we set out to achieve.
So true. That's my number one thing. I think that must be everyone's number one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Is
Oh,
also
yes.
with my because 95% of my clients are women. So I find it's always self-esteem, and women are so good at putting themselves last, right? Kids
Yeah.
first, husband next, or husband first, then kids, depends. But either way, it
Right.
doesn't matter.
Right.
They're always at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're
Absolutely.
at the end, how are you going to be able to do anything? By the end
Exactly.
you arrive, you're all like, you're exhausted. You don't even have time to love yourself.
No, exactly. Well, you know what? You've always got to have that, you know, the glass half full. If
Right?
your cup is not runneth over, then how are you going to, as you said, you know, have time for your loved ones, for your family, for your children, for your husband? But having that time, you cannot do that. But therefore, and I've learned that as well, is that you have to carve that time for you. You've got to make that time for you. You've got to have that self-care time for you. And my morning routine starts with working out.
Mhm.
When I work out, you know, this is where it's my prime time to focus on myself. I have the energy. When I have the energy, my day, it looks fantastic. But if I don't work out, not to say it's not fantastic, but I have my morning routine. And women, we got to have a routine that we know that really pumps us up, that we feel jazzed up to start the day. So have that routine, have that self-care. Start with loving you, whatever that may look like, whatever you want to do, but start having prime that time for you so that you can have time for your family, for friends. You know, after you feel more energized and you are fuel filled because you've already had your day started in the rocking, you know, fantastic way.
So
So I love that. Yeah.
so true. I love that you said, okay, if I don't do it, it doesn't mean your day is like,
Yeah,
it
that's
doesn't mean
right.
it's horrible. It
Uh-huh.
just, I just don't feel as balanced. I don't feel as grounded. I
Yes.
don't feel,
Yes.
I
Mhm.
feel a little off kilter. I feel like, oh, okay, this didn't quite turn out. Yeah, I'm very specific with my morning routine. I don't know about you, because I know you're a little bit younger than me. Well, probably a lot younger than me, but I'm 62. If I don't do stretching in the morning, I'm
Mm.
probably not going to have a good day, because I can't live anymore without stretching. Stretching is a must.
Right. It
So,
is.
that goes without saying. I'm a
Mhm.
hardcore addicted meditator. Like, I cannot get up out of bed without doing at least one meditation in bed. Then I do my
Mm.
with my other additional stretches, whatever. I call it all yoga because it's stretching. And then I do some more a little bit more rigorous meditation with some breath work and so on and so forth, because I think it's important to fill up your body with some oxygen.
It
I'm
is.
I'm
Mhm.
not I don't know about you, but I don't do cardio in the morning, but I do the stretching. So the breath work kind of works almost in a similar capacity, not quite, obviously.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting you said breath work because, you know, breathing, when I had my studio, I would, you know, I had Pilates classes, and the instructor, you know, in the beginning of the workout and then towards the end, she would do, breath work because it is so important. Like I said, we need to have that oxygen to the body, to the brain. That really helps us to focus so much better, have that clarity. And then what I did, obviously, I had to open. Oh, yeah.
I have an oximeter. Sorry, here.
Okay.
I'll put it in here. It's really kind of cool. It's the same thing that
Nice.
the has, and you put your finger in there. I'm not
Right.
going to say the finger, but this is the finger that you're supposed to put in there, and then it
Uh-huh.
measures your oxygen, right? And your
Oh, fantastic.
yeah, like it's kind of cool. Anyways, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's amazing. No, I was just alluding to the point that you just made that, breath work and breathing exercise that are very, very important. And so when I opened the studio, that was just my time to like do some breath work. And I really found the benefits of deep breathing, from your diaphragm, because that's where is hugely important. So I absolutely agree with you. And now I've started to incorporate that into my day too.
Oh, yes. And then if I have an event that day, so like today I have this, I do an extra meditation right before I go on camera. I just want my energy to be as calm. And it's funny because we've spoken about this in some of my masterminds that I go to and belong to. And I said to someone, I said, oh yeah, at every single summit, I do one every month now. At every single summit, something goes wrong. It's either technology, somebody can't make it, or the microphones don't work. Like, there's always something. And I said, and they're like, well, what do you do? And I said, you got to move on. And like today someone called me. Normally I would come on at about 8:45. I would do an intro, make sure everything works,
Yeah.
set up the live, speak for a little bit. 9 o'clock person would start at 9, and we're ready to go.
Right.
Just as I was about to go on, he sent me a message. He had a family emergency, and I said, oh, okay, let me see who's around. So I left a couple of messages, and I thought, okay, if somebody joins me, great. If not, I'll talk. And also, we don't have to start right away. Like we can start a few minutes late. It's not like it's never happened before. My goodness, I've had to do it because of technology issues, never mind because someone couldn't make it. So you got to be ready for anything. But in order to be able to be calm, to handle that and not go, oh, what am I going to do? Panic. Well, that's why the 3 meditations in the morning. That's why the stretching. That's why the journal. That's why I had two sessions. I had one session, I think one energy session this week, and I think the other one was either last week or the week before. So I'm trying to get one more before I go away, because I'm going away next week. So that's also important. It's important to have everything. I got a pedicure. I got my hair cut. I need to get in for a massage. I haven't been able to.
Oh, your massage. Yeah.
But that's coming next week.
Oh, that's so good. So where are you going to next week?
I am going to Cancun, and we'll be talking about these supplements later on today at noon. But these, we had I think it was a sales, I don't know. Either way, I won a trip to Cancun. And so
good.
We're having a conference, and that's for 2 days. And the other days we're just kind of hanging out and doing some team stuff. That's pretty much it. So we're there.
Amazing.
It's a week. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah. So you know what it's like as an entrepreneur, just before you're going anywhere on vacation, you have 25,000 things to do, right? You can take care of all the clients because you're going to be away for a whole week, right?
Yeah. Exactly. So and that's where automation comes in, because when you're away, automate your stuff so that, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. Your business runs on automation.
Yeah, it does. A lot of it is okay. I just don't have as many, Zoom calls as when I'm away, but I still have internet. I still do my stuff. I have now learned to do offers almost anywhere where real estate is concerned. It doesn't matter what. And if I'm not there, I'll try to get someone to do the paperwork for me, because usually I can't do it if I'm away. But yeah, there's life goes on. Like stuff happens, life happens. It's like I don't have kids. I wasn't blessed with any kids, but you know what? Anyone who's got kids, you know what happens. you're ready to do this, you've got planned this, and then poof, one of the kids gets sick.
Another get sick. Yeah.
All your plans go down the tube, right? So you
Mhm,
have to be
mhm.
prepared for that. That's not something you can change. Not really. I mean, you can try to get
No.
better, that's about it. But that's just
Mhm.
this is the same thing. I mean, your child is important. You're going to stay home with the kid. Like that's what's going to happen, whether you like it or not. Whether your
Exactly.
boss
That's right.
likes it or not.
Well, that's true. Mary, you know what you mentioned, life happens, things happen, life does go on, but life has to go on. In
Mhm.
spite of the fact that, there are technical difficulties, there are so many things that maybe unexpectedly that just happen. If
Mhm.
it's a live event, whether you are hosting a live event, or what do you do in that situation? In terms of the calmness that we were just talking about, what do you do if it's a live event that you are hosting
Are
and
you
there's some technical issues that happen? What do you do? I mean, it's very easy. Some people, listening to you are thinking, well, that's easier said than done, but you know what? So what do you do
So
in
I
that?
personally have not hosted giant events. I've
Okay.
spoken at events that were big. I mean, I've spoken at
Mm-hmm.
up to 25,000 people. And
Right.
that was a lot of fun and everything went really pretty good. But I've never spoken at an event where if the microphone, let's say, it didn't work,
Yeah. Oh, the
or
mic. Yeah.
or if someone's PowerPoint couldn't work or whatever. That's why I suggest to people don't PowerPoint. PowerPoint, I don't know. It's okay.
I'm not a fan. Yeah, I'm not a fan of PowerPoints.
I'm not a fan of PowerPoint. I will do it if someone really requests it, but I would rather not. Like it's just a
Right.
crutch.
Yes.
And I
Mhm.
would rather hear you, and I would rather think that people would rather hear you as opposed to look at pictures. Now, if you want to revert to a PowerPoint for a short amount of time, I think that's okay. You know,
Mhm.
if you're teaching something, if you're teaching a class, that's a little bit different. But if you're speaking at an event, I don't know if I want PowerPoint, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I I've never had anything so much that we've needed technology that badly that we couldn't function, that the class couldn't function. So
Mhm.
that's live. Live is actually easier that way. I've done a lot of retreats. Retreats are tough. So here's one of the most common things, it's people come there, you usually I like retreats where where you can turn off the phones if at all possible for at least, a period of time, right? I mean, we have
Yeah.
like I am a real estate agent. I can't go anywhere where you have to tell me unless I have like no listings, then that's okay. Then it's
Mm,
okay if I shut myself down for a day or two or three, that would be the most. But
right.
yeah, you just kind of all kinds of things happen at a retreat because people are there, like they've traveled, they poured some happy money into their retreat.
Yeah. Yeah.
They come there and now starts the um releasing, let's just call it. So releasing of
Hmm.
kinds of negative energies and whatever it is that
Hmm.
the emotions, whatever it is we're releasing. So usually by day 2 or 3, if it's a week-long one, by 3, 4 day, oh wow, those are tough days because there's all kinds of stuff going on, right? Those are the days where all kinds of stuff is coming out and people don't know how to handle it. So
Right.
you
Uh-huh.
have to
Hmm.
act there. So you have to team up in teams so one can support the other.
Right.
Stronger. We're always stronger in twos. We're stronger in teams. We're stronger in groups, right? Like it's just the way that it is. So you just got to
Yes. Yeah.
go with the flow. There's got to be a
Hmm.
lot going with the flow. You actually have to put in some empty time in there and lighten those days up. I usually lighten those days up and give more free time on those days so that they can meditate if they have to, sit there and cry it out.
Right.
Have to.
Right.
There's usually a pool or a hot tub or both or an ocean or all three things close to there. I remember we had rented this house in Hawaii to do a retreat, and
Yeah.
we had the biggest terrace I may have ever seen. It literally
Wow.
wrapped around the house. We had an infinity pool with a hot tub, and then this gigantic terrace. And I said, "This terrace is perfect. People can."
Wow.
There was all these private spots that you could
Yeah.
retreat to if you didn't
Hmm.
want to be bothered, right?
Right. Right.
So it's
That's
yeah.
beautiful. Wow.
Improvise. You have to improvise everywhere. You have to improvise because you don't know what's going to happen. And if the mic goes, what am I going to do? I'm probably going to take them through a breathing exercise, right? So that everyone
Mhm,
can calm down. And we'll
mhm,
all
mhm.
meditate now because if it's my event, somewhere in there, we're going to meditate anyways.
Yeah, okay.
So it may as well be
And
done.
that's beautiful. Yeah, no, that is beautiful. Meditation.
Lord knows
Um,
I'm not the techie person who's going to fix anything. So,
no, me too.
someone else is
No, I'm
going to
not
be
taking
there.
it. Exactly. Oh, that is so beautiful. No, I absolutely, I love doing meditation. I listen to Joe Dispenza.
Oh, I love
He's
Joe.
he's incredible. I listen to his guided meditation,
Mhm.
and that my morning is just beautiful. Yeah, it's beautiful. Since I've gotten to do meditation, I'm just loving, yeah, just love it.
Him and Esther Hicks are probably two of my favorites. Steve
Yeah.
from Lightworker. Let me see who else. Oh, I love Esther Hicks. Um, I love Louise Hay. I love listening to her. I'm
Mm-hmm.
kind of sorry she's gone, but I know she's working. She's working from the other side, and she's just lovely. So I'm so
Oh,
happy that she created Hay House and it's continuing. Marianne Williamson, I like her. I like that. Like I like listening to a lot of people, and it's really great. So there's really no need to be in a bad mood or to have, rough days because there's so much free stuff on YouTube. If you can't afford where
right.
you can't afford,
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Mm-hmm.
whether it's coaching or group coaching or seminars, there's so much free stuff out there. You have no excuse, literally.
Absolutely. Yeah. When it comes to improving your mind, I think Esther Hicks, she's from The Secret. Is that right?
She was not in the
Oh,
secret.
okay.
She
She's
was
not The Secret.
supposed to be, but yeah, she
Mm,
does. She channels Abraham. She's a lot on the internet,
right.
on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot
Okay.
of wonderful things. So I love that whole spiritual thing. So
I know
we'll
it's
be talking more
beautiful.
about that in August, because August 15th, we are doing holistic harmony.
Oh,
So
wow.
this was more money harmony, and this will be more holistic harmony. So we'll be talking
Beautiful.
a lot
Mm.
about that. No, that's perfect. And we're almost at time. That's fantastic. Do you have any final words for the audience?
Women, I just want women to always be the best versions of themselves, no matter what adversities you're going through. If your goal is to be financially free one day, your goal is to be financially independent, you need to be financially independent because when it comes to money, um, and wealth, we cannot rely on the male figures in the family. We need to be the one to command our economy.
It's true. It's true. You have to be in charge of your own economy. And I'm going to be doing some real estate um, teaching, let's say. There's a whole group that one of my clients she's an immigrant. And so she belongs to a bunch of immigrant women's groups. And she wants me to do that with them. She goes, so many of them want to move forward, but they don't understand. They
Right.
think if they have
Mhm.
$10,000 that they can do something with that. And I go, you can, but probably not very much. You can do it in a if a bunch of you get together, you can start off with a smaller property.
Yeah.
I have properties all over the place because I work primarily with investors. I have all kinds of properties available. So
Hmm.
beautiful. And it could be, to get a property in Canada anywhere for like 250, let's say, that's amazing. That's amazing. You can't go wrong with that. This is the time to buy if you have any
Oh, it
money.
is. Yeah.
This
Mhm.
is this is the time to buy. This is not the time to sell, but it is the time to buy for sure.
Exactly. Because there are so many opportunities out there, but you got to look for those hidden gems. There are gems everywhere, but you need to know where they are and
Yes.
get that deal. The deal. That's what it is.
Get the deal. Start small. Start with this. Start
Hmm.
in a group. There's lots of ways to start. There's no need for you to wait until you have $200,000 in your bank. Like that's going to take forever.
Yeah.
Get it. Get it. I know a
Right.
lot of mortgage agents that can help you, and they
Hmm.
don't cost any money. And some do because they're brokers and you have to pay broker. I mean, everybody gets paid, and others you don't. Other, depending on your credit score and depending on your situation, and sometimes we're not working 2 years yet, and credit score is a little weaker. So yeah, so we're gonna send you to a broker because the bankers probably aren't able to create anything.
Exactly. And they've got the deals. They have the deals. If you want to work with a broker or real estate agent, they have the deals and they can show you. But like I said, yeah, start small, but start.
Yeah, just get started. Don't wait. Like just
Mm-hmm.
action, take some action. And yeah, ask around. There's always something.
That's right.
I had a property just under 200. Oh my God, that didn't last long at all. Even in
Where
this,
was
that
where
went
was that?
fast. That was
Where
in
was that?
So Tilsonburg is an hour and a half away from Toronto. Well, actually, depending on which end of Toronto. If it's east end of Toronto, it's going to be Toronto's big, people. For those of you who are from our area, Alka lives in Toronto. I live on the other end. I'm in a place called Mississauga, which is about, gosh, if I were to get in a car, I'd probably be at the border in like 5 minutes or less. But honestly, this is probably from just Toronto border to Tilsonburg was about a good hour and a half, maybe hour and 45 minutes. So
Right.
that's how far you have to drive. And there was a small, tiny condo and it was for sale and they were in a hurry, and that's why it was under 2.
Oh, right.
It exists. It came with a tenant. You didn't even have to look for one.
Oh, that's so good.
Regularly. Yeah, there's
Wow.
deals. I have a tenant that she's on welfare. And so the way welfare works is they send me her part of the check right away. Like they send it to me directly.
Oh, okay.
So I'm never going to be without rent,
Mm-hmm.
which is great. Right? So
Oh, yeah.
there's a lot of really wonderful things. I know people hear horror stories about tenants. I choose not to believe them. I haven't seen any hardcore ones. I'm not saying they don't exist. Of course they do. But just think positive. And, I'm grateful for my tenants. I love my tenants. They think I'm
Right.
I talk to them, and we've never met. That's what property management companies are for.
That's right. That's what they do. They screen them and they help you find the tenants. But that's great. It's good if you don't have those horror stories about tenants. Then that's good. But when it comes to deals, yeah, I mean, it probably sounds kind of tricky, when you're first starting, but just start, don't hesitate, just go right there for it.
Do what Nike says. Just do it.
Just do it.
Take
Yeah.
that first step. Take that first step, and don't wait for your other friends. If I have a client, she is super anxious. She doesn't have a ton of money, so she doesn't have enough yet. I either got to find something really, really, really low, or I don't know, but she's an architect who a new one. So that's why she's just paying off student loans still. So
Right. Yeah.
So she does have some savings, which good for her. She's got more savings than I do, actually. I don't have a lot of savings because as soon as I have money, I buy something.
Right.
I
You
buy
find
a-
the next
buy a
investment. Yeah.
I buy a property right away, or with someone. Like right now, I have another one. I have another project with a client of mine, actually. So you don't
Okay.
always have to have a ton of money, people. You can do lots of things, right?
Yes.
Alpha
True.
can help. We can help. Everyone can.
Yes.
Just get out there and do it.
Exactly.
Excellent. Alpha, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Marion. Always a pleasure to be with you.
Always a pleasure to have you. Hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Yes.
And you have yourself a fantastic day. I know some of what you're doing today because you shared with me with some of my other guests and
Right.
later. And so you guys go have fun and have a fantastic day. Thank you so much. Mwah.
Thank you so much, Marion.
Thank you. Hi,
Thanks.
Patrick. Are you able to open up your camera? Because Patrick's going to be joining. Oh, there he is. Patrick Rude. Patrick, I forgot to ask you for a bio, or maybe I did and you forgot to send me one. So maybe we can just introduce you. I'm going to introduce you as an amazing accountant and a bit of a money magician. And I think you should use that title, money magician. And I'm going to let you tell the world a little about yourself. And we made it to actually it's 10 o'clock right on the nose, which is weird because we're never usually on time, but we are today. So if you could unmute yourself and share with us what you do. And Patrick is amazing. Patrick is from Jose's group. Jose will be with us at 1 o'clock. We all met in a place called Connected Leaders Academy. And Patrick is in the US. And if you are looking for an accountant, and he is actually an accountant, I believe, in a few different states, right, Patrick? Like you work. So I'm going to let him tell us about himself. Patrick, take it away, honey. And I will mute myself for a change.
Sorry about that. I had a child running over my shoulder, so my apologies.
It's all good. We have all kinds of things, dogs, kids, all kinds of stuff around. Go for it.
So I will thank you for the introduction. And you know, the money magician, I like that a lot. It's actually
True.
if I had a, do I have a copy of it here somewhere? You know, it's really hard when you struggle to find a copy of your own book.
Oh, and Patrick's in my book, but I don't even have a book. Hang on, maybe I can show the book because we just did a launch and it was amazing. Wait, I'm gonna...
Bestsellers.
Okay, let me see if I can find it. Oh my goodness. That's okay, Patrick. You can just talk to us about it.
Oh, that's fine. So I actually affectionately call myself the tax wizard.
Oh,
So
the wizard.
tax wizard, money magician. I like that theme. We're on the same wavelength, Mary Ann.
Yeah. Tax wizard, that's good too. I like money magician too.
Both are phenomenal. I'll take those monikers all day long.
Yeah. And we had the pleasure of meeting finally in person in Maryland. You've all heard about my awesome trip to Maryland, which was full of, oh my gosh, so much awesomeness. I couldn't possibly tell you all in one sitting. There's no way. But Patrick was one of the people that I've been talking to. So Patrick, the first time we call it virtual coffees. Well, Jose kind of coined that term. And we were chatting and I said, you know, one day I really want to open up a non-for-profit. And he goes, oh yeah, that's easy. This is connected the dots. And I'm like, whoa, I want to do this now. So you know what? He's good. Can you tell us which I was going to say which provinces? Sorry, I'm Canadian.
Which states? Yeah,
states
no problem. So
can you work?
right now we work in Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, Maryland, Delaware, Virginia, North and South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Texas, Alabama, Missouri, Colorado, Washington State, Oregon, and California.
I had no idea it was that many. I would have just asked you to tell me which ones you don't work in. Which ones don't you work in?
Some of the other
ones.
The other 35.
That's pretty cool. So that's like a big deal. Like for me, I can only do real estate. I'm licensed to work only in Ontario. So I can't sell in the other provinces. I can refer and I can collect a referral fee. And I can do that internationally as well because my brokerage is international. So anyways, that's me.
That's right. You're with EXP, right?
That's right.
10X, baby.
Yeah.
So the cool thing that I structured my business that way on purpose, actually, because I didn't want to be limited. For example, with a CPA credential here in the US, it is you're bound to the state that you're licensed in, right? So you can only practice in that state. So I chose to use federal designations, which would give me national access to be able to practice and do taxes and things like that. So that's what basically opened up the ability to work in all these states and take on clients across the country. We've even done work with companies in Puerto Rico, Canada, not actually, let me preface that by saying not actually filing taxes, but some advisory work in Canada and Mexico, South Africa, Romania, and now Greece. So we're making the rounds.
Wow. You're like totally international.
So we're getting there. We're getting there bit by bit. I'll give a little I don't remember if I gave you a bio or not, and if not, that's definitely my bad. But I'll give you the 1,000-foot overview real quick, just in case there's somebody listening that's not familiar with me. So
Yes.
I started my business in 2008 in Michigan, which was a great time to start a freaking business in the middle of a recession. The benefit of that was that we managed to stay in business. The downside of that is we almost went bankrupt. We lost all of our business clients, managed to hang on to a handful of personal clients, and then started hopping across the states to find greener pastures to be able to like make a headquarters and change our strategy and that sort of thing. In the book that Marianne that we just put out together, I put a little bit of my origin story in on why I became an accountant, and basically that was because my father basically got screwed out of his business by the IRS. The IRS threatened to put a lien on everything he owned, filed paperwork with the courts. The banks no longer were able to lend to him. They closed his lines of credit because of this lien. It was a whole mess. He was in manufacturing, so that self-empowerment reset. Yes, that's the book right there. The Power of Forgiveness, man. So
Yeah. So important, right?
It is. It's incredibly.
That's why I'm showing the phone, because mine still hasn't arrived. Sorry, please continue.
You're good. You're good. So basically my father had to sell his equipment to one of his customers out from underneath the IRS and go to work for that company running his business to be able to pay the IRS off. The amount of stress was so large that he ended up in the hospital with mini strokes, mild heart attack. We thought we were going to lose him. It was very, very traumatic for our family. We almost lost our home. We almost lost everything. So once we got that handled, my father went into consulting, and he's okay. He's fine. Everybody's good. But it changed the trajectory of his life and my family's life. Not for the worst, but definitely not for the better. But however, it gave me the inspiration to be able to go out, and if it was within my power, to make sure what my father went through never happened to anyone else, as long as I could prevent it. That there would be a professional, somebody that you could lean on and come to if you had problems with the IRS and needed a way to figure out how to stay in business while you deal with those issues. And there's people say they can, but it's such a time-consuming process that if you're not really about that life, it's not going to happen. You're not going to be able to help somebody stay in business and mitigate those issues unless you're extremely dedicated to it. But that's neither here nor there. Some of the other things that I have been very fortunate to accomplish with meeting people like Jose and Marianne and Emilio and some other people is I am now a 4-time international best-selling author. With
Yes, you are.
2 of those books being Canadian in origin. So I also have a Guinness Book World Record that I received in Canada as well.
With my coach, who'll be on later, right? Robert.
I can't hear you. That might be my fault.
Oh, no, I'm not muted anymore. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Sorry, I didn't hear anything you just said, Marianne. I'm so sorry.
Oh, yeah, you did it with Robert.
Yes, Robert. Yep.
I know. So he's my coach. He'll be on later today.
Oh, he'll be on here today?
He'll be speaking at, I believe, 11:30. It's Satish at 11, and then he's on at 11:30. Yeah.
Oh, that's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. Love that guy.
Yeah, he's amazing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was in his book, The Magnetic Entrepreneur. That was my very first international best-selling book, and also what took us to the Guinness Book of World Records.
I was in that Guinness Book of World Records. I used to have it here. I don't know where I put it. My certification and everything. And
How do
it's
you
his
realize
fault.
that means you and I were in the same room
Exactly.
and didn't even freaking know it, didn't even know
Exactly.
each other?
Exactly. And you're not the only one. Like there's people that I'm super good friends with now that I've, we're like, nobody knew. Well, there was a lot of us, right?
There was a lot of us. Yeah, yeah. I think we took it with 126. I think was how
Yeah.
many authors we had.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's good. Yeah, he'll love it when he hears this part. Yeah, he'll be talking because I don't want to say he took a break because he still had a bunch of us that he was coaching and stuff, but it's his fault that I have a publishing company.
There you go. Yep.
It's his
I
fault.
would expect nothing less.
He talked me into that. That was his idea. And he goes, yeah, you're going to love it. Don't worry. It'll be so easy for you. And he's right. He's right. Everyone's like, how do you do it? And I go, I don't do a lot of it. I just talk to the people. I'm very particular about who I let into my books. And I'm particular about the kind of books because I only want them to be inspirational, motivational. I don't want a lot of fiction. And I most definitely do not want anything negative. And so I hate saying no to people that way. They get offended and they're like, oh, what kind of a business person are you? And I'm like, the kind that is very specific about how I want my publishing. And why are you so worried? There's like a billion publishing companies out there. Go to someone else.
Yeah,
You need to come
exactly.
here and give me grief.
So all of that led me on to writing my own book, The IRS's Dirty Little Secrets. Then that took on us creating the podcast, the Dirty Little Secrets podcast.
I love that. We have to do podcasting together, right?
We need to badly.
I need to go on yours. You need to come on mine. Mine's Meditation Millionaire.
Okay, perfect. Then that led to getting invited to be a contributor to Forbes.
Oh, Robert is on Forbes Council also. I think you are as well, right?
Yeah, I was on the Forbes Finance Council. Yep.
Yeah, and he was on Coaching Council, I think. Yeah.
That's us. That's awesome.
Or
So
is, I don't know. I guess he is still.
which then led to a partnership with Grant Cardone and the 10X community. So I'm licensed to teach all of Grant Cardone's material. Then we hosted a business boot camp in Philadelphia, which then led to some other opportunities, and all of that to say that I have been helping multi-million-dollar companies and people get their businesses from under 100,000 to $1 million in revenue in a short period of time, usually, a year or two, for the last 12 years, basically. So that's what makes me the tax wizard and the money magician.
I think you should
the
have
one
a
thing,
podcast called Money Magic.
Money Magic,
Money Magic or Money Magician, maybe Money Magic. I don't know.
Money Magic,
And then call
Money
yourself
Magic, Money Magic with Patrick Rude.
Yeah, Money Magic. That sounds like a really good name for a summit. I should name a summit.
We should do a summit together and call
We
it
should
Money.
do a summit together. We should do. Okay, sorry guys. I know he's supposed to be talking about himself, but we should do a podcast together called Money Magic. There you go. Sorry, please continue, Patrick.
No, that's it. Outside of that, I'm a father of 3 lovely children. Which if you heard some of them in the background, help! I'm like, get the tablet out of here. You don't need help. You need a psychologist, child.
No,
Or I need a psychologist. They're just children. That's really what it is. because they drive me batty in the best ways. I wouldn't change it for anything else. My kids are phenomenal.
Of course,
Um,
your kids are
I
beautiful.
love them to death.
Talking about-
Thank
and
you.
Patrick's like my little brother. Like we instantly hit it off, and I'm like, oh, it's like my little brother. Like, and he's literally like half my age almost, I think, right? How old are you?
I don't know if I'm half your age, but thanks. I'll take it.
I'm 62.
Well, you would have to be 72 to be half for me to be
Oh.
half your age.
I'm 66. Oh, you're 30. You're still a baby.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I am. I
still a
am.
baby. Yeah. Like my little brother. A little.
I
brother.
was talking to somebody and they're like, technically, you're middle aged. I was like,
In what
I
country?
plan on living to at least 100, so I got a few more years till I hit middle age.
Yeah, I don't think. Oh, there's one of the kids. I love it. I love it. Dogs.
Never
kids,
a dull moment.
never.
Life, family, and business. My nanny has the day off because she wasn't feeling well. So here we are.
There you
Making
go.
it work.
There you go.
You know, it's I speaking of,
Oh, hi, cutie pie.
say hi.
Hi. Hi, baby. Look, I'm gonna send you a heart. Your daddy will show you where it is.
This is where all my money goes.
That's okay. That's a good
Go get Bubby.
investment.
Go
That's
get
a
Bubby.
good investment.
Go, Dominic, come get your sister. Go get your brother. Go get your brother now. Get her ass upstairs now. Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's okay. Please continue. It's all good.
The times when you think you're on mute and you're not.
And it's okay.
Oh.
Remember, I've had Robert on my summits. Good. Don't worry.
Oh.
It's all good. Please continue. What were you saying? Yes, Guinness Book of World Records. Now he has a book and a podcast.
So the whole where I was trying to go with that was specifically that's where all my money goes, but that's happy money, right? To me, that's happy money. My kids they frustrate the living crud out of me, but they are the reason why I work so hard. They are the reason why I want to create generational success, why I want to create legacy, why I strive to help other people create legacy, build generational wealth in their own lives and in their businesses. At the end of the day, it's all about family. If you don't have family, what do you really have, right? And Nikki, I love her to death. She's phenomenal. She actually shares heritage with my children, being South African. My children are half South African.
Oh, there you go.
And what she was talking about this morning, talking about mindset, it really is the case. And it's not just about mindset with how you think about money. It comes down to every aspect of life. Is your outcomes are dependent on how you look at things.
It's so
right. For example, if you look at your life in a limiting way without examining all of the facets or potentials or opportunities, then you can be very closed in. If you operate from, I believe she said, a place of scarcity, if you operate from a limited belief mentality, then you're going to have a very small world, right? You're not going to be able to do much because you're going to be too afraid to take risks, right?
Small mind, small world.
Yep.
big
small
money.
finances come with
Oh,
that.
everything. And you know what?
Yep.
We all go through stuff. Look at, if you're an entrepreneur, I don't care what you say to me, unless somebody gave you here, have $1 million, go start a business. Unless you were that person, you have struggled, at least some, some more, some less. But even then, it's so important to get out there and spend money. And even if when I don't have the money, I'll try to see if I can either do an exchange, or I'll try to do, it's just a better energy. Doing stuff for free is kind of tough, because it creates a very strange energy. So it's important to even give out a teeny tiny bit, whatever it is, like whatever, can be done. But yeah, because if you hold on to it, then it's not going to come to you. The minute you let go,
Exactly.
more will absolutely come in. Doesn't matter what it is, right? Like, do you
Yeah.
agree with that? I have a lot of that
Absolutely.
because I'm a doctor of metaphysics. I deal with a lot of people in that realm of spirituality and whatever. It's all like, oh, well, you should do this for free, and you should do that for free, and this should be free, and this shouldn't cost money. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't know which planet you live on, but on planet Earth, I know there's one thing for sure that we're going to have to deal with, and that's taxes. Whether you're working for someone or yourself, taxes ain't going anywhere. You're gonna be struck with taxes, if nothing else, but and a lot of them, have these really great talents of I have this kind of business, and I'm sure you've seen some of those businesses too. And
Yeah.
they're wonderful things. They do wonderful healing for people, things out there that that more people should know about. But because of this, mental block to money, they can't make a living out of it. So they have to then go do this and only do this for like a small part-time amount of time, because they need to be doing this unhappy thing to get money. And I'm like, no, you can have this and lots of this at the same time. You might
Exactly.
go down, but it is what it is. Sorry.
Well, and that's where I take my perspective from in what I teach my clients and everybody that I try to come across, is that taxes work the exact same way here in the US and in most places around the world. It's the mentality about how you look at taxes that determines those outcomes, right? So you have to think about leveraging the law to your own benefit, and not some people say, well, there's a lot of gray areas in the law. No, the law is very specific in what it says and what it doesn't say, right? So, and that's why you have to learn to think outside of the box and broaden your horizons and your mindset to look at not only what it says, but what it doesn't say, right? So, for example, in the US, there are two very specific strategies that people can use for taking money out of your business or maintaining wealth without having tax consequences, right? One of those is what is one of my favorites, which is called the Augusta loophole. And this tax law was based on the Augusta, Georgia golf tournament, that's been around for damn near ever. And what this law basically says is that your company can rent your personal residence for up to 14 days in a calendar year, and pay you, the owner. Your business can pay you personally, the owner, a market rental rate for that home. And you, as the individual, do not have to record your home as a rental property and do not have to recognize that money as individual income, right? Also, it counts as a business expense for your business. So you get to deduct that money, take it as revenue for yourself personally, and you don't have to declare it as income.
See, money magician. Who knew? Did anyone here know this? I didn't. Accountants are awesome. You know what? I don't know what I would do without one. Like, honestly, I just don't know. I love that you're going international. I love that.
It's gonna be exciting. It's, you know, and the hard part about what comes with growth that people don't talk about is hiring,
Mhm.
right? Because you can only do, and this is what I tell my clients all the time, is that there's only so much that you can do on
Mhm.
your own. I mean, you know, you guys just saw me lose my shit on my kids. No, I was only yelling because my son was upstairs and the baby was downstairs, so I wanted to make sure he could hear me. But I'm sure I
Good.
sounded a little frustrated.
We're good. It's all good. It's normal. I love
Yeah,
that you're working internationally. I love that you're doing so many books, and I hope to have you as my guest on here again. Uh, uh, I don't know what there'll be more money ones. I'm sure I'm going to call at least one of them. I'm going to call at least one of the money magic because I love that now.
perfect.
And you're my official money magician. What would be sort of your final words to everyone?
Final words would be, if you ever get an opportunity to speak internationally, jump on it.
There you go.
Jose and I spoke last year in Romania. This year we're speaking in Greece. We are I don't know if Jose is, but I'm fin to do a European tour and
Mhm.
just bounce around Europe, just hosting some speaking events, because why the hell not?
Yep,
Um,
I agree.
also planning with I'm gonna spill some top secret news, but
Please.
James Mueller and I are working on an event as well.
Mm.
So be on the lookout for that. So
Yay. I actually wanted to do an event in Maryland. I love Maryland so much. I really fell in love with it.
we
And
should.
I thought it was a really great place to do one. And I thought, you know what? I might do one out there. I mean, I would do one here too, of course.
Of
Um,
course.
this year, because I kind of committed to doing at least one of these every month. That's a lot to do with everything
Yeah.
else I'm doing. I'm also taking some courses, and when I signed up with bank, that just like it's awesome, but there's so much to learn and so much to do. And yeah, that's amazing. I think you and Jose are going with Lori. So Lori McNeil is usually on
Yes.
here. She's on here almost on, well, you know what? She's been on every single one so far. The reason she's not here today is because she's actually flying right now as we speak. And that's why she couldn't join us. And she's flying here to Toronto. And I've never met her in person. And I've known Lori for about 5+ years.
Oh my
And
goodness.
taking classes with her. And so I am going to meet her on Saturday. She
Nice.
is going to be in downtown Toronto, and I am going to an event with her. In fact, I believe Alka is too, because Alka's from Toronto as well. I believe she's going to be there as well. And yeah, so I'm going to get to meet Lori there. So that's why she couldn't do anything today. It was just too slammed and packed. And I have to go after the event. I have to go somewhere. So I really wasn't able to stretch it out this time like I usually can. But yeah, no, that's great. And I think you guys are going to
Understand.
Lori's event in Greece, right? And
Yep.
actually sent her, I think Brian's going too. And she asked me if I could, but I wasn't going to be able to. Actually, now that I'm not going to the other thing, I might actually, I did win another cruise. I'm not going to be going because I'm not a big fan of the itinerary. It's only a 5-day cruise. Usually I win one every year now, but I don't know if I'm going to go to this one. It's a little bit shorter. It's a long way to travel for such a
Yeah.
short amount of time, and the timing's not there. Anyways, it is what it is. But yeah, that's
Get
great.
that.
I think you're going to love Greece. Greece is so much
Oh,
fun.
yeah, it'll be phenomenal. And ironically, going back to the South African connection, I know South Africans that are originally Greece, so I'll have people that I've met in South Africa that have family and things in Greece that we'll get to hang out with while we're there. And then some of my clients from the US are going to be coming out to Greece while we're out there as well. So
Yeah,
it's gonna be a freaking hoot. So
that's amazing. That's
change
all.
your mindset, get on your stuff, and
Yeah.
take control of your finances. Don't let it control you.
That's right. And take control of your finances so you can travel the world. Anyways, thank you so much, Patrick. This has been amazing. And thanks for taking time out. I know you've got a crazy schedule with all the countries and all the kids that you have. So it's all awesome. Thank you so much. And I think I saw Chris come in here, so we will welcome Chris. And if anyone needs to get in touch with Patrick, what's the best place to get in touch, hon?
Facebook is always an option. There's our website, ROOD financial.us. There is our you can just email us too. Rude owners.
Connect with me and I'll connect you to Patrick.
Yeah, connect with Marianne. She's got all of my info, whether she likes it or not.
I love him. He's awesome. He's my baby brother. Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, Patrick. Have a fantastic day. You're awesome. Stay with us if you can or if you'd like to.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mary.
Chris, welcome. I just made you co-host because I know you usually like to do a PowerPoint, right?
I do.
Okay, excellent. Let me go read Chris's bio because there's no chance that I'm going to memorize anything. Okay, Chris, this is Chris Burns, everyone. Chris has over 20 years of marketing experience. He's helped hundreds of businesses, including his own scale, by doubling down on digital. Doubling down on digital. I love that. That success all starts by helping businesses differentiate and stand out rather than blend in. His approach, make things simple and easy. He'll make it so easy that you'll be excited to manage your own social media. And because you'll be generating results, it's gonna be fun. That's true. You know what? Doesn't matter, even if you don't like doing certain things, when you're making money, it's fun. He's a published author, podcast host, coach, consultant, and speaker. And with that, I give you Chris Burns.
All right, thanks, Marianne. In the future, if you ever want to do more of like a interview style Q&A session, I would be very much game for that. I always kind of do my PowerPoint because it keeps me on track and keeps me in the time frame that you give me, Marianne, this little window that I have. So try to have fun with it. So today we're going to talk about a similar subject that I talked about last time. And unfortunately, I missed your wonderful event back in June, but thanks for having me again. And I want to help people today with something that I'd struggled with for a very long time and something that I've seen my peers, family members, and friends struggle with, whether they're entrepreneurs or leaders in their business. And so many people always say, well, Chris, I'm busy. Well, what the hell does that even mean? Because half the time, busy doesn't mean productive. Busy doesn't mean more revenue. Busy doesn't mean better in any way, shape, or form. So I'm going to walk you through a little kind of a workshop that I do with a lot of folks. And I won't spend any more time talking about myself, but I've been in marketing, leadership, and sales for about 20 years. And one of the things that I've learned is that I can't do it alone, but I've also learned what not to do. I've learned what not to do from other leaders, from my peers, and falling flat on my face many, many, many times. And if you see this hamster wheel, that little mouse was me for many, many years, where I could just say, oh, well, let's go faster. Let's just do more. And I could pedal, but I wouldn't get anywhere. I wasn't making progress. I was just spinning the wheel, and it felt aimless. And so, rhetorical question, does this look familiar to anyone? Does this feel like a situation you're currently in or have been in? And I will just say, not trying to make you feel bad, I think we've all been there some way, shape, or form. We've been there at some point in our life, even if it may not seem as bad as it is, we've been there, and I know I have. But the hamster wheel is what leads to burnout. And unfortunately, if you keep spinning, if you keep the busy work, air quotes, going, you're going to look like this guy right here, where you are just walking around on fire, and there's nothing good about that. But there are a lot of ways to maximize your output without working more. And in fact, I believe that so often, most of us have this allotted time of 40 hours a week. But let's be honest, the older we get, the less we want to work. We don't want to work 40, we want to work 30 or 35, and that's very reasonable. And I think that we can actually be more productive with less time. Rather, I think most of us are less productive when we have more time. So I want to show you how to avoid this, but do so in a way that is more productive and more efficient. So before we get into some really fun stuff, the question I like to pose is, Why do you think most of us fail? Why do you think most of us come up short? And you don't have to answer it, but if you're listening or watching, you can just think to yourself, why is it that I've come up short in the past on certain things, or a lot of things, whatever it might be? And maybe it's just you've quit before things finally clicked. And I've read a lot of books, and most of them say most of us give up too soon, which I tend to agree with. So if you have that answer, is it maybe because you didn't have a strategy? And I found so often, especially with my years in marketing, that most businesses do not have a plan. They don't have a game plan any way, shape, or form. They just kind of say, well, our plan is to more revenue. Our plan is we need to hire some people. Our plan is we need a new location, or we need to roll out a new product. That's not a plan. That's just a hopeless want with no direction, no vision, no strategy, no nothing. So the question I always ask people is, if you look at a professional coach, whether it be professional soccer, as we look at the Olympics right now, basketball, football, doesn't matter. If they showed up to a game, specifically a playoff game, without a plan, and just say, well, we're the better team, we're going to win, right? Which I'm sure has happened. What should your expectations be as the coach, as the leader? Well, in my opinion, your expectations should be to get fired. And not only that, but lose the game and lose it very poorly. So when I look at this, and my coaching experience, coaching third grade girls basketball, we showed up with a plan, and it was a very simple 1 or 2 tactic plan. And I know my team, I know my players, I know what we need to work on. And we just said, look, these are the 2 most important things. This is all we need to do. And we had a game plan, even though it might seem elementary or little kids. And so if you don't have one, the QR code on the bottom right is a digital download, free digital download we include in some of our workshops that we do that we charge $5,000 for. You can get access to that free because of this workshop today. And I'll walk you through a little bit of how we do some of these things to help you get a personalized plan. And ultimately, it's going to help you do this. It's going to help you go from motion, which is the dog chasing its tail, or like, I'm busy, I'm doing work, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, to actually making progress. There's a big difference between people taking motion and people making progress. We could move around all we want, but it doesn't mean we're getting anywhere or doing anything productive. Whereas progress, we could take 1 hour, do strategically the things we need to get done, and not be distracted throughout the day like the motion thing. So it's just really important that we understand the difference between motion and progress. Strategic progress, or strategic action, as I like to call it. So I'd be curious, without opening up the unmuting everybody, how many of you have a strategy? And I do ask this question when I speak on stage quite frequently, and there's an annual event that I co-founded here in town. We have over 200 people come, and I ask the question almost every single year, which is, how many of you have a strategy? Could be, I don't care if it's a business strategy, marketing strategy, financial plan, whatever, do you have a plan? And usually about 15 people at most raise their hand. Then I say, okay, follow-up question, keep your hand up if you have it in document format. And I'm typically left with about, I'm not kidding, 5 or 6 people of 200 plus that have it. Now we're talking about somewhere in the ballpark, give or take, of 2.5% to 5% best case scenario anytime I do this. And that's usually the reason why we fall so flat with our marketing, our sales, our business. So it's critical that we have some kind of plan. Now with business, this is typically what happens is people say, hey, I need to flip a switch. I need business. I need more employees. So they think they can be reactionary, and that work will automatically just get people to take an action. So here's the thing. Most business leaders react based on a need. So I always say this, if your company loses a few people and they need to hire, what do? They go to Indeed, they go to LinkedIn, they put some social media posts out, and they just expect that flipping the switch, it's going to work. But when really, if you think about it, it takes a lot more work. You have to create a pipeline of content for social media. You have to have supporting content on your website that says and showcases that you're a great employer, great place to work, lots of opportunity, because people do their research. And so we can't just put an ad up. We can't just put a couple posts up and think that things are going to change. That is reactionary business, reactionary leadership and marketing, not proactive leadership, marketing, sales, etc. So if you want to become proactive, again, rhetorical question, what is it that you need to do? What do you have to do to become your best self? And so think about that for just 1 second while I sip on some coffee here. Ultimately, you need something to guide you. You need a guiding light. We all do. Even the most successful entrepreneurs I know have coaches. They have some kind of a system to help them. Now, people say, well, Chris, I have a notebook and I have a Google Calendar and I've got this. All that does is get you to your meetings on time. That doesn't necessarily help you perform at your best. So one of the things that changed for me was having a daily planner. My business partner and I decided to create our own because we couldn't find one that worked for us. And so when I think about planners, I'm not here to sell you a planner. There's a QR code if you want to check it out. But ultimately, it is your personalized strategy or recipe. It prevents things from slipping through the cracks. It increases your follow-through rate, which also increases your personal brand and your reputation. It keeps your goals, your vision, your objectives top of mind, not just for the day, not just for the week or the month, but the year. And because, as I always say, out of sight, out of mind, I always tell my wife that when I forget to do shit, it's important that we have those things, that carrot dangling in front of us, because we know the outcome if we achieve those goals. And ultimately, it yields confidence, which I think we could all benefit from time to time. As entrepreneurs, it can be a very lonely journey at times. So a light bulb moment for me, I could argue, was that planner, but I want to tell you about really kind of what changed for me. So I was sitting in a hospital one day. I was found out that I had this situation with cancer. I had some very serious medical issues. And I realized before I discovered this planner that I needed to do something to change my actions, my behavior, my lifestyle. And so I think we all have these light bulb moments in our life, and it's very important to reflect back on those and talk about them and think about them, journal about them. And it was something that goes a little bit like this. I found out I had enlarged lymph nodes, I had cancer, I was in my early 30s, I had young children, I was recently married, had a big new house, new job that I secretly hated, and had a lot of stress in my life, maybe drinking too much, and circumstance was not great. So my thoughts usually were very negative about that until I realized that, well, the doctor says I'm going to be taking all this medicine, it's really expensive, and I'm going to be high risk for cancer for the rest of my life, and I got to get all these checkups and follow-ups with special doctors, and I already had medical issues on top of that. So I started to feel very poorly, very dire. And what were my actions? Well, I wasn't going to do shit because of that. I was going to be a charity case, and I was going to have people feel bad for me. And what was that going to do? That's just going to make the situation worse because I'd be more unhealthy, more negative. Why would my wife want to be married to me? Why would anyone want to be around me in that case? So I realized that if I followed that path, I was going to make things worse. I was going to be miserable. Nothing good can happen. So I discovered this CTFAR model, and it's something we use in our teachings quite a bit. And is, what is your circumstance today? Just throw it all out there, word vomit it down on a piece of paper, and say, okay, with that, what are my current thoughts? And to the right of it, what should they be? Because it's not uncommon if we're in a bad situation, which we've all been in, usually we go to negative before we go to positive. And then after that, how do you feel? Well, if you're negative, you feel like shit. You just feel terrible. You feel hopeless. So what do your thoughts need to be to have better feelings? Because if you're feeling better, guess what? You're going to take action, the right action, the strategic action I talked about before, not the motion, not going through the motions. And so I decided that my mindset needed to be sharp. It needed to be on point. I needed to feel good about the situation and the outcomes. I needed to believe that it was possible. And guess what? I started working out. I started eliminating things from my diet. I started to be positive. I started to journal. I started to follow my planner. I created a personalized blueprint. Actions were happening. Results were stacking. And all of a sudden, my circumstance changed. I haven't taken medicine since that day, and I said, I'm not doing it. That's just my circumstance. I'm very fortunate in that regard, and I understand that. But I said, I'm not taking medicine. I'm not doing what the doctor said. I am in charge. I'm in control of my life, and I can change this. And so that was the light bulb moment for me, and I think a lot of you can have that. I think 90% of us can have that result. I understand cancer is a different situation, it's a whole different animal, but if we follow this methodology, we can prosper, we can succeed. And so the question that I have for you is, what is your roadmap? Where do you want to go? And it doesn't matter if you're in a bad situation, good situation, or somewhere in between. You have to understand where you want to go, not 5 years from now, not 10 years from now, not even 2 years from now. Because as entrepreneurs, Marianne knows this, you could be doing something totally different in 6 months. She has like 15 businesses, so she could have 6 more by the end of next year. Right? So you're laughing because it's true. You know it's true.
He's not kidding.
Well, and that's why we're friends, because we're all serial entrepreneurs.
We are serial, who knows what, but all good stuff, everyone.
Yeah.
No, I just started bank, which is a big deal, actually, a bigger deal than I thought, because it's taking up more of my time than I actually thought. So yeah, sorry, please continue.
Absolutely. So with my situation, and I think with most, and I've talked to people, I've got a good friend who makes $750,000 from a podcast show. And he met with me because he hit a ceiling, and he just said, look, I don't really know what's next. So we had a meeting, and I said, you are more successful than 99% of all podcasters and people in this industry. And I literally said to him, I said, what's your vision? And he just looked around the room and looked at the ceiling, and if it was 15 seconds, it felt like an hour. And I said, you don't know what you want, do you? And he's like, well, he started making stuff up. I want more downloads. I want more sales. I want more this. I want more that. And I said, no, if you can't articulate that in a matter of 30 seconds, you don't know what you want. And if you don't know what you want, how do you know what to do every day? How do you have a plan? Or do you even have a plan? No, I don't. I just go through the motions, eventually is what he admitted. And I said, so how can you be happy with that? You can't because you're just going through the motion. You're not strategically taking action. So the reason why a lot of people fail, even if they have a plan, is because they don't have a vision. A vision is just as important as your strategy. In fact, it's a part of your strategy. So one of the things that we help people do in these expensive workshops that I mentioned is we help people find their vision, both for their business and for their personal life. You can download it right here with the free QR code. It is something we charge a lot of money for, but ultimately we need to find your personal why. And let's walk through this just for a minute. Is number one, when people ask me what my why is, and it doesn't have to be yours, it could be yours, but it could be different, is I want to, in no particular order, I want to leave a legacy. I want to be remembered as someone who was a good steward of their community, who gave back, who was a good human being, was kind to people. I want to be someone who also was a good father, a good husband, a good friend, and someone who left something behind. And so for me, I've got some personal goals that go along with that, but that's my why. I want to leave something for my children, and not just money, not just a good reputation, but I have that in document format that I could share, but I choose not to. And you have to understand what's important to you. You may or may not have kids. You may or may not want to do different things. My why is to live my best life and travel to every continent on the earth with my wife. Awesome. You find your why. Now, beyond that is, what do you want to achieve? Now, some people may not have much in the health category. I do. That's important to me, because guess what? If I take care of my health, I take care of my mindset, I continue to educate myself, I am filling my cup. I'm being selfish. I play golf, I go for a run, I get a massage, I stretch, I work out. That allows me to fill my cup so I can fill the cup of others. I have a lot of cups to fill, and I know some people that have hundreds of cups to fill, like our friend Jose from the CLA with hundreds and hundreds of members you have to take care of. That's a lot of cups to fill. So you have to be selfish to take care of other people. And that's why health, relationships, mindset, education are so important to me. And so I've got a goal for each one of those things. I've got something written out of what I want to achieve personally and or professionally. And then I go into some SMART goals. Now, these goals could be half personal, half business. They could be all business, all personal. It doesn't matter, because these things are a bit of a flywheel. They all kind of blend together some way, shape, or form, because one supports the other that supports the other. And so I would love to dive deeper into this, but for sake of time, we can't. But this is a bit of what it looks like. And certainly you download this and you'll have an opportunity to really walk through your vision and get crystal clear as to where you are, where you want to go, and how to get there. And there are so many things that are really important here, which is the backside of this sheet, which is behavior. What are the behaviors that you need to take? Now, some people need to go through this and say, what are the behaviors I have now that are preventing me? Not a barrier, but a behavior. Barriers are totally different. It may need to be that I need to work out. I need to get up earlier to start my day. Could be anything. Only you know what the right or wrong answer is. And then your barriers. Most of these are BS excuses, but it's things like, well, I can't work out because I'm overweight and out of shape, or I can't put more hours in because I've got kids and I got to take them this and I've got to drive them there. Okay, well, it sounds like you need to go to bed earlier and then wake up earlier. Well, I don't have time to read books, so I can't really work on my education and my mindset. Well, how about turn Netflix off at 8 o'clock at night and just read for 15 minutes? I read on average for 15 minutes a day, 15 to 20, and I've gotten through 24 books this calendar year. My goal is to get through 50. We'll see if that happens. Now, last night, I didn't read at all. Over the weekend, over the 4th of July week, I probably read several hours. So it just kind of ebbs and flows, but that's important to me. I write down the barriers, the things that are not really barriers. Most of us think they are. And then what would it mean to achieve all these things? This is really, really important. What would it mean to you to accomplish all this? And so for sake of time, I'm going to move on, but this is something that I would encourage you to download. And when you do it, you are building yourself a personalized recipe. And I want to talk about this for a moment because it's important. If you travel the world and you ask people, what is a good recipe for chili, or what is your recipe for chili, you're going to get this debate. Well, God forbid it's noodles or no noodles, beans, no beans, spicy, not spicy, white chicken chili versus ground beef versus spare ribs versus whatever. There are millions of variations. And so you have to build it based on what you have in the proverbial pantry, who you're cooking for, utensils you have, maybe even your capabilities. And it all depends on the output. But if you don't follow the recipe, you don't get the outcome you want. I don't care how good you are. Every chef uses a recipe, especially when it comes to extravagant recipes that have multiple ingredients. And so without a recipe, what would your expectation be? I mean, certain things you can just cook and expect them to turn out and be fine, but with a more detailed recipe, you shouldn't have very high expectations unless you're Gordon Ramsay. Most of us are not. And so most of us are not Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, or insert any famous entrepreneur that you look up to. And so it's very important that you have a detailed plan. And I say detailed, I mean like a one-page plan. You just need something. It doesn't have to be 10 pages long. And as we talk about this vision guide, I want to go back to the barriers for a moment, because a barrier is like a hurdle. A lot of times we just have to lift our leg to go over it. It's not really something that's in our way. It's just like, oh, it's there. How do I dodge this? How do I avoid falling into that and tripping and falling? Well, if you know it's there, you just leap over it, like most track stars do. And so if you see it as an obstacle, if you see it as a barrier, you're going to stop and think about it. You're just going to stop taking action, and you're going to see it as, I don't know what to do about this. It's not a barrier. It's just, what are the behaviors you need? You have to identify it and say, what are the behaviors and actions I need to take to make sure this is not a problem? And then ultimately, as we kind of wrap this up, it's up to you. You need to identify what it is you can't live without. You need to have some non-negotiables. These are things we talk about in our trainings. Because if you understand, this is the things that I have to have. I've got some non-negotiables. They might not be yours, and you might laugh at them. I might laugh at yours. But at the end of the day, you need to know what it is you want, what you can't live without, and then what are your non-negotiables? What are you willing to sacrifice to get to these things? Now, for me, I've sacrificed the news. I don't need to watch that. That just brings me down. I've sacrificed watching TV. That doesn't bring me any benefit. It doesn't help me sleep any better. And I found that reading has been helping a lot. So things will change over time, but when you start to change your actions and behaviors, you start to change your result. But you have to identify these things first. That's what's really important. And this is going to give you a more fulfilled life. With no more excuses, this creates fulfillment, enjoyment, financial prosperity. It gets you to where you want to go, but you got to be real and honest with yourself to really get to the point. And it's To me, part of it's getting back to self-love, because let's be honest, as entrepreneurs, it's a very lonely journey. It's very challenging and hard, stressful at times. And if you can get back to a strategy, get back to a plan that you're starting to stack daily success, monthly, or even daily, weekly, monthly, you're going to start to love yourself again. And I can't tell you how important that is on your physical, mental health and your well-being, and your spiritual health and well-being. But these are the things that we need to be our best self, so we can be our best self for our families, our friends, and our business. And I want to just mention this real quick, as I'm pretty much done here, is this is the hustle framework that we talk about. And I know hustle is a kind of a negative word and a negative connotation for a lot of folks out there, especially my female audience. And we're trying to change that. We're trying to make it a positive word again. And I know that's going to be a long journey, but it doesn't mean working 50 hours a week. It doesn't mean not taking care of yourself or sacrificing your body, your relationships, your life, things like that. It just means exactly this: hard work, unrelenting, smarter, not just harder, taking chances, learning from others, and enjoying the process. Something I'd love to dive in a little bit deeper, but for sake of time, there's meaning behind everything, and I think you need to find what that means to you. So if you enjoyed any of this today, my two call to actions would be: one, check out my podcast. I make no money from that, from you listening, but we just had the CEO of Alignable on a couple weeks ago. He was amazing. We had a mental skills coach who worked with Kobe Bryant and Kevin Durant, and just selfishly as much for me as it is for our audience. And then number two, we just launched a new community, a private Facebook group that's specifically geared around sales and leadership. So if you're in sales, if you're in leadership, which you likely are, if you're in entrepreneurship, scan the QR code, check it out, 100% free, spam-free zone. It's or you can also check it out at hustleleaders.com/strategic sales accelerator. We share a lot of exclusive content. We've got some webinars and events and lots of cool stuff you can check out. Questions, thoughts, comments?
Questions, thoughts, and comments are only going to be in Facebook, so you're not going to hear any on here. Let me see if there are any. Lots of comments. People enjoyed it. I don't see any questions though, but thank you so much, Chris.
Do you have questions, Marianne?
I always have questions. And what is your favorite thing to work on? Like what do you, or what do you see the most of?
Well, so a lot of my business is transitioning into the sales and leadership stuff, but I think in the leadership and the business side, I see so many businesses that, and I know I've talked about this already, but that just don't have a plan, and even people that don't have a vision. They're going through every day what it feels like almost aimlessly. They're doing busy work, but it's not strategic work. Right. And they're just working in the business instead of working on the business. And that's the hamster wheel. It's just keep spinning. And it surprises me that people don't kind of wake up and see that eventually, because that's what leads to burnout and leads to us quitting.
It's true though. It's true, right? Like anyone you ever talk to, hi, I'm busy, but what are you doing? Like, are you making money? Or are you talking to people on social media for fun, and it's so funny because everyone's like, oh, wow, you're on Facebook a lot, eh? You use that a lot. I'm like, oh yeah, that's where I do my business. I'm either posting or I'm speaking to someone, because I use Messenger a lot, because that's what works for a lot of people. See, some people don't have Zoom or don't want to go on Zoom. So we just do Messenger, which is also okay.
Mm-hmm.
Or we speak on the phone. We don't. I like Zoom because I like to see the person. We're all working internationally now, or most of us are working. I shouldn't speak for other people, but there's so much international work that this is it. This is the only way. This is the closest way I get to, hey, cheers. Let's have a coffee, like that's it. It's the Zoom. And everyone take down Chris's phone number and his info. Chris, you can also add this if you want, post it into Facebook. That's where everyone kind of is. So that'll be best. So do you find that it's technology? Do you find that it's mindset more than anything else? sort of confidence, that side of mindset, you know, self-worth, that kind of thing? Or is it just, hey, I don't know what to do, so I'm not doing it?
Honestly, it's a combination of all those things. Sometimes it's one, the other, or both. But I will say, so one of my self-discoveries was learning that I'm in control of my health and my body and kind of how well I show up every day. And when I take care of myself, I am way more productive when I sit down in my office every day. I'm way more energized and positive. And I've tried to teach that to other people because I see that they're not valuing their time in the evening, during the day. And that's why we tend to have more imposter syndrome. That's why we tend to have more self-doubt. And we get into this vicious cycle of like, well, am I doing the right thing? I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. You tend to doubt yourself. But when you really stop and you start taking care of yourself, you realize that you can be more sure of yourself. Because I used to be very undecisive. I just sit and think about things forever. And that's when and I've noticed a lot of other people stop taking action. And the imposter syndrome gets worse. It delays things. We don't take action. We don't follow through. And I just think it all starts with taking care of yourself, which also means taking care of your mental health, which everybody should be doing, in my opinion.
That's become, I think, number one, especially after COVID. I think, and I don't think COVID started it. I think it just uncovered it a little bit more. That's all.
Probably
No,
true.
It's funny because this is called Happy Money, and yet this is exactly what we've been talking about all day. Almost all the speakers said the same thing. You know, it starts with you. It starts with self-worth, self, like all of that, right? So.
Well, I think if you have the right mindset, you're happy, and when you're making money, you're happy because you're productive. So it's this interesting flywheel that all grows together. And I'm assuming this gentleman here is going to talk about a lot of that stuff. The Think and Grow Rich will blend in very well with what I just said.
Absolutely.
But it all starts with you. It all starts with your mindset, your attitude, and taking the right action, I think.
Absolutely. Thank you again so much, Chris. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Always.
Likewise. Thanks for having me.
We got to get you into one of my books. We just launched a book this week. This week has been very busy because I'm going away next week. So this week has been crazy for me. We launched a book on Tuesday, and it went international bestseller to international bestseller. So I was like, okay, everyone's still happy in the chat. And I'm like, I'm on to my next thing. I got a summit on Thursday. I got to get ready for it. You know what I mean? Like it's great. Congratulations, everyone. It's so great. Excellent. Thank you so much. And now we have actually, don't forget to put that into the chat on my Facebook, Chris. Now we're going to introduce you to Satish Verma, who is the CEO of Think and Grow Rich. But I am going to put this on speaker, and then I'm going to read. I'll leave it on gallery because it's coming out. Let me see. Why am I having so many tech issues today? Okay. Hi, Satish. How are you?
I'm doing amazing, Marianne. How about you?
I'm amazing. Thank you. I'm going to read your bio first to start with. So just in case there's someone here who doesn't know who you are, which I can't even imagine. So this is Satish Verma. I just want you to imagine something. I want you to imagine a person coming home and telling his family that all his material assets have been wiped out and owing bank more than $500,000 to top it all off. Can we give them a year, just because $500,000 right now is still a lot, but back then $500,000 was like $2 million now, right? Satish,
Yes.
something like it was a
Not
huge,
more.
it was like, anyways, he had 2 young children and a wife to support and had no option but to declare bankruptcy. Sit on that one for a minute. I am going to introduce you to one such individual who discovered Think and Grow Rich during one of the most difficult times in his life. Due to a failed business venture, which a lot of us have had plenty of those, and it's just part of their journey. He had lost his home, his savings, and was facing bankruptcy. By using the principles outlined in Think and Grow Rich, he started from scratch and without any pull got out of bankruptcy in 6 months and built a multi-million-dollar business again. Realizing the impact Think and Grow Rich had on his personal and professional life, he undertook a mission to enrich the world through Think and Grow Rich. So he bought the rights to teach Think and Grow Rich philosophy from Napoleon Hill Foundation with a blank check. Ooh, a blank check. How many of you would do that? He now owns the rights to several countries around the world to teach this timeless philosophy that has impacted over 125 million people worldwide. I bet you that number's a lot bigger now.
Yes, it is.
He believes that any human being can throw away the chains of limitations, poverty, and failure if one understands and applies the core principles of Think and Grow Rich. He has been inducted as a Chancellor of Success University by Junior Achievement and being featured in Hollywood movie called Think and Grow Rich, The Legacy. Napoleon Hill Foundation recently honored him with the prestigious Gold Medal Award for his meritorious and entrepreneur achievement, a medal that is given every 4 years, one individual in the world gets. Wow, that's impressive. Previous recipients of this honor include such personalities as Ted Turner, Earl Nightingale, Mary Kate Ash, O.G. Mendino, I'm not sure who that is, and hopefully I didn't butcher that. This is considered equivalent to Nobel Prize in personal development industry. Recently, he was also honored as a keynote speaker at the University of Virginia in Weiss County, the birthplace of Napoleon Hill. That's pretty cool. He has been also honored with his name on the brick wall at University of Virginia at Weiss County for the work he is currently doing. Amazon has just released a book, Adversity and Advantage by Napoleon Hill. Satish was given the honor to edit and annotate this book. He has already received 5-star rating. Wow. He has been practicing Think and Grow Rich for over 2 decades. Actually, that's probably a lot more now too. He is world's foremost authority on Think and Grow Rich, endorsed by Hill Family and Napoleon Hill Foundation. He will share his personal stories, business acumen, and insights from his years of experience in applying its philosophy of Think and Grow Rich, which will be very inspiring for all of us. And with that, I give you Satish Verma.
Yeah, thank you, Marianne. Always.
Sorry, I was going to say CEO of Think and Grow
Yes.
Rich Institute Canada.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Always a delight to talk to you.
Thank you
Yeah.
for coming. This is the perfect summit for you, right? Happy money.
So, yes. Okay, so
Tell
what
us
do-
about your story.
what do we talk about it?
Tell me about your story. Tell me how it started. Tell me how it felt to have to hear that you had to file for bankruptcy in that moment, and then everything turned out great.
You know, a lot of people won't believe it. It was all the mindset.
Of course.
I didn't feel anything. See, you deal with the currently what's in front of you.
Mhm.
What's in front of you? The future will unfold itself, right?
Mhm.
I was not grumbling about it. I was rather happy because now the bankers are not after me. Credit cards are not after me, right? So I said, good riddance, right? So it was kind of great thing I felt, and also I was just actually joking. Reality is that you actually, when you go through this, you want to turn into some kind of advantage in your life in future. And I realized this thing the minute I filed the bankruptcy. I said, you know what? I think there's something good is going to come out of this. Something great is going to come out of this. See, you are only bankrupt when you die, because you can't do anything, right? That's it. But when you're alive, that's the greatest gift you have within you. And being alive and being healthy, mentally and physically, you can do and have and be anything that you want in life. So this is what I learned through Think and Grow Rich. That so what? What's the big deal? How many people do become bankrupt and they come out of this? So that was my mindset at that moment. I honestly didn't feel anything. It's okay. Whatever has happened has happened. What can we do about it, right? So that's how I was feeling. Yeah.
And then how did it feel when the greatness all happened? It was like, wow.
Well, it's everything is, Marianne, respond. How do you respond to the things, right? Make sure when you achieve bigger things or get bigger things, your ego is not there. See, the minute you bring the ego in, then the real problem will start, right? Then you really are. I always say when your ego is big, you are a very small personality. Okay. But when your ego is small, you're a very big personality, right?
It's true.
So how did I feel? How would I feel? For me, every moment when I'm alive is the greatest moment of my life.
I love that.
Right? So that's all. And this is called what people ask, what's the best version of human beings? And people can't even define. Everybody say, I want to be the best version of myself. Your best version is that under all circumstances, you are in total control of your mind. That's your best version. And if that's not there, doesn't matter how much money you have, doesn't matter how many achievements you have done in your life, you will always be disturbed person.
Mhm.
So you have to realize it is your personal way of looking at things and feeling great all the times. And if we are given those challenges in our life, I think we should feel blessed. We should feel blessed because we are the only creature on this planet that's given challenges like this. Nobody is given challenges. Animals don't have that ability. Understand this thing. Okay. Whereas we, human being, are given this wonderful skill by the higher power that no matter what happens in your life, we do have the reserve power to deal with that. How beautiful that is. But we always curse when we have some adversity hitting us, some problem hitting us, some impediment, small impediment in the business. Oh my God, this is what happened. This is what happened. So it happened. Deal with this. Learn the skill to deal with this. This is the only way you can grow. So after teaching Think and Grow for so many years, I think the message from Think and Grow is not because how rich you are going to be. Message is what you are going to be. What you are going to be. And that's the real message of Think and Grow Rich. So I've been practicing this for over 30 years now. And I felt wonderful about this. Yeah.
I agree. I love that. That's my favorite thing. So
Yeah.
Robert says that Satish is an amazing man. So Robert's coming to speak after you because he was just coming back from an appointment. So he'll be joining us shortly. He's coming up a lot in this summit because earlier we were talking about him and Patrick had been in his Guinness Book of World Records and so was I. And there was all these people there and we didn't know each other and now we do, which is kind of funny. So Yes, so mindset seems to be the number one issue for everyone
Mhm, mhm.
all over the world. So now I know that you said that you have branches throughout the world. So do you find it's different in North America or different in Canada and different in other places, or do you find that we're all the same?
Yeah,
We
we are
all,
all the same. We
we're
all the
all
same. Yeah. For some people, the weather is the problem, right?
right.
For some people, shortage of water is the problem, shortage of hydro is the problem. So we all deal with those issues. They are not the problems. These are the issues. And if they are causing the problem, then deal with them.
Mhm.
Let's fix it. Let's fix it. So everywhere it's the same thing.
Right.
What I find is the most problems are in relationships in human beings,
Mhm.
how they deal with one another, family relationship, teenage problem, spouse's problem. And that's preventing them to achieve something really wonderful, which is peace of mind. And if you don't have peace of mind, doesn't matter what you do, doesn't matter what you become, you have not really accomplished anything, because the ultimate purpose of every human being is to have peace. It's not the money. It's a lot of people have a lot of money, but they don't have peace of mind. I know for sure, because I coach a lot of people
Mhm.
who are in that space. So the key is, are you at peace?
Mhm.
Are you a stressful person? Mind at peace is the busiest mind. Understand this thing. Is not devoid of aspirations. It's the busiest mind, actually, because it can think million things. When the mind is stressed, it can only think of stress and nothing else. So message to everyone is, have that peace of mind, man. Doesn't matter what it is, and then you are the richest person on this planet when you
Peace of
have. Yeah.
Peace of mind is so important. I think if anything that we can say, peace of mind straight across the world. I mean, that's why it's the number one answer and the number one question, in the Miss Universe pageant and whatnot is, what do you want? What do you desire? What do you think would be awesome? Like world peace would be huge. I mean, if everyone took the classes, the personal development focused on, such things as Think and Grow Rich and, that type of environment and surrounded themselves with that, the world, I don't think we would have wars. I don't think we would have that. And I don't think it would be boring. I think it would be exciting and we would all be happy. And then, that peace of mind gets transferred right down into peace of heart, right?
True.
Perfect. I love it.
Yeah. Again, this is the greatest wealth to human beings. So
Mhm.
when you talk about mindset about what? People say, oh, my mindset is I want to achieve this thing, I want to achieve this thing, I want to do this thing. You know, if you ask people to make a list of the things that will give them peace of mind, right? And they will have 10, 15 things, house, money, all this.
Mhm.
And then you say, well, but they never mention peace of mind.
Mhm.
All have some materialistic achievements which they are talking about. And then then I ask them, I say, look, take away all those, let's say I give you all those things, but I don't give you peace of mind. How would you feel?
Mhm.
They say, no, peace of mind is important. So peace of mind, when you make wealth, when you make money, what you become as a human being while making the money, that will determine if you're at peace or if you're not at peace.
Mhm.
And if you are disturbed in the mind, the whole world will look disturbed. But when you're at peace, everything looks good. Doesn't matter how beautiful scene is in front of you. If your mind is disturbed, you don't have any interest in that.
Mhm. It's true.
So, and when you are at peace, you will also find hell is even very beautiful.
Mhm. It's true. There is no bad. Right?
So, so this is the choice we have to make. And if our mindset is set towards that kind of peace, then I think you are doing great in life.
I agree 100%. And you're absolutely right. Because whenever you ask anyone,
Mhm.
it rarely is peace of mind, rarely is that a conscious choice.
Sure.
It's always car this, house this, trip this, I don't know, gold this, motorcycle this, boat this, whatever, cottage, whatever. It's things, tangible things, but it has, what about your health, right? What about all the people that have a ton of money and don't have their health?
Yeah, very true. Very true.
Mental or physical,
Yeah.
like there's issues, right? We were actually talking about this very thing. And then when you do get money, you're
Yeah.
just more of who you already were. So if you were generous to begin with, you're going to be more generous because now you're going to have more money to give away and, more things, more money, more whatever.
Yeah.
And hopefully more love. And when you don't have money and you're miserable, chances are that misery is going to follow you. Money's not going to change it that much. It's going to help,
Right.
but it's not going to change you to where you should be, right?
True, true, true. Yeah,
It's an inside job.
exactly.
It's an inside job and it's a journey. It's not a one step. It's not even a 12-step. It's so many steps.
See, we are coaching people. We offer the coaching program. We don't coach them how to become rich. We coach them how to have peace of mind.
Mhm.
Right. See, even if you are a coach and people come to you for guidance and counseling, they don't come to you because help me how I'm going to make money.
Mhm.
In essence, they come to you, look, give me peace of mind.
Mhm.
I don't know how to find it.
Mhm.
And if you don't have peace of mind within yourself, you can never give it to others either.
Sure.
So make sure if you're a coach, you should have first peace of mind yourself so you can bring it to other people. The problem is hypocrisy that we get stuck into. We write books, we say, I'm the best-selling author. They have not even sold 10 books. How can you call yourself best-selling author? Oh, I'm Amazon best-selling author. Really? Are you really best-selling author? And that's your introduction of life? Who you are trying to kid? 125 million copies of Think and Grow Rich have sold.
Mhm.
It's never called best-selling author. He's the best-selling author. He's just an author who has impacted 125 million people. By entitling yourself best-selling author and not selling, I meet those people. They buy books with each other and they say, oh, 100 books have been sold. I'm the best-selling author. For what? If you are happy with that kind of thing, you can be happy, but you will never have peace. Because somewhere along the line, your conscience tells you what you are doing.
Mhm.
125 million copies of Think and Grow Rich have sold. Why? Let me explain why it happened.
Mhm.
And not a penny has been spent in advertising this book. Not a penny. How does that happen? When Napoleon wrote this book, and he was working as advisor to President Roosevelt at that time in the White House in 1930s. Understand this thing. Country was in depression, recession. It was worse than pandemic in those days. Banks were closing left and right, high unemployment. And when he was writing this book, even if president was negative, others, advisors were negative. Whosoever was coming to the White House was negative. And a publisher would call him every day, Napoleon, send me the manuscript. He would not do this. Why? Because he felt the tempo in the book was very slow. somehow all the negativity has gone into that book because he was surrounded with that kind of energy. So what he did, he went away and rewrote the same book word for word with a different mental mindset. So you can imagine 60,269 words, I think, in that book, around that. Every word resonates with positivity. Imagine the energy that has that book. That's why every time you hold it, you feel so different, eh? So my God, there is something about it.
Very healing, very healing.
Healing, just like when you shake hand with somebody who has a lot of energy. How do they feel, right? That's how you feel when you, then imagine reading this and what it does to you. So to all of you who are calling themselves best-selling authors, how best are you? And most are having ghost writers writing the books. People are promoting that way. Oh, I'll make you best-selling author. Damn it, don't become that kind of best-selling author. Become the real best-selling author and you will sell 125 million copies, I'll tell you. So the whole key to living is the truth with which you live. And this is what Think and Grow Rich is about. It's not about making money. It's about having wealth and peace of mind at the same time. So imagine that kind of living. Having money and peace of mind at the same time. Don't go after the titles. I'm this thing, I'm that thing. That'll go with you. Who cares? I was coaching a company and one guy said, Satish, I really want to have 5-6 buildings in downtown Toronto with my name on it. I said, why? Why do you want your name there? Oh, you know what? I said, what do you mean what? What is it? Who do you want to prove that you are better than everybody else? If you don't know, you are really the better one.
Sure.
So you got to feel inside. You have to have those titles inside, not for display. You know who you are. And once you know who you are, your world is going to be exactly what you are inside. So outside world is a reflection of what's inside you. People don't seek approval and acknowledgement. It's a sign of low self-esteem and low confidence in your own ability. Don't go after this. But when you present yourself who you really are, all the titles come to you automatically. Don't seek them. Don't seek them. Look at me, who I am. So that's very important. This is the most important lesson in Think and Grow Rich. Right?
It's true. Tony Robbins talks about significance being very important to people. And it's like, just like this, instead of like, I get excited about my book inspiring people. So, it's great if we're international bestsellers there too. That's nice too. But, and that's important, in other ways, but I'd rather know how many people have I inspired with it. Right.
Exactly. But if you have inspired one person in your life, you have done great. Just one person. That's all. That's it. That's the change. Exactly. So we don't, when we do our seminars, there are hundreds of people. We don't go there, oh, I'm going to impact so many people today. No. If I can impact one person, my going there is worthwhile. So don't seek. Let the seeking seek you.
True.
And then and that's why Napoleon says our mind is magnetized with the thoughts that we hold in our mind and by which no one is familiar. that magnet draws to you the people, the situation, the circumstance you want it in your life. Automatically come to you. Right?
It's true.
Yeah, it's very, when I'll tell you that gold medal you're talking about that Napoleon Foundation gave me, again, 30 plus years ago when I was taking this course, and I got a letter from Napoleon Foundation. They were giving gold medal to Ted Turner.
Mhm.
I had just gone bankrupt at that time. Ted Turner in Los Angeles, many celebrities were coming there. He said, you come and you rub your shoulder with those people. And I'm bankrupt. I don't have any money to go to Los Angeles and stay in the hotel, right? And I thought in my mind at that time, oh, maybe one day I'll get this gold medal myself. How did that happen?
And voila, here it is. How beautiful.
And it's not only I went to get, they came to Niagara Falls to do the ceremony here, and they surprised me. This is this is what happens to you when you are really, truly thinking about exactly what you. I didn't say, oh my God, look at this! I can't go to Los Angeles. I wish I could go there. My response was simply, oh, maybe. I would love to go there, but it's okay. Maybe I'll get the gold medal myself one day.
Yeah, put it out there and let it go.
That's all. That's how things work. That's how easy things are in life.
Mm-hmm. And if you just stay in your lane and stay on your path,
Everything works out good.
you'll attract it as opposed to chase, right?
Sure.
Not chasing, attracting is so much better.
Sure. See, you are talking about Robert. I have spoken to him a few times.
He's on here with us. He's
Oh,
speaking. Yeah.
and he's so articulate in the things, the way he articulates ideas.
Mhm.
I'll tell you, he could be one of the best. I'll tell you, this is how great he is.
Yeah.
He's and when I saw him first time, when he contacted me first time, we had lunch together. I said, this man is underperforming,
Mhm.
right? And he has so much potential in him, and it was great delight to meet with him and be friend with him. I'll tell you. Yeah. So any more questions for me?
I thought the same thing when I met him too, because I don't just take anybody for a coach, and especially a coach for life. Like he's been coaching me now for, I don't know, he'll probably tell you more. He's got a better memory than he's younger than I am, so I'm going with that. Let's talk just a little bit about your program. Is it still open to other people, or do you have a full class?
We have, I think, let me see.
I know Robert and myself are taking the course, so
yes, and we have about 9 people already registered.
okay, very good. So are you
I
able
do go 12 to 15.
Okay.
12 to 15.
It
And
could be open.
yeah, it's we still have about 3 spots. It's an ideal group, and we coach. You will be a certified peace and prosperity coach through Think and Grow Institute. That's your title, going peace and prosperity coach. You are bringing peace and prosperity to human beings.
Wow.
Okay, and it's every week we spend 2 hours like this, talking about how you get peace of mind within your own mind first, and how you practice. Then you are given template when you become a coach. You have template for every situation people are facing in their lives, and you go through that template, and then you talk to people. It has very effective results. Mostly problem you are going to come across is relationship problems. A lot of people, I'll tell you, it's the people don't have peace of mind. Let's put it this way. They say, help me. I have a lot of money, but I'm messed up. My family life is messed up. My kids are messed up. My spouse is messed up, but I'm messed up. And they come to you. I'll tell you, it's like a epidemic.
Yeah. I was just going to say like a waterfall of people. At least they recognize it. At least they know that they're messed up.
Yeah.
How many others are out there that are messed up and don't think that they are? They think they're cool.
Yeah.
They think they're perfect. And I'm like,
This is so sad. And as I said, if you don't have peace, doesn't matter how much money you have, you don't have anything.
right.
And when the money is causing you not to have peace, get rid of the money. So why you don't have peace with the money? Because it's not the money that's causing the lack of peace. It's the way you have made that money.
Mhm.
Understand this thing.
And what you do with it and what you think of it and how you wrap your energy around it.
Exactly. Exactly.
But peace of mind and peace of heart are far more valuable, because with peace of mind and peace of heart, money will come to you more easily
Easily.
with less effort. So please connect with me and I will connect you to Satish. She's very, very busy. And if you want to talk about the coaching program, I'm going to be taking it. Robert's going to be taking it. He's up next. So you will hear from him as well. And I will connect you to Satish, and then, you know, we can talk about, the two of you can discuss going into the program. And if not this time, maybe next time the program rolls around, right?
So thank you very much. And always delight to be here, Marian.
Thank you so much. I love listening. I could listen to you all day long. We got to do lunch really, really soon. We got to get Robert out here to our neck of the woods again. Hang on, let me see if he's on camera. Robert, come on camera. Come join us for a second before Satish leaves, because he's got another appointment. And thank you for shifting. I shifted you guys around a bit.
Hey man, how are you?
Hey.
How are
Fancy
you?
I'm
meeting
doing
you
okay.
here.
I'll take a nice salad.
Right? It's like we're always around food when we're with you, Satish. We were just at Robert's birthday with you. So funny.
Thank you.
Yeah, the birthday was actually really nice. It was nice to get down there and do the birthday. The funny looking hat they had on me.
So
And
Patrick,
then you brought in one of your brothers that I've known for years. I've known his son and everything.
yeah. So Patrick Root is still on here with us. I don't know if he can hear us, but we were talking about you earlier, Robert, and I'm like, oh my gosh, wait.
I like Patrick. He's a good guy.
And he's the first thing he said, he goes, oh, because you were there too. And I go, I know, there's so many of us that were there that now we're friendly and doing business with each other, you know.
See, the thing is, I associate with so many different people, and it's all over the world, and you can't keep ties of who you keep, and you know, like who's there, who's what. But I mean, I deal with so many different people, so many different levels, and I don't put them in a category either. I like what Satish was talking about, that so many people have this ego problem, and he knows I could pinpoint that like no problem. I mean, we've talked about that with one of his clients, and we won't mention his name, but I mean, he's got this ego problem, but he's making millions of dollars. It's not good enough. He's not happy.
No,
Right.
happines doesn't come from dollars, even though
And by the way, it's Bob Proctor said to me once after I jumped off, I got on, Les Brown was on first, and then I got up to speak, and then Bob Proctor got on to speak after me. And he said to me, he says, how do I get up and speak after a good speaker like that? I'm going to say the same thing about Satish. How do I speak after that?
Did you hear what Satish said about you earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. And I told Satish that you commented in the chat. Actually,
when I was at the doctor's office today, I took a bunch of notes of what I wanted to talk about and how I wanted to explain it. So, I mean, it's going to be a very interesting half hour. How I'm going to put this together. First of all, Satish even knows this one. Financial freedom isn't about having lots of money and going around doing this and doing that. It's about having your bills paid. It doesn't matter if you're broke afterwards. That's freedom. Mm-hmm. You're free of the money. Just like when he was bankrupt, free of the money, man. You don't have to worry about it no more. That's financial freedom.
Happy money. It's happy money.
Yeah. Well, happy money we're going to get into in a second. We'll tell you all about that.
Excellent.
Before I go, Robert, I have to leave in a couple of minutes.
He has to leave.
People seek financial independence, but they never seek emotional independence.
That's right.
And emotional independence is more important than your financial independence. But all our life, you work on financial independent, but you are slave to everything else in life. When you want to be financially independent, what kind of life is that? Right?
None,
So,
none.
or you're always thinking what others are thinking about me. See how we are controlled by other people, right? Never
There's a
mind.
guy, for instance, there's a guy the other day just missed my car, smashed into the pole outside my house, 5 o'clock in the morning, and all he's doing is complaining that he doesn't have a car to get to work. Ask me for a ride, I'll drive you. Take a
Yeah,
cab, I'll drive you. You
Yeah.
don't have to worry. The cars, you got insurance for the car.
exactly, exactly. And okay,
Jamie
great,
says hello.
great to see you. I have one other call waiting.
Hey, you have a safe trip. I'll see you
Okay.
Monday.
Yeah,
Thank you
okay.
again. And we will-
So I'll see you. I'll be back from my cruise on 21st, and we'll start the program first week of August. Okay. That's
Perfect,
all.
because I'm going away next week.
Okay. Thank
I'll
you.
go away too. Thank you
Okay.
so much, Satish. Thank you. Love having you on here. Have a
Okay.
great day.
Cheers.
Ah, excellent. Robert.
How the
My
life are you?
My coach, my coach. Hang on, let me go tell these people about you in case
All right.
there's anyone left here who doesn't know you. In case, Robert J. Moore, my coach, a seasoned professional, has been prominently featured in Forbes and Disrupt magazines, and a few others that you didn't mention here, like USA Today. He is an internationally awarded bestseller and the founder of Next Level Coaching. And he coaches really awesome people, I might say. Hello. Robert played a key role. I got to make this about me a little bit, right? Robert played a key role in achieving the Guinness World Record and Global Recognition Award, impacting numerous lives through his coaching programs. Over the past 15 years, Robert has elevated his high-end mastermind programs to global recognition, programs and people, we should say, becoming a sought-after teacher for individuals, ranging from beginners, not bad for a beginner, to experts. He, I think he meant to say impacts. He impacts the precise techniques and strategies he employs in his daily business operations. Robert generously shares his high performance methods with clients. That's true. Enabling them to replicate his success in a fraction of the time. I do get told I'm like him a lot. He firmly believes that every business deserves success in its respective field. Magazines worldwide, national TV programs, and radio shows have conducted interviews with Robert. He has been invited to speak on prestigious stages like this one, alongside luminaries such as Jack Canfield, Les Brown, Bob Proctor, Eric Thomas, Douglas Vermeeren, and Armin Morin. In addition to coaching accolades, Robert has earned noteworthy awards, including 9 of his 2023 documentary titled Reinventing Freedom, which I'm in. I think I have about 12 minutes in there. I know, who cares, but you know, I have to talk about me too. This documentary chronicles, maybe this is why they're telling me I'm like you. This documentary chronicles Robert J. Moore's inspirational journey from homelessness and prison, oh man, to achieving recognition in Forbes. If you people haven't seen this movie, you are missing out. It serves as a testament to his resilience and triumph. Recently, April 2024, Robert was awarded the Legends of Coaching Award by Forbes Business Awards. People, let me welcome you to my coach, to my business coach, Robert J. Moore. Applause. I need applause. I need an applause sounding thing. I gotta get one of those. Go for it.
Okay, how you doing? Thanks for having me. It's been a
Thanks
rush to be here. I got here in time though.
Thanks for
I
coming.
didn't think I was actually going to make it. The doctor, they overbook all the time and they want you to get in there. So I
Oh.
got no time for this. I get in there, see the doctor, and he's loving me. He's talking to me about everything else, but you know what I mean?
Patrick says hi. Good to see you, Robert.
Yeah, I gave my, so I just love the way this is coming through today. I've been watching at the doctor's office and that. I had the earphones in, not to disturb anybody. And then even went in the doctor's office, he was typing away, doing things. I was listening. He goes, "What's going on there?" He says, what are you so interested in? So
Thank you
I
so
told
much
him, and
for carving out time. I know you're crazy busy. You're the only other busier person than me is you.
yeah, crazy busy. I got like 5 different webinars to do today. That means I gotta have different shirts here while I'm taping and different environments and change things around and different colors behind me, and but it's all good. I mean, the busier I am, the better it is. So when you talk about happy money, I mean, there's a definition. I like to say the definition is happy money refers to money that brings joy, satisfaction, and fulfillment when earned or shared, even when spent. I mean, people are happy about spending it because they're achieving something. Me, I've spent about $500,000 on coaches in order to be where I'm at today, which made me feel good at the time. Because why? Because I learned. But you got to remember though, just because I spent $500,000, did I learn $500,000 worth? No, I did not. I probably learned about $135,000 worth. I'll tell you why. It's because the other 275 or whatever it is on the math, I didn't really pay much attention to or apply. I just wanted to sit there and, okay, well, I took the course. Okay, now what? I mean, because I was too scattered. I was too young, too scattered, too new into it. It was coming off the drugs and alcohol many years ago, trying to learn. I was scattered. That's why I went through all the schooling, and you don't see no accolades on there for the schooling. You just see the Forbes, Guinness World Record, and everything else on the wall. The reason why I don't put the schooling on there, I'll be honest with you, because I didn't do that to impress anybody. I didn't go and get my social service worker diploma, addictions degree, BA in psychology, master's in counseling psychology, harm reduction, mental health crisis, and 2 honorary doctorate degrees to impress you. I don't care about that. All right. What I cared about was learning why I was being the person I was, because I was in and out of jail for 17 years. I was working with the bikers, the mob, and all the other serious people, I should say. And I was doing a lot of interesting behavior. In order to bring that behavior to where I am today, I had to learn why I was acting that way, what was happening in my life to make me want to act that way. So I went out of my way and made sure I changed that. So that was a good thing. So now when you're looking at the mindset, we all talked about mindset. I heard mindset quite a few times today. You look at the mindset, you view money as a tool for happiness rather than a source of stress, changes your relationship with it. Okay, like that is very clear to me, very clear. Viewing money as a tool for happiness, all right, rather than a source of stress, changes your relationship with it. Anybody in the right mind can figure that one out. You know what I mean? But the thing is, I don't think enough people hear it. You know what I mean? That's why a lot of things happen in life that we sit there and say, oh, I understand now because this person said it this way. And sometimes when we hear something, we just don't understand it the right way. Maybe we have to hear it 2-3 times later on down the road, or a different explanation of it, or something. And then it's like, oh, it clicked in. There were some things that some of my coaches said to me years ago that just didn't click in. I didn't understand. Finally, one person put it in a different way that I understood it. And was like, oh, that's exactly what they meant. That's interesting. I didn't know that. So then you go, I mean, I look at number 3 then. These are things I've written down at the doctor's office and I wanted to focus on for today. So earning joyful. What does that mean? I mean, earning joyful. I mean, that can mean a lot of things, but I chose a career or business that you're passionate about. So I always tell people, don't focus on the money, focus on the passion. The money will follow. When you love what you do, the money you earn becomes happy money because you're happy about what you're doing. You're inspiring other people. You're using your passion to not be jealous of someone else. You're using your passion because you're not focusing on other people's business. You're not focusing on what they're doing better than you. We're all equal. We're all equal. Don't matter how high you are. I mean, don't matter how much money you have. So you got to be careful of that, because a lot of people look at money as, oh, I got to fast track. I got to pay the bills. I got to do this. I got to do that. Well, that's fine. I know you got to pay the bills. But if you don't actually do it right, if you're actually trying to look for the money and go fast track, you're going to end up being crash and burn and go back down to the bottom. I guarantee it. I've been there and done it. I've seen so many other people do it too. So number 4, spending consistently. Okay. You want to spend some money on experiences and items that generally enhance well-being and happiness. Don't go spending it on a car and say, oh, look, flash me, flash me, flash me, bling, bling. Is that really going to make you happy? No, it's not. It's going to make you look like something better than somebody else in your mind, body, and soul. It's not going to keep you happy. So anybody knows me knows I've had a lot of money. I've had millions. I might have lost millions, but I'll tell you something interesting. You never see me with a Porsche or something like that. You don't see me with fancy stuff or a fancy house. The people that mostly get my money are my family. They're the ones that mostly get my money because they're the ones in need the most. They're the ones I want to protect the most. They're the ones I want to see do well the most, are my family. But also at the same time, it allows me the opportunity to fly around the world, to be around the people that I can help. That money allows me to go and enhance other people's lives at different events, enhance other people's lives that taking other things that I need to take for myself in order to enhance other people's lives. The reason why I call this next level coaching is because I used to own another one, Magnetic Entrepreneur. Most of you know that. Most of you know that. And the thing is, I forgot to bring people to the top with me, and I got bored. So I had to figure out a way to stop feeling the way I was feeling. I was feeling guilty. I was feeling wrong. I stepped back. I sold the company. I still work with the company to help bring her up. And I opened another franchise. And I did that franchise, not to say I loved the franchise I owned. It was actually quite stressful, but I need to get out of that space in order to figure out what I wanted to do in life. Then I come back to coaching, and I started this one, honestly, from scratch. I got rid of my email list, got rid of everything, got rid of most people on Facebook. The reason why is because I wanted to start from scratch and show people that you can still make it to the top, but the right way, with using your passion to grow to millions. And I guarantee it will happen that way. So you got to, spend consistently, but spend it on the right way. Spend it on things that are not going to be, like I said, bling, bling. Who cares about bling, bling? Spend it on something that's going to enhance you, something that's going to make you happy. Yeah, I know a nice $5,000 watch makes me happy too. Not really. But if you think of it, some people are just like that. They want a $5,000 watch, bling, bling. I don't even wear a watch. I don't even wear a wedding ring. I got a nice wedding ring right here. I don't wear it because I swell up half of the time. I'm, doing things. I'm walking around getting busy, or I catch it on something and I don't want to lose it. I know I'm married. Everybody knows I'm married. I tell people straight up forward I'm married. That's happy. That's happy money right there, spending it on them. So I can share money with others. So giving generously. So when I give to Feed It Forward, for instance, out of Toronto, and I help them out, help feed the homeless people, that makes me feel good. I've earned that money, earned the right to give that money to them. So I spend money on experiences. Now I'm spending money with other people, with charities, gifts, helping family and friends can increase. Now, for instance, my brother, when he was alive, I lost 3 brothers, by the way, all overdose. When he was alive, he was having his first child. So I said, no problem. I said, you know what? I'm only in school. I have an apartment here full of food. I'll fill the fridge up. You guys can actually I'll pay the next 3 months rent. I did. I paid 3 months rent for him, gave them all the furniture and everything in the house, gave them everything they need, gave them the apartment and let them live there. And I paid for everything for them for 3 months. The reason why I did that is because I didn't need all that, and they needed it more than I did. So, I mean, I had no problem doing that. I've seen bums out in where I live here in Belleville. And I sat there and said, okay, listen, let's go to the hotel room, man. Go get a cheap hotel, get yourself a shower somewhere, be warm. Middle of winter, man, it's a blizzard. You don't want to be outside. Let's get you somewhere to stay. You know what I mean? And that's what I did. So gratitude. What do we look like gratitude for? Why are we happy? Why are we excited? Well, first of all, I'm putting 2 feet on the ground in the morning. I'm happy about that. I'm very happy about that. I'm happy that God's allowing me to have another day. That's gratefulness. You know what I mean? Like, whew, boy, especially sober and clean, because I don't remember the before that. So having the patience, the gratitude for the money you have. Don't matter if I'm broke, don't matter if I'm behind on bills, don't matter where I'm at. If I'm happy and accept where I'm at in life, I can grow. I can grow. I could build more of my business. I could build and help other people, empower other people. You know what I mean? I don't have to tell them where my money's at. Not at all. I mean, I could tell them millions of dollars, but I mean, I don't lie about things. If you ask me, I'm going to tell you. You know what I mean? I'm not going to bullshit around. So here's the thing: acknowledge the comfort and opportunities that it's providing. So it's provided me to fly around the world to go see my coaches. One you just seen a few minutes ago is one of my coaches. Arma Morin's another one, top strategist in the world. So I fly to his house and I sit there in a hotel room and I sit and I enjoy myself at his house for several days at a time, being taught different things at a higher level. So anything I'm learning now is a next level. That's why I said I'm going to do this as next level coaching, because that way I could help other people come to that next level and I can still grow at the same time. So that's a beautiful thing about it. Number 7, financial goals. Set financial goals that align with your values and dreams. Don't just say we're going on vacation and we're going to try and work and you know, do this and do that. And you only want to be there. You know what I mean? Achieve these goals brings a sense of fulfillment. Let me say that again. Set financial goals in alignment with your values and dreams. Achieving these goals bring a sense of fulfillment. So don't just go out of your way and say, let's just go on vacation and you have no meaning or value to it, right? If it's fine to say, okay, we're taking a break, but then leave your business at home if that was the case. Because if you're going to go there and you're not following your values and your dreams and you're just taking it, you're just going to be sidetracked. And that's not good. So how about looking at positive associations? You know what I mean? The people you hang with. You know what I mean? If you don't hang with the right people, if you sit there and hang with the people that are negative all the time, or if I go to the barbershop all the time, I'm sure damn going to get a haircut, aren't I? If I go to the bar all the time, I'm going to drink. So, you know, why not associate yourself with the people you want to be like? You know, and that's, you know, like, here's the thing: create positive associations with money. Avoid seeing it as a source of anxiety or comfort or conflict. Don't use it as conflict. Don't sit there and say, oh, well, hey, listen, this guy owes me $20 from 2 years ago, and you're focusing on that $20. Maybe that $20 was meant to give him so he's out of your life because of the chaos he could possibly cause. Maybe at the time he couldn't afford to give you back. You were willing to give up that $20, so stop chasing it. It's like going to the casino. Don't go to the casino if you can't afford to lose that money. If you're putting $500 in that casino, if you can't afford to lose it, then don't do it. Same with lending money, same with giving people money, same with doing the things you're doing. If you can't afford to do it, then don't. If you can't afford to lose out, you know what I mean? How about investing wisely? That's what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Invest wisely. Invest in things that bring long-term happiness, such as education, health, and personal growth. Now, if I'm investing, like I said, the $500,000 I invested and $275,000 of it was wasted, am I going to cry over it? No. I have to move forward, but I can still utilize some of the tools that I learned and bring them with me. You can't bring it all though. There's so much wisdom there and nuggets. You can't bring it all. So now I've lined myself with some pretty top people in the world, and some people I just adore. You know what I mean? I straight out. When I adore these people, I mean, I'll go out of my way and help them out. You'll never see anybody higher than you degrade you in your business. They're always trying to pull you up. The only people that will grade you in your business are the people that are jealous or lower. You'll notice that. I want you to know that. So now look at money as energy. Oh, this is a good one. Treat money as energy that flows through your life. Use it to create positive experiences and outcomes. Don't use it to be negative about, oh, we went to the Niagara Falls and we couldn't do this, we couldn't do that. Well, why couldn't you? You had the money. I mean, why didn't you do it? Because you didn't want to spend the extra money a lot of times. A lot of people go to places where they know it's actually closed at the wrong time of year. Can't go to a water park if it's in the middle of winter. You know that. You know what I mean? Like, you know, they got to be careful where you go, and you got to plan things in a proper way. So if you want to use it for a better experience, so if I'm going to go to Bahamas, for instance, I want to look at that and look at the culture. I want to look how they're making things, how they're doing things. Or if I want to spend money going to see Tony Robbins, as everybody knows him, what I'll do is I don't go there to listen to him, because I can listen to him 100% online on YouTube or wherever. I don't go there to listen to him. I go there to see how he's selling things, how he's marketing things, how he's dressed, how he's talking, how he's gathering people in the room, how he's bringing people to how. You know what I mean? And I want to learn that, because that's what's drawing the attention to people. So I could pack a room pretty good anyways. I'm pretty comfortable with that. So debt management, ooh, boy, that's a scary one right there. Manage debt wisely. If you're paying a little bit on your credit card here and there, that's comfortable. That's good. I mean, it may not be enough, because sometimes the credit card's a little too high, and you got the interest, it's just you're paying the interest. But you know what? If you get extra money, I'm sure you put extra on it. Avoid unnecessary debt that causes stress, and focus on paying off high interest debts first. So if you got high interest debts, and look at your priorities. If you're going on vacation and you got this here credit card that, no, if you don't pay it, it's going to wreck your financial situation, because you get debt collectors and everybody else coming to you. Well, maybe you ought to think about at least paying something of that off, or lower it down a bit. And maybe, you know, it's up to you how you want to do it. I'm not going to tell you how to do it, but me personally, I wouldn't go on that vacation. I'd rather pay something off there. I'd send the family personally. I'd send the family. I got to have it send the family across, no problem. Right? Spending on others, spending money on others can be more fulfilling than spend on yourself. So when I spend on my family, my daughter, for instance, turned 18 years old. She had to go get a license in that. She was at prom dress, and you know, prom's coming up, and education and everything else going on. I don't mind spoiling her a bit, helping her out with that education. I don't mind helping her learning how to drive, because I know darn well if I get in the car, it's going to be an argument to teach her. So I'd rather someone else that she doesn't know teach her how to do it. They're in that field. It helps me out, because I'm not getting frustrated with her. She's not getting mad at me. Spend it wisely. I spent that money wisely. So if I have $1,000 today, I look in the cupboards. I know darn well I got to put like $300-400 in the cupboards. You know, go get groceries. Don't just sit there and say, "Oh, I got 1,000 today. I'll go shopping next week," and you never do. Or look at the car you have. If the car is falling apart and it's costing you more money, it might be wiser just to get a new car than actually keep putting money into that car. So spend the money wisely. This is a big one here that I like to talk about, is avoid comparison. Avoid comparing yourself to other people. There's more than enough people in this world that you don't have to compare yourself to. I'm not going to mention names, but there's one or two other people out there that they're big names and that, and they'll get jealous of me. They phone me and tell me they got jealous because I'm doing the same business they are at the time. And they're like, "Well, you're taking all my people." I'm not taking your people. They're coming to me on their own free will, because I'm offering something different. If you keep offering the same thing over and over and not changing things, it's not my problem. Change things around. Give people hope. Don't do exactly what everybody else is doing. Go outside the box. Stop comparing yourself with other people and thinking, "Well, how's he doing?" Because you're not going to get ahead in life that way. If you want to get ahead in life, look what they're doing, go outside the box, and then come up with something really good and inspire people that way. That's what I did. Right. So, I mean, there's no sense seeing yourself at the bottom of the pole when they're dragging you down by telling you straight up forward that this is going on. So look at balance. Strive to balance between saving and enjoying your money. I think that says enough right there, exactly what that one's about. Emotional spending. It's like emotional eating. Be aware of emotional spending or eating, I would say, because of the fact when we get emotional, sometimes when we get depressed, we eat. So we get depressed, we want to spend things on ourselves. "Oh, but I needed it because I wasn't happy. I wasn't feeling right." Avoid using money to fulfill emotions, voids, or comparison or unhappiness. You don't have to keep up with the Joneses. You don't have to at all. Now listen, here's what I did. I made $1 million doing it this way. every time I wanted to spend money, I had 2 bank accounts. So what I did, I'd go to the bank, I'd pick up a couple $1,000. I go to the other bank and I hand it to the teller. Put it in my bank account, please. I don't have a bank card for it. I don't have nothing, but I'm putting it in a bank card. And to me, that felt like I was spending. But I'm saving the money in a different account. So it felt like I was spending. That was a pretty cool way of building that up. Now, here's another one that Satish was talking about. Support relationships. Surround yourself with people who have healthy attitude towards money, support each other, and financial growth and happiness. Let me say that again. Surround yourself with people who have healthy attitude towards money, support each other in financial growth and happiness. Doesn't mean you have to give them money. If they're starting to be, oh, I owe this, I owe that, well, get them to focus on what they do have. It's a lot easier. So the last one I really want to talk about is a legacy. Think about the legacy you want to leave. Use your money to create lasting positive impacts on your community and loved ones. So if you actually do it the right way, if you actually focus on the money in a positive way, you can actually grow yourself to ultimately leave a beautiful legacy. You also can sit there and have value in your life that other people could see. People know when I'm on Facebook and that, like right now, I don't know what's been posted on my Facebook, or I don't know what's been posted on my business page or my LinkedIn page and that. Why? Because I get it all set up that AI does it all for me daily. And it's cheaper than hiring someone, a lot cheaper. So I'm going to be doing courses on that, putting the courses together and doing webinars. And, you know, when you're looking at the situation, you can't sit there and say to yourself, you're not well and worthy, because you are, no matter where you are. I don't care if you're broke. I don't care if you're in debt. I don't care where you are. Drag yourself out of it. I've been there. I was $150,000 in debt when I first started. You know that? I was $150,000 in debt eating out of the garbage cans. Now I got a freezer full of steak. I got a half a cow in there. Cupboards are full. Happy family. Thank God for that. So, yeah. Thanks, Marianne. I appreciate it.
Okay. He's my coach. He's been my coach for like almost 5 years now. And I'm
Almost 5
still
years,
taking notes. Look, I've got notes. So I don't even know what you guys must have, like a book of notes by now. And I hear this all the time. So, and I'm still writing notes. How amazing. So true. And thank you also so much for taking time out of your crazy day. And I know, like, doctor's appointments and family and office and this and that. And oh my gosh, I can't wait. And I can't wait until the first week in August until we start the Think and Grow Rich program. So we're going to be Think and Grow Rich coaches, but we're going to be, how did Satish say it again? I forget. I wrote it. Peace and prosperity coach through the umbrella of Think and Grow Rich. Wow. That's a good title. I'll take it. And we both,
You know, it's a lot like what I'm doing myself too. I'm putting a program together that is only going to bring 10 people in. And it's going to be a year-long thing. Everybody comes in. It's going to be once a week. We're going to be talking. And it's all about building your business with automations and different things to help build your business to that next level. Implementing all the things. It's building a program together in order to make it happen. So with everybody there, it's not just me. It's everybody there has the input to build the program to make it happen. So it'll be a year-long thing. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a webinar on that soon. But I'm not going to charge the full amount up front. I'm just going to do a monthly fee on it, but they have to agree to the full term. And at the end, they get certified by Next Level Coaching.
pretty cool.
So,
I'm going to be in that program too, right?
yeah. Oh, yeah. You're in everything.
Gonna be, I don't know when I'm gonna sleep because I'm already so awesome busy and I love it. I love everything. I know people ask me all the time, is that like your number one question too? People are always asking me, how do you do all that? And I'm like, you know what? I don't have little kids.
How do you not do it?
And even if I did, look at you. You've got a small child and you still do it. I mean, your wife isn't, 24/7 with him. Like you've got to, you're, in charge
With
with
me a
him.
lot. It's with me a lot.
Yeah, like JJ
Like,
does.
like today, I'm probably going to drive him down to Madoc at the trailer there
Mhm.
and spend a couple hours there with grandma there and then come back. And then, I mean, look, I just ran back from the dentist or doctor's office. I'm all full of sweat right now. Air conditioner blaring on me. I'm freezing, but I'm
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I, on the other hand, do not have air conditioning today because they're fixing something in my building. So you know how I feel about that. We're not going to discuss that. But I am, where's my relax?
Well, listen, thanks for having me on. And I hope I gave a nugget to one or two people.
I
You
love
know what
it.
I mean? And if
I hope,
anybody wants to get a hold of me, it's feel free. Get a hold of Marianne, get a hold of me if you haven't already. If you don't know who I am, Robert J. Moore, you can look, you can't miss me. You Google me.
you can't just connect with me. I'll connect you. If you don't know who he is, I'll connect you. I talk to him literally, unfortunately for him, every day. Sometimes I talk at him. Sometimes I talk to him.
It's not just every day, it's more than every day, it's 2-3 times a day.
20 times a day sometimes. Hey, what do you think of this? Huh? What do you think? What do you think? Okay, I gotta go. Listen, that's his favorite word. Oh God, here it comes. When I say that, it's like, oh, here she goes. Now I gotta pretend I'm interested.
It's I know some of the things that us as human beings come up with, we think it's a good idea until you bring it to your coach.
Well,
And remember, sometimes I didn't shoot you down. I just said I don't think that's a good idea.
it'll be like, yeah, yeah, no. No, no, no. All right, fine.
But I give you a
What do you
reason
think
for
of
it.
this house?
I give you a tangible reason for it, and I also give you the opposite side too. If you did go that way, I give you. It's up to you to do it at the end. It's just I give you the two roads to look at.
Yeah, and then it's like, oh, look at this house, even though I can't afford it. I just paid for some program, another program. I'm doing two major coaching programs that I signed up for this year. There's like, anyway, and it's not necessary anyways. So and I'll be like, look at this house. And he goes, oh, you thinking of buying it? And I'm like, no, I'm just showing it to you. And I'm super excited about it. Like, I don't understand why are you asking me? No, I'm not buying it. Yeah, maybe, but I have to sell everything. I have to go get it. But hey, but isn't it a good deal? And doesn't it look good? He's like, yeah, okay. I gotta go. I have a meeting. I'll talk to you later. I think I just saw someone called Magnetic Entrepreneur come in.
Magnetic Entrepreneur. What a lovely name.
Okay, so everybody here except for Nikki. Nikki is one of my vitamin girls, and yeah, so I told Robert it's okay if he comes in with us onto the vitamin hour. Nikki, this is my coach, Robert. Robert, this is Nikki.
Yeah, we've talked.
Yeah.
I was first introduced to Robert on your last summit, and I was blown away.
Of course.
Blown away. He brought so much, even with his cold and flu and all the rest. So, Robert,
yeah.
I hope you've been taking candy since then.
If you only knew.
Don't. He has a whole bag of them or a box. Wow, look how organized. I'm impressed. Wow, he's so much more organized than I am. How come that hasn't rubbed off on me yet? Amanda,
I haven't taught that one yet.
Amanda,
That's
come
next week's class.
come on camera. I think you know Amanda.
Better. Yeah, I know her kids, her husband, her mom, and all of them.
Okay. I'm gonna change my.
I'm gonna. While we're on here right now, I'm gonna simply tell her straight up forward, like I told her earlier. I'm very impressed how she's dealing with Magnetic Entrepreneur. After I saw it to her, she'd had a rough period there for a while, but she's starting to focus on the right way to do it. Good on you, girl.
And she's young and sparkly.
She knows I'm always here. She knows I'm always here. Sometimes she gets to hear things she don't want to hear, just like yourself. But
I've been hearing things I don't want to hear for 5 years. So you know what? It's okay. Don't worry. It's regular.
don't worry, I get the same thing from my coaches.
Oh my God.
Hey, if
It's-
coaches just agreed with us all the time, we wouldn't need them.
That's
Well,
right.
here's the thing. If you pick someone that enables you, get the hell out of there. Because you know what? You're looking at the mirror.
I was
Yep.
talking to one of my girls. She does the social media for me. I think I talked to you about her, but she's not in my group with the APL Go vitamins, but she was saying something and I said, "Oh, you haven't been taking them regularly." I go, "Oh." I wish I knew. I go, "I would have stayed right." I go, "If you were in my group, you'd be hearing it from me." I go, "Ask Amanda, like, did you take your stuff? Did you take it? Did you make your order? Because we're having a special, you better make an order." And I'm so annoying, and I know it's annoying each time I do it. I already know that. And I don't care. So I'm like, "Well, now that I know," I go, "Now I'm gonna bug you all the time," even though she's not on my team. So that's hilarious. Anyways, thank you so much for coming. Look at Robert is surrounded by all girls again.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with women, right?
Now, listen, I'm going to tell you something. Only time that it affected my wife being around, surrounded by women, I had the opportunity, and I was asked years ago to be one of the coaches on was it that women thing to dress up and go down, what do they call it? They call that thing, someone tell me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was mentioned today too. The pageant, beauty
Oh, the
pageant
pageant.
or something. One of the top ones. What's that top one called?
Miss Universe.
Yeah, Universe.
The one that Trump owns.
I was asked to be on there 100%. It was there 100%. And I like my legs where they are, and I like everything else where they are, and I don't need my wife getting a little bit irritated on that level.
Yeah, right.
It's okay if I coaching girls and going to see them and doing my thing, but when you got all these girls in bikinis and you're surrounded by them, and it's just not probably a good thing. Yeah, don't get me wrong, I would loved it, but I like my marriage just as much.
It's just, yeah, it's just a safer zone.
Yeah, I'm here today to tell you about that. That's all. But anyways, ladies, I do have to get going because I got 100,000 things to do.
Thanks
And
so much.
the honeydew list is not made by my wife; it's made by me, and that's the worst thing about it, because it just keeps growing on my own expense.
So
I got a
fun.
webinar to tape right now in a few minutes, and a few programs to tape in a few minutes. So I got to go grab some shirts, bring them out, and change them, and spend some time with my son beforehand.
Yes.
So,
Excellent. Have a
you ladies,
good
enjoy
day.
yourself.
I'll be calling you later, of course.
I like
Later.
this little thing they have on here. They don't have the red dot anymore. They have this little guy standing at the door ready to say leave.
What? What are you talking about?
On the bottom of the Zoom here.
The new updated Zoom has nice
Yeah.
cartoon icons.
Yeah,
does.
it's got
What am
it's
I
got the
missing?
leave. It's got the leave on there with a door open, like a guy walking through the door. That's kind of neat.
Bottom right.
Yeah,
But don't click it, Marianne. Don't click it.
yeah.
Oh,
I will. I'll show you how it works.
Yeah, show me.
Okay.
I knew he was going to do that.
Yeah.
He does that a lot. I don't know what you guys are talking about, so there you go. Anyways, it's all good. And I told him he could come, so it's okay. We still have a full 40 minutes before Jose comes in and speaks. So it's just the three of us. Julia can't join us. Unfortunately, she is getting a root canal. Oh my God. At the dentist, and it was a bit of an emergency last minute thing. So yeah. And Linda's working, and who else is going to be here? Patrick was supposed to be here. He was going to talk about, but I see he's not responding to my text. So it's the three of us.
Yay.
Awesome. So Nikki, you heard this morning if you were with us, and Amanda, you know from all the other ones. But I'm gonna let them introduce themselves again. Y'all know me. I do APL Go, which is the supplements that we're going to be talking about a wee bit. I wanted to actually, you know what? I have the metabolic reset, which I can talk about later. But I just wanted to show this one. Do we still have the special one? Can someone look and see? I forget what the dates are, but these two products, I just want to say this. These two products in the last maybe 6 months have been probably my number one sellers amongst all of my clients. These will help, this will help you sleep and calm down. This will help, literally, the word is happy. It will literally help you to be happy. It will help with anxiety a lot. Like, it actually works. I don't really suffer a whole bunch from anxiety, but I have taken these sometimes, like when sometimes when I have to travel a long way and stuff, it just kind of keeps me alert and whatnot. This one helps me sleep. I usually don't have trouble sleeping, but I will take this one with me on a trip, because sometimes when I change environments like that, I get a little weird. And then I just need help to make sure that I'm sleeping, because I'm doing so many other things. But I did want to talk about these two products and how incredibly helpful they are. I will name off some ingredients later on, but these two, if you are suffering from anxiety, depression, can't sleep, help me out. Anybody else have anything else?
Stress, general stress.
General stress. Perfect. There you go.
Mhm.
That one, I do want to bring this one up because there has been, so along with this, it causes us to not have so much energy. So this one here for the energy and boosting your energy, this one is a perfect complement. And just because there's been a lot of colds, but it seems to be a real big respiratory issue. And I don't know if it's just, it's been a very hot year and a very wet year here where we are in Canada. So this has been my savior for lungs. I can't even tell you. I was at a party and I gave some to a girl. She was having a really tough time breathing, and she was using an oxygen tank, and she didn't have to use it after these. Like, it's really good. I don't want to talk too much about that, but I do want the girls to actually introduce themselves once I actually stop talking, which will be soon, I promise. So not only do I do the APL Go, I also have a publishing company and Empowered Talks, this platform. I'm also a real estate agent. I do some international investing, and I work with a lot of other agents. I love the investment field. It's my favorite. I really get into that whole side of business, and the more international, the more spectacular. That's why when Patrick was on earlier and he was telling me that he was working internationally as an accountant, I was like, wow, I didn't even think that was possible. Like, how cool is that? So I love that the internet has connected all of us together. I also have a podcast called Meditation Millionaire, and I'm going to be coming out with a real estate one called Real Estate Ins and Outs. I've also joined a bank, which is a spectacular bank code. So not a bank, although I did used to work at a bank. The bank I'm talking about is Code Breaker Bank Code. So these will help anyone who, which is pretty much all of us, anyone who does sales. This will actually help you uncover the different personalities, understand them better, which will allow you to communicate better with them in their code. So if you're a hyperactive, crazy person like me, and you can communicate with me, that's going to be easy for you. But if you're going to communicate with someone who's an introvert and who needs more information, I don't really require, in fact, I don't want extra information. I don't want too many details. If you give me too many details, I'm going to tune out and I'm going to start looking at my phone and not pay attention. But for someone who does, I recently had a conversation with a client, and I did get the listing, and not just the list, he has 9 other properties. So I'm going to be doing quite a bit of business with him, but an hour-and-a-half conversation that I don't think I would have been able to hold before I learned about these. It just gives you that understanding. And while I love people, I just sometimes I'd be like, I don't understand. Why are you asking so many questions? Like, what part of this didn't I explain? And now it's like, no, this is what they do. Even after I've answered 50 questions, they'll still walk away going, okay, I'm going to go do some research. And I used to get offended by that. I was like, what? what part can I explain? But that's what they do. And I have a really close friend that does that. She's actually that code, like that's her main code, and nurturing, of course. And I just was like, what? Why do you have to research everything? But that she still does it. And it was so funny because this helped me understand her and allowed me to love her more because I'd be like, oh, okay, that's just what she does. And she was giving me instructions the other day to get to her cottage, and I followed them. And she goes, yep, I made them short, like you like it, to the point. So she sent them to me. And then when she sent it to me, I actually took like a smaller paper thing. So I would have the instructions because the GPS wasn't going to go there. So I had them just so I could quickly look at them while I was driving. I shortened that even more, but I don't want to tell her that. So I had to shorten it more because you can't, like when you're looking, you just need to go left is in big letters, right? Or right is in, so you know where you're going. Never mind the little explanations, right? But it was so beautiful the way we were respecting each other. So this comes with a whole program. There's an affiliate program. You want to make money. You're going to make money with this program is the bottom line. You're going to make money because you're going to learn how to speak to people better and you're going to make money. We're going to talk more about that later. So I don't want to take up this section, although it does help you when you're speaking with people to understand where they're coming from and their health issues. And now I am going to be their health issues. And now I am going to be quiet and I'm going to let Nikki introduce herself and then Amanda. Okay, go ahead, Nikki. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marianne. And everything you said is so true. But you know what? I learned that we have to know who we are first, and we have to know what our issues are first. My name is Nikki Cruz. I'm commonly known as the Joy Junkie, and not my claim to fame, but I spent 11 years in a wheelchair and told I would never walk again. And I was miraculously healed out of that wheelchair, didn't realize I'd walked, and I've been walking ever since. And as a result, I have learned that we get to see beyond our circumstances and we get to change our mindset about things. And recently, I discovered that some of those things that hinder us are not just mindset. They're the physical things that affect our body. And I know a lot of people think, oh, wow, you got out of your wheelchair. You started walking. That was 3 years ago, by the way. So everything was hunky-dory. No, it wasn't. I did have some health issues that remained. I had some joint pain. Obviously, my body had to recur. And I recently got to know Marianne a lot better when I started using candies. So we'll talk more about that in a moment. But, it affects your mind. It affects your mindset when you are not at your peak health. Am I at my peak health? No, not yet. I'm working on it, and I think it will be a lifelong journey. But candy certainly have helped me get there. So, over to you, Amanda.
Hello, I'm Amanda, and I joined APL Go with Marianne a few months ago. I also had a serious car accident, so with that came some health stuff, and as I was getting to know Marianne a little more, I started talking to her about it, and she kind of showed me the products, and I've had really good results with them. So we'll probably talk about the products a little bit more in depth, but yeah, so I'm happy to be here.
I'm going to just jump on before you come back, Marianne, and just say, when you've had health issues all your life, you get so tired of everybody bringing you the next best solution. And I've had that all my life, but then especially being in a wheelchair and everybody suggesting everything, you get so tired of hearing it and people not actually listening to what your concerns are. And somebody recommended the APL Go to me, and I thought, oh, all right. And I bought a box and all right. Yes, it's not going to work. And I'm diabetic. And the one day my sugar was running really high. And I just sat there and I thought, oh, well, what am I going to do? I may as well try it. And it worked. you get yourself into such a mindset that everything's not going to work because you've had so many things that didn't work. And I know Marianne's going to talk more about what makes this so special and so different. But if you're switching off because you don't want to hear, please stick around and listen, because this really made a difference to my life. And for the first time ever, I believe that there is going to be some correction of situations I have that I never thought, and the doctors have always said, will never be corrected, that have been the result of prolonged and excessive use of necessary medication at the time. Had I had these at the time, I probably wouldn't be in that state in the first place. So don't switch off, stay tuned and hear all about it. You're on mute, Marianne.
Everybody hold up an HPR. If you love your liver, hold up an HPR. No, I love that. That's my new thing now. So HPR, I just want to say a little bit about this, is for everyone. I don't know one single soul over, let's say, roughly over 20, or if you've had an exciting teenage year, and if you were born in the 60s like we were and you partied your whole 70s away. These are excellent liver support supplements. They will do a very mild cleanse. You won't even really feel it, but it's more of a support to help your liver be healthier. And let's face it, all our toxins go through the liver. And if they don't get dealt with properly, they end up on our skin. So as we age, this becomes more and more and more and more and more important, because us women, we have menopause, and I know that men have, they should call it womenopause for them. They have it too, they just get it different. And we have stuff for that as well. I don't have, does anyone have an PWR close by to show me the box? You got to show it lower.
Sorry.
Yeah, there you go. These two, I can't tell you enough about these. So the one that Amanda's holding up is the testosterone. This is the estrogen. The estrogen has, yeah, thank you. And Nikki has both. So estrogen, this one will have also calcium and iron. And let me tell you what the testosterone did for me. So I would get up roughly anywhere from 5 to 6 times a night to go to the bathroom, to urinate. I go once, depending on how much I sleep. I can go 6 hours of sleeping without getting up once. Do you know what a huge, if you don't know, if you've never had to get up 5, 6 times, you don't understand how good and how important that is. To be able to go once, or sometimes not even once. Sometimes not even that. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to chug a lug 2 liters of water before I go to sleep and I'm only going to get up once. No, that's a different story. But if you're having a normal day, I didn't chug a lug 2 liters of water then either. And so that is like a huge thing. And it strengthened my bladder. And I believe firmly that it actually helps with the kidneys. It helps to strengthen them. I don't think it heals them completely if there's, hardcore issues, but I have seen some serious improvement in the kidneys. So, and I cannot not say anything about this product. This is a lifeline for most people. This is a microbiome balancer. I can't say enough about this. For a person who has suffered now, I'm 62 years old, and I'm super proud to say that I am on 0 medication, 0. I am not a medication lover. I will try different things. I will only take meds when I absolutely have to. I have had to take antibiotics for far too much of my lifetime. Bronchitis and sinusitis were my 2 culprits. I was on all kinds of antibiotics unless I had some sort of dental surgery. That's it. So this one is super great because this will eat away at parasites, and Candida's a parasite. And when you take that many antibiotics, you have Candida. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you think you're going to tell me. You have Candida. So this will help with candida and your belly will go down. This will help bring your belly down. Not this by itself, although this by itself will probably do a little bit too. But if you really want to bring your belly down, we're going to talk about something called the 30-day metabolic reset. I have them here. I can tell you the products, but before I go do that, we'll see how much time we have left. I can do it fast and I can do it slow. Would like Amanda to share with us what she thinks of energy drinks.
So, a lot of people know that I was really like hooked on energy drinks. I was drinking probably 2 a day, and I had an issue with my weight going in just to my belly, because I was consuming an exuberant amount of sugar and caffeine because those drinks are just loaded with that and everything else. And so when I first started with the APL Goat, Marianne suggested for me to start the STP and the GTS. And so the STP helped me actually cut back on the caffeine and kind of deal with the withdrawal from the caffeine, because when you drink that much caffeine a day, you kind of get the jitters and the shakes and stuff like that. So I was taking the STP a couple times a day with the GTS, because the GTS was for the energy and the stamina and just mood and overall feeling healthier and having that strength, right? That energy. And I would get that kind of low down at 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon. You know, sometimes that's when people go for their second coffee or their tea or whatever they drink in the afternoon. So with the combination of those, I was able to actually stop drinking energy drinks and caffeine, all of it. I don't drink caffeine anymore, no more energy drinks. And my belly is like almost completely flat. So that's really big for me, because I just had twins a few years ago. So for the fact that I've had twins in the last couple of years and I no longer drink caffeine and my belly's flat, I'm really happy with those results. So that's part of the reason why I really love these products. But the PFT is another one that will definitely help with the weight. And that's another one that I started taking last month, and the weight just keeps coming off. So I'm really happy with that. So those are great products, and I've had really great experiences with them.
Amazing. She calls me up one day. She goes, I don't have a belly anymore. Her husband told her she doesn't have a belly anymore. I'm like, I don't understand. What are we talking about? You have no belly, like it went flat, or we have some sort of medical issue here and I need to call 911. I'm not sure where are we going with this. Too funny. So yeah, so that's just some of the possibilities. I do want to mention about this product because it's hugely important, especially as we age. So I feel like I'm completely aging backwards with these. So this is for the heart. I don't have a high blood pressure or low. It's pretty good. My blood pressure, a little bit on cholesterol, mostly on blood pressure. But for me, I take it for the circulation. I feel like as the older I get, the more help with circulation I could use. I also do a lot of sitting at the computer. So I also have a dog. I'm super blessed. So I have to walk, whether I like it or not, outside, which is really good. And yeah, so that's what I wanted her to sort of cover that, because that's huge, 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 huge. I just want to go through a couple of these products. Did you want to share anything, Nikki, before I start?
Yes, I want to talk about the NRM.
Oh,
Is that okay?
absolutely.
This was the product that I reached for when my sugar was high that day. And if you know anything about diabetics, my doctor calls me a type 1.5 diabetic, because I am a diabetic as a result of prolonged use of steroids and of cortisone, which has caused other damage. And therefore my sugar is uncontrolled. I'm insulin dependent. And I take insulin, check my sugar, and because I still take prednisone, my sugar automatically goes up anyway. So then I take fast acting insulin, and I just didn't feel like it this day. And I had this box of NRM, which somebody had recommended, and I'd taken it and thought, yeah, I'll be supportive. And yeah, Linda, don't worry, I'm talking about you. So I went ahead and got these things, and I thought, well, why not? They're here, I'll try it. My sugar was running at, I think it was 235. I took one of these, and in 10 minutes, it was down to 195. I thought, oh, well, that's great. Let's see what happens. I'm sure it'll go back up in a moment as soon as these delicious lozenges that you suck. So much better than sticking a needle in my arm, that's for sure. And you know what? It's cheaper too. And within half an hour, it had dropped down to like 155. And within an hour, my sugar was within range. It was, I think, 110 or 120. So, of course, Doubting Thomas here said, oh, well, yeah, must have just been a natural occurrence. But the next time it happened, I tried it again and it worked again. 2 days later, my husband was ill and his sugar went up to over 300. He had exactly the same results. Within an hour, his sugar came down to normal range. And he's not insulin dependent. So that was wonderful. We didn't have to rush him off to the doctor or to hospital. As a result, I take these rather than taking my short-acting insulin. Now, I'm not suggesting you do that. However, it worked. It still works, so much so that we actually took them to our doctor. And I haven't had a need to go back to the doctor yet, so I haven't spoken to her again, because they really did work and they've continued to work. And that led me to go on to the next product and the next product. And you're seeing us show all these different boxes and kind of going, you guys are nuts. These are not like chalky vitamins. I was taking vitamins for almost every one of these things, and I was taking handfuls of them. I had to have 2 pill containers for my daily vitamins. Now I have a beautiful lozenge that I can put in my mouth. It tastes good. It's smooth, and my body absorbs it immediately. And people have seen the results in me, seen the new energy in me. And a couple of the ladies in my programs have started using them. But you know what? They keep giving them to other people because they've experienced them using them once, seen it work, and they're giving them out. But really, this NRM was the start of my candies journey. And I'm very new to all of this, and I absolutely believe in it. I've seen it in myself, and I've seen it in my husband and in the lives of the other people who are taking them. So that's my chat about NRM.
Awesome. Does anyone have a box of PFT close by that they could just show? Because I do want to go back to PFT for 1 sec. When I was part of the testing group, and I'm 5'7". I'm not a small girl, just so you know. And I lost, there it is. I lost 16 pounds, but more better, which is proper English, more better than that. I lost 3.5 inches in my waist and 4 inches in my hips. This product goes after visceral fat. It'll go right after that. All that fat that's wrapped itself around your organs, which is what's slowing them down, all that fat around that liver, so that now it's called a fatty liver and there's fat inside and so on and so forth. This is what it goes after. This is it. The belly, you want to remove a belly, do that. Couple that up with the 30-day metabolic reset to help cleanse and prep your body, and then put in the PFT, or start with the PFT and that, like I did both at the same time. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So 16 pounds out. So altogether I'd lost 31, and then it was one party after another, so I binged off a little bit. I really didn't diet, but I was eating maybe a little bit less junky stuff than I would otherwise. I don't work out. I do my stretching and my yoga in the morning, and I walk. That's it. I don't work out in a gym. I probably should, but I don't. And you don't have to either. Walking is good if you can walk at least a half an hour a day, if nothing else, and walk slow. Start slow, and don't walk a half an hour if you can't. for whatever reason, if your knees or hips or, lower back won't support that, walk for 10 minutes, walk for 5 minutes, and just try to grow each day, and you'll see. It's amazing. But I want to get into some of the products because I want you to see what the ingredients are. How are we with time? Oh yeah, we're good. So the whole product is made from the DNA of the plant. First of all, DNA of the plant speaks to your DNA. Okay, so even if it's made with bananas and you're allergic to bananas, you're not going to be allergic to this. Now, you might have a reaction that's a detox reaction, but it's not an allergic reaction. So if you're detoxing fast, that just means your body's super crazy toxic, and now there's, all this toxic stuff coming out. It's a tough one. I get that a lot with the MLS because it will clean up your microbiome. So you want your microbiome cleaned? Yeah, be prepared to do some detoxing. I just want to give you some of the ingredients so that you see they're GMO free, halal, kosher, vegan. Help me out, ladies. There's no way I'm going to remember all of them. There's so many of them. Vegan, GMO free, gluten free. What else can you guys remember? Anyways, there's a lot. There's a whole list of everything, and I don't even have one of my pamphlets. They're all in the car because I was going somewhere with them. Anyways,
there's so many benefits to remember. There's so many.
There's pesticide free, animal testing free. Put it this way, everything that's in there is 100% natural. And this skincare line you see behind me is not yet available to us in Canada, but I'm hoping that at convention they're going to tell me when they're coming to Canada. They are, however, available to the US. All of US, you get these products. So I'm just going to tell you briefly. The owner's wife, so the founder of the whole company, she got pregnant and she wanted to have a 100% toxic free product to put on her face. She couldn't find one. So what does a girl do when she can't find one? She makes one. This is the result. Not only is the product 100% chemical free of anything, the product they're very vibration aware. So the product is packaged in not plastic, that's for sure. Not just any glass, but Venetian glass. Yeah, Venetian glass. Like you're going to want to keep the containers after to reuse them somehow. And there's a beautiful mist. See that product right there? I think that might be it. There's a gorgeous mist that I use all the time. I'm like, I gotta do oils in here. So I did get my hands on a little bit of the product. The girls, when I won the trip to Dubai, they brought me some, and then I went to Maryland earlier this year, so I stocked up. I thought, okay, this will have to keep me until we actually get it here in Canada. So I'm so excited about that coming to Canada. I can't even tell you. And back to the products, because I promised you I will give you some ingredients. So that blood pressure one for the heart, grapeseed, hawthorn, white mistletoe, pomegranate, raspberry, wild strawberry. They are candies. We call them candies because they're sweet, and they're sweetened with beetroot and with molasses. They're hermetically sealed, and they will last you forever. You will die and these will still be around. Like that's how long they'll last you. And I accidentally left some in, actually one of my clients, his kid accidentally ate a whole thing. And he's okay. Everything was fine. I accidentally left some in the car in this kind of heat in July. I usually don't carry them in my car because, nope. They actually work, so I guess I could carry them if I want.
I have to disagree with you, Marianne. You say they will last forever. They won't, because you'll eat them first.
That's true. That's true. That's very true. Okay, so the liver detox. You ask what's inside, even though you didn't. I'm going to tell you: artichoke, dandelion, milk thistle, turmeric, peach, avocado, and raisin. The MLS, where's the MLS? The one that will eat away at your candida and give you a flatter belly? Oh my gosh, we're going to be here all day. And plus they're a little bit cut off at the end. Thyme, ginger, cinnamon, turmeric, clove, licorice, chamomile, echinacea, artichoke, fenugreek, dandelion, coriander, cranberry, papaya, mandarin, grapefruit, black currant. And I don't know why the last two are cut off, and I want to see if I can find the ingredients anywhere else. I don't think they have the ingredients here. Oh, well, that's too bad. I don't know where I'll have to get more organized for this. But that's just, there's two more ingredients that I can't see, but I'm sure one of them is ashwagandha, because ashwagandha is almost in everything. So the grow, which we didn't show you, does anyone have a grow? Oh, I have a grow. This product in 2020 won an award out of 423 plot products. This came out as #1 as an immune booster in 2020. Well, that's all we talked about was the immune system. So that one has European olive, echinacea, astragalus, reishi mushroom, ashwagandha. All my nutritionists are going, oh, yay. And the other people are going, what the heck are those things? Balsam pear, aloe vera, cranberry, bilberry, pomegranate, rowan berry, husk tomato, black currant. That's a lot of product. No wonder it was #1. All natural. Keep in mind, all natural. Sweet. No, if you have any issues swallowing, I have clients that can't swallow regular size capsules or anything like that. Like maybe like a baby aspirin, if you're lucky, they can swallow. And you know, when you're swallowing down some of those capsules and they come apart and yeah, anyways, I don't want to get gross. So easy to take, easy breezy. Now, even if you couldn't take them, and even if you don't like sucking on candy and you don't want it inside of your mouth and you want to swallow it, at least suck on it for a little bit so that it goes into the mucous membrane and then swallow it. Or you can put it into a cup or a glass of water and at room temperature and just leave it. It will dissolve and then you can drink it that way. That's how I give it to my dogs. Sometimes I give it to him directly. So my dog suffers from anxiety, so I give him the Relax, and I also give him the one for parasites, because guess who has a lot of parasites? Our dogs, right? And guess who likes to kiss our dogs? Pretty much all of us, all dog owners. So parasite one, mandatory. Okay, GTS, the one that Amanda said she basically substituted her energy drinks with. And also it's supposed to be really great for sports people that work out a lot. It's really good for your muscles and it gives you better muscle tone. Okay, here we go. Green tea, Siberian ginseng, magnolia, vine, water, hyssop, ashwagandha, again, pineapple, gooseberry, apple. The NRM that our Nikki was talking about for bringing down your blood sugar, Malabar tamarind, Siberian ginseng, gumar, balsam pear, fenugreek, apple, and lychee. I don't think anything's going to hurt when you're taking these. Okay. Oh, this one's cut off too. I'm not going to be able to read all of it. The male, the testosterone one. Yeah. Ginseng, ashwagandha, damiana, and ginger and lemon. And that's all I can see. There's one more thing in there that's cut off. The power for the estrogen one is damiana, asparagus, ginkgo, ashwagandha, ginger, and apricot. The Relax for sleeping and for anxiety and depression. Chamomile, Siberian ginseng, passion flower, ashwagandha, banana, and lettuce. Simple. It's like you're eating food, only in a cute little candy. There's just enough. Take 1 a day or 2 a day, depending on, which way you need to go. And one of my products, which I also don't seem to have a box around here. Oh, maybe I do. Hang on. Oh, this is a savior. 60+ people listen. Actually, you know what? 50+. You know what? Maybe even 40+ people listen up. Can you say anti-inflammatory? Yeah, you know what I used to take for an anti-inflammatory? Advil. Yeah, extra strength. Now I take maybe 2 or 3 of these, or 4 if I really have to, if it's really bad. Inflammation. Inflammation, what do you call it? What do they call it? Like in Taekwondo when you're the master of some, I don't know. Anyway, inflammation mastery, I want to say. Ingredients: ginger, grapple plant, licorice, green tea, turmeric, pear, and wild strawberry. Who knew that combo would have done it for you? And one last one, and I definitely don't have this one anywhere close by, is the STP. And that one is for pain. Oh, look at my girls. Look at this, is like Vanna White and Vanna White. Vanna White 1 and Vanna White. Okay. Oh gosh. Ashwagandha, turmeric, grapple plant, ginger, licorice, cherry, raspberry, cayenne. And something else that I can't see that got cut off. So that one will actually, if you have pain of any kind. So first of all, if you have pain, there's inflammation. So you need the inflammation in that one. And those are the 2 I've been using for the last month and a half. I have a little bit of a groin hip injury from when I fell. And every once in a while, it'll just show its ugly head and just invade my space. So that's what I've been using. Not that I want to say anything bad about, Advil or anything else, but I don't need to use any of that. This is all natural. It's like taking food, only I don't have to sit there and think about which combination of food is going to work. And it's because it's made from the DNA of the plant, it works quickly, it absorbs very quickly, and it's all infused with negative ions. So if you don't know what negative ions are, you should probably read up a bit, because it's such a big thing. If you've heard of grounding, if you walk barefoot on grass, that's grounding. There's various grounding tools. I actually have a tool here that will help you with actual negative ions. It's a really cool device. It's also $3,500. And it's great and it works great, but it's $3,500. And I'm lucky that it works on me, but for my people that come to me, they only get it when they come to me, right? So this here that I read off is the metabolic reset. This is the price in US dollars, $324. I think in Canadian it's 4 and a bit. I can't recommend this enough as an overall cleanse, but not even just as a cleanse, but an overall healing tool. This will heal your insides. This will heal most of your, no, this will heal all your organs basically. And so we're not sure how toxic you are. So you might need 2 months in a row. You might need 3. There's been people that haven't really noticed much of a difference until they hit the 3rd month. And then it's like, oh my gosh, like the flood just started and all of a sudden they lost weight and all kinds of different things. So you're going to find that you're going to have more energy. So I've been using all these products now except for the ones that came out later. I've been using them now for about 1.5 years. I really feel great. Like the fact that I have, and if you're going to be a control freak over something, this would be a good thing to be a control freak over. I have some control over my inflammation. I feel like I was inflamed all the time. I don't know about you, Nikki. You're still kind of young, Amanda, but there's still some inflammation there. But when you're diabetic, and I'm not diabetic and I don't plan on being it, I am insulin resistant though. And the minute you have that, there's inflammation in the body. I don't care what you say. I don't know what you've heard. There's inflammation there. And if something's not right, there's inflammation there. Inflammation is the culprit. And so when you take down that inflammation, like I had really horrifying allergies, and I used to take something that begins with a B and ends with a drill at the end. And I used to take it for 3 months at a time. Can you imagine taking anything for 3 months, like med of any kind, even though it's over the counter? And then same thing, that would be in spring, and then again, maybe 2 months in the fall, because the fall, for whatever reason, didn't seem to be quite as bad. And I've completely replaced that with the ALT, which I also don't have close by, but I'm sure one of my Vanna White girls will. Yep, there it is. And that product was my first savior product for me. That's the one that did it for me. I had a really bad cold on the day that my order got delivered, and I wasn't even going for that. I was just going to see, check out this product, because it's infused with negative ions and made from the DNA of the plant. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I have negative ions. That's like, are you, what? How can I can't even say no to that. And then, yeah, and then I discovered that my allergies, I took that for 3 months instead of the other thing. And then I took that for 2 months. And then the following year, which is this year, in spring, I used maybe, and I'm being really generous, I don't think I used even a full box for the whole season. That's how much I cleaned up. So also I used a lot of extra, not a lot, but like extra SLD, the one for inflammation, because my hip was acting up. And I think once you bring the inflammation, so whenever I have someone with allergies, I give them the ALT and the SLD to take those two, because once you take down the inflammation, then the rest of it can work better. And then if it's really, like for me, I could, and a lot of people are like that. They could easily have like an asthma attack. It's so bad. So then I do the, I know I had it here, the air, and that one actually works really nicely on the actual lungs. And I've noticed that it helps. I don't know if it's because all of our products are anti-inflammatory, and they all have the negative ion component. So I find that they help to take down the inflammation and also the fever. I think that comes down automatically with the inflammation. So that's what I've noticed for, most of the people that have tried. We have 18 products altogether. If you want to know more, come to me, Amanda, or Nikki, and we will be more than happy to help you. We all pretty well understand the product. If because I've been here longer, if there's questions, I'm happy to join into the conversation, and we can have a 3-way call. And that'll be fun too, in another way. And so with that, 102, Jose's not here, so he must be coming soon. He's going to be speaking at, just as soon as I said it, there he is. Jose's used it as well. So anyways, I do want to thank everyone for listening, and thank you ladies for sharing. Any final words from you two lovely young ladies?
If you're doubtful, give it a try. They're cheaper than your vitamins in most cases. So just try it. And hi, Jose.
And they're supernatural. They're super natural. Amanda, any last words?
No, I just want to say thanks for having me on. And yeah, you definitely should try them. Honestly, it's made my life so much more easy just because they're easy to take with you. So again, thank you for having me. And yeah.
Definitely try them. You have nothing to lose other than your issues. And as you're losing your issues, you got to get some tissues. Okay, now I'm just being ridiculous. Jose, welcome.
Hello, Nikki, Amanda, and Marianne. Good to see you guys.
Jose only knows some of us. He knows all of us. Yep. Jose and his harem. First we had Robert with the harem, now we have you. Okay, let me get over to Jose. So Jose, the reason we all know him is because he is the founder of Connected Leaders Academy, which you're going to hear more about, but I'm going to read Jose's bio. Jose Escobar is an award-winning, nationally recognized personal development speaker, and I believe I heard the word 14-time international best-selling author. Most of the time anyways.
Most of the time, but yeah, this has made number 14, so yes, excited.
Look at this. I haven't received my copy yet. And I'm the publisher in Canada. In the US, it's just faster. Everything's just better and faster. So 14-time published author and soon coming with more. Sales professional, husband and father of 5 children and 1 coming on the way, so soon to be 6. How wonderful is that? He leads compelling high-level communities consisting of entrepreneurs and advanced leaders through 2 multi-6-figure business models that have now surpassed 7 figures. Probably we're probably into 8 figures soon. The Entrepreneur's Bookshelf and the Connected Leaders Academy. Jose's magnetic personality shines in his presentations, where he has reached audiences collectively over 30 million and radiates throughout his dynamic coaching programs, inspiring his international 350 plus. Oh, I think we're at 400 by now, aren't we? 400 plus.
407.
Yeah, see, entrepreneurs and executive clientele to match their personal and professional excellence. His past sales experience led him to amass over 30 million in revenue for the companies he served, and this family man's sales and coaching in the martial arts industry has positively affected the lives of well over 500,000 families for the better. Learn more about Jose's products and services at www.connectedleadersacademy.com. And with that, I present to you the amazing Jose Escobar. You know what? I need like applause or drums or something. I need to add that in.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Marianne, for having me once again at your amazing Happy Money virtual summit. Super thrilled to be here as always. Your events are just magnificent. You always bring some top-notch, world-class speakers, and again, honored to not only be a speaker here today, but also a sponsor, Connected Leaders Academy, for your amazing summit today. So thank you.
Always a sponsor on my podcast as well. Always a sponsor. Super, one of the most supportive people I've ever met in my whole life. Jose Escobar. Sorry, I had to add that in. Sure.
Alrighty, well, thank you. Excited to be here. So I'm going to dive in. Happy money seems to be the topic of the day, so I'm going to focus around that subject matter. As much as I can go off on a tangent, and I may very well do that along the way, which I tend to do quite often. I just kind of go off, and then I remind myself, wait, it's happy money. Let's circle back to happy money. So I am thrilled. First of all, in terms of those of you who do not know me, because I know we're always getting new viewers here for these these summits that Marianne puts on. So if this is your first time seeing me, then of course I'm going to share some stuff that you guys should know. If you already heard it before, well, maybe get some marshmallows or something meanwhile. But I think, in attention spans, many of you might agree with me, they're like ebbs and flows, highs and lows, peaks and valleys, right? So you might be paying attention, but then you're not, and then you are, and then you're not, and you kind of tune in and tune out when somebody's talking, especially if you've been sitting here from the beginning of today's summit, because I'm sure you've heard many amazing speakers, and it's just hard to pay attention the entire time, right? I know, been there, done that, right? So from some of you might have heard some things I've said before, because I've said it, and you've seen me. This is now your 3rd, 4th, or 5th time hearing me. But guess what? It might be the first time you actually hear me say that particular thing, because you might have missed it the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd time. So for some of you, this is new. For some of you, this is not. And let me just kind of give you a very quick background. First of all, happily married, born in Washington, D.C., raised in Maryland. We have 5 kids, 1 on the way, as Marianne said, number 6 due in October. 3 boys, 3 girls, very much a family man, very much a man of faith, and very much a businessman, hardworking businessman, very much a servant leader, always looking to add value to those who are in my community, those that I serve. And I always want to make sure I over deliver, and always there looking to what else can I do? How else can I serve? How else can I add value to the people that need it? And how else can I create world change and leave my dent in the world, right? That's what it's all about. So let's see, background in martial arts, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai kickboxing. On the recreational side, I enjoy a nice craft beer and a cigar from time to time. And of course, coffee in my backyard. And then in terms of career, just to give some of you a little background, since it is happy money, I was a branch manager for Capital One, and I was in the banking world for quite some time, doing a lot of banking stuff. I also worked for PNC Bank, and I worked for a life insurance company selling life insurance for quite some time, and that was a unique experience. You know, selling life insurance for National Life Group out of Vermont, which was fantastic and great career. Did that for close to 10 years, if not 10 years, and then of course I was in the property and casualty. Right, I did some great work for Liberty Mutual and State Farm. That was a long time. A lot of monies were moved back and forth. I produced well over 30 million for the companies I served over many years, and it was fun. It's a great career. And then I decided to go into the martial arts industry. I was the sales director for a global martial arts company called EFC, Educational Funding Company, out of Chevy Chase, Maryland. Did a lot of consulting, did a lot of coaching. I traveled the country quite a bit, did trade shows, all kinds of things, really helping increase the bottom line there, and just absolutely loved it. Met some amazing people. Then I decided to launch my two companies, the Entrepreneurs Bookshelf and the Connected Leaders Academy. Entrepreneurs Bookshelf is my coaching, author, speaker leg, right? So I have 5 different courses and programs that I sell. Then I also have, I'm a 14-time published author now, which is 2 of those books actually are with Marianne. So forgiveness is for me, not them, as well as our conversations with the divine. 2 books that I co-authored with Marianne and some amazing co-authors. If you've never co-authored a book before, let me tell you something. If you're a coach and a speaker, you got to do that. You just got to get into some books, right? If you've never written your own book, there's an easy way to get started, and that's called a co-authorship, right? So get some co-authorships out there. Expand your network. Every time you co-author a book, you expand your network, right? And then you get to leverage the fancy titles like international bestseller. Who doesn't want to say they're an international bestseller? I do. I know you do. I'm pretty sure you do, right? So position yourself to win. Part of happy money is positioning yourself to win. You gotta have a plan. You gotta be on the starting line. You actually have to put on the gear, right? If you want to win a Super Bowl, first of all, you got to apply to get on the team. You got to say, I want to play. Number 2, you got to develop your skill sets in that space and say, hey, let me show you what I can do. Show the coaches, hey, I can perform. I can do A, B, and C. Then you get a uniform. You make the team, but you're on the bench. You got to earn your spot. You got to earn your spot on the team. And then you go and you perform. You got to play. You got to be on the field. How many of you are on the field right now? How many of you are playing the game? Many of you might be on the sideline right now. You might be on the bench. Some people might be keeping the Gatorade cold on the sidelines, just, bringing the water to the players. Some of you might be the fans in the audience that don't want to get in the game. Are just going to cheer other people on and watch them succeed and win in the sport, even though you absolutely love the sport and you love the game and you'd love to do it, but not me. So when it comes to the money game, when it comes to business, when it comes to professional career, you got to be in the game. You got to give it your best shot. You got to be willing to put on the uniform. Are you wearing the helmet and the pads? If we're speaking, football. Are you wearing the pads? Do you even have the uniform on? Did you apply to get on the team? Did you make the team? Are you proving yourself day in and day out? Are you putting in the work? There's a famous quote in the martial arts industry I learned from my old jiu-jitsu coach, Master Lloyd Irvin. Shout out to Master Lloyd Irvin from Camp Springs, Team Lloyd Irvin. And I believe that's the signal here, Lloyd Irvin, anybody who knows martial arts out there, or jiu-jitsu. He would always say the mantra of his school is hard work will always beat talent when talent refuses to work hard. I'll let that sink in while I take a sip of my Coca-Cola. This is not coffee, it's Coca-Cola. But you know why I drink it out of a coffee mug? Because it's branded. Hello. It's called a branded coffee mug.
I love it. You know what? I actually drink my water out of a coffee cup. Everyone always asks me why, and I go, I just like it. Look at it. It's my branding color. It's not my branded one, although I do have a branded one here for my pens.
Yep. Love it. Love it. Love it. So yeah, branding, that's a whole nother conversation. Again, I'm going off the rails here, but know that that's a ninja secret right there. Every appointment that I get on for a prospect or with a client or anybody, guess what I'm drinking? Who cares what I'm drinking? It's really what's on the outside, right? I could be drinking anything. I could be drinking vodka for all you know, but no, I'm not. It's not Friday quite yet. I'm drinking ice Coke, okay? But most of the time it's coffee or water when I'm drinking out of this mug. But I do it on purpose, intentionally. Branding. Look at what I'm wearing. Yes, I'm wearing this suit jacket, right? But what is visible to you? A piece of my logo, right? Branding. You have to be a walking billboard, which goes back into, are you playing the game? Are you in the game? So as I continue here, I built these businesses: Entrepreneurs Bookshelf, coach, author, speaker. I'm also a speaker. I travel the country all the time, speaking on all kinds of stages. I speak virtually as well here. I have virtual conferences myself, and I also do in-person events. Under the Connected Leaders Academy, my other company, that's a subscription-based model. It's a membership for entrepreneurs globally. 407 paid members, 45 states, 21 countries. We just expanded into the Philippines, which is amazing. Absolutely love it. We're in places like France, Germany, Hong Kong, Pakistan, India, Malta, Costa Rica, New Zealand, Australia, Canada, Peru, Mexico, England, Scotland. I can keep going, but it all started with one person. And the only reason why this grew and scaled is because I was in the game. I was putting in the work. I was putting in the time, right? It's required. Under the umbrella of Connected Leaders Academy, I also, like I mentioned, have live events. I have branded merchandise. Shout out to my merchandise guy, who is the guru of branded merch. He does all of my stuff, anything that can be branded: t-shirts, hoodies, hats, journals, coffee mugs, backpacks, tumblers, pens, you name it. All the stuff that I have that I use and I promote, I have a guy named Robert Schwartz out of New Jersey. He's an amazing CLA member, Connected Leaders Academy member. If you don't know him, reach out to him. He can brand anything from you. He's been in the business for over 30 plus years. He knows all the people in the industry. He gets the best deals, the best prices, the best quality, you name it. He's the guy. I do all my stuff from him. So my encouragement is reach out to him. Enough there. So kudos to you. Shout out to Robert Schwartz out of New Jersey. So, and then branded merchandise. I also have my own anthologies. I said, heck, I'm paying to be in everybody else's books. I might as well get my own, right? We just launched our anthology not too long ago, called Dear Younger Me, under the Connected Leaders Academy umbrella, right? All these people here are CLA members on the back. Guess what? They had to pay to be in this book. I'm launching a second edition of another anthology under the Connected Leaders Academy, and stay tuned for that. But I'm in that space too now, right? And then lastly, I have a mastermind called the Diamond Club. It's more of a high ticket. Oh, that's another one. That's another CLA anthology right here. At Thrive, of which Marianne Pageant co-authored as well. She's right here on the back. As a matter of fact, right, boom, right there. So these are, and we have Catalyze, it's about to launch. So a third one coming out under the CLA umbrella. And then, of course, I have the mastermind I mentioned, much more high ticket. And I'm not going to go into pricing and all the details, but I teach people all of my organic strategies. The reason why I have a mastermind is because I was able to generate 7 figures in 15 months organically in my 2 businesses combined. Now, people said, how in the world, what do you mean organic? How did you do that? Well, that's what I teach people in my mastermind. So that is everything that's happened over the last 15 months for those of you who are new to my world. And for those of you who have already heard this, well, now you heard it again, right? And I said a couple of nice things along the way that might have been valuable to you. But again, I say all that to say that all of this started with the idea that I don't like being broke. Okay. How many people out there, raise your hands virtually if you're out there, how many people enjoy robbing Peter to pay Paul? How about nobody? And if you do, then God bless you. But I'm telling you, it's not a good idea. How many people enjoy robbing Peter to pay Paul? Raise your hand. How many people enjoy having more month than money? Raise your hand. How many people enjoy drowning in financial debt? Raise your hand. How many people enjoy not knowing where your next meal is going to come from? Not knowing whether you're going to be able to make the gas bill or pay the internet bill, or whether there's something's going to get cut off. How many of you enjoy getting debt collectors blowing up your phone multiple times a day? How many enjoy those negative fees on your bank account when your bank account goes negative and they hit you with $35 fees and they just add up? How many people out there enjoy being one day away from being unemployed? I mean, I can go on and on and on and on. I have, and I say this because I have been in every single one of those shoes. Can I tell you, multiple times? And can I also tell you this? I'm not afraid to say it. And I don't care if you know that, because I know what I've been through. I'm not afraid to talk about it because I am real. I am authentic. What you see is what you get. When I say something, you don't have to try to figure out what is he trying to say. I'm telling you directly. I've been broke more times than I can count. I have been in situations where I didn't know if I was going to be able to pay the light bill. I've been in situations where the internet and the TV service and the everything got cut off multiple times because I didn't have the money to pay the bill. I have had car repossession letters sent to my house. I have been audited by the IRS because I didn't have money to pay them. I have had negative bank fees that added, I had like 16 at one time. Bank fees, 35 times 16, do the math. I've had many times where my bank account was negative $500, negative $1,000, negative $300 on stupid fees, donating to the bank, making the banks richer. There's been many times where I robbed Peter to pay Paul. Hey, can I borrow money from you so I can go pay it over here? And then I got to go pay that person back. And then when more money comes in, and all of a sudden I realize I'm spending more money before it even comes into my pockets. And paydays are no longer paydays, they're transfer days. Is anybody resonating with me out there? Anyone at all? Does anybody relate to what I'm saying? Yes, Marianne is raising her hand. Absolutely.
Me, but you haven't filed for bankruptcy and I did. So na.
You went up me. You definitely went up me. I haven't gotten there. And God willing, I will never be there because I have been able to learn some things, right? And before it happened, right? And I know many people that have been through bankruptcy. And again, this is not to shame people or shame myself or be embarrassed about these things. This is just reality. We live in a world where, guess what? You need money. And sorry for the coughing and hacking. I'm recovering from being sick. So I still have a lingering cough, but money is required, folks. Love it or hate it. It is required if you want to survive and thrive, right? But who wants to just survive? How many of you out there want to thrive, right? Like the name of this wonderful book here. How many of you want to thrive and get out there and really maximize the opportunities that are out there? You know, there's opportunity all around us. Do you know that you are one commitment away from absolutely changing your life in a direction where you want it to go? You are one commitment away. Notice I didn't say decision, because you can decide today you want to do something and decide tomorrow you change your mind. I'm not talking about decisions. I'm talking about action backed by a firm commitment that you're all in. You are one commitment away from changing your life. If you don't have the financial resources, you don't have the finances in the bank account like you want it to, you don't have the liquidity of enough income, like for example, an emergency fund, a savings account, right? You don't have investments out there. You don't have a steady income. If you don't have these things, guess what? You can change that, and you can change that today. You can start today, right now. Because you know what these things are? It's not that there isn't money out there for you. Like you happen to be the person that was born and, oh, we ran out of money. The country ran out of money, so you can't have any. No. It is behavioral. It is behavioral. If you don't have money, it's because you're behaving your way into staying broke. You're behaving your way into poverty. You are behaving your way into not having money and constantly dealing with the same financial things. It all goes back down to discipline in terms of your behavior when it comes to money. And it's been said, and you can do the research and read all kinds of books and watch YouTube videos and listen to podcasts and coaches and mentors and go to seminars and boot camps and masterminds and you name it, all the stuff that we all do to invest in ourselves to be better. You can do that, and you're going to hear over and over and over again, if you listen to the right people, they're going to say money is a language. And so many people don't understand the language of money. There is a cheat code to these things, right? I was just talking to an amazing gentleman. I'm trying to look at my notes because I take notes whenever I talk to anybody. And I was talking to a gentleman the other day. Oh, here it is. No, not that one. I was talking to a gentleman the other day. If I can find my notes from our conversation. Yeah. Listen to this. I hope you're sitting down. And shout out to Antonius Wise, former NFL player for Commanders, author, strategist, investor, consultant, speaker, you name it. This guy is amazing, doing some big things in business. I just had a virtual coffee with him the other day. Antonius Wise, right? Amazing guy. He said his friends call him Wise, so I'll call him Wise. He's in the financial world. And you know what he said to me? He said something to me that rattled my brain. And I was like, oh, I almost had to like recover and make sure I'm on the ground, right? Like my stability and my stance was shifted because of what he said. He said, Jose, money talks, wealth whispers. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. If you're here right now and you're watching this, whether it's live or catching a replay, let me tell you something. If you don't take anything else away from today's talk, take that little 4-word statement. Money talks, wealth whispers. Everybody talks about money, and you can get access to making good money, even a lot of money. But the wealthy know something that the non-wealthy don't know, because it's a whispered conversation versus the out loud, accessible to everybody conversation. There is a strategy behind how the wealthy get wealthy. Now, I had some interesting conversations with this gentleman Wise. I'm not going to go into spill the beans on what we talked about, but he said some things I was like, that is interesting. So remember, money talks, wealth whispers. You got to understand the language of money. You got to understand the strategies of what the wealthy are doing. How money makes more money. It is amazing to me that there's so much information out there readily available to all of us right now. You just got to go out and get it. And most people don't, right? There's a famous saying, it's not how much money you make, but how much money you keep. How many of us have heard that before? It's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you keep, how hard it works for you, and how many generations you keep it for. Talk about nuggets. Talk about golden nuggets, all right? I'm going to say that again. It's not how much money you make, but how much money you keep. How hard it works for you and how many generations you keep it for. Because it's not just about making money, it's about keeping money. And it's about reinvesting that money to the point where that money makes money. And then you start paying your bills off of the money that was made from your money. Does that make sense? Right? So the money you make, you're no longer using it. It's just being invested, and you're surviving and thriving off of the money that's being made off of your investments. Oh my gosh, what a powerful concept. But the problem is, most people will never get themselves to that level, to where they're able to live that way, because they can't grasp the fundamental 101 basics of paying yourself first and understanding the language of money. So you got to save money. Every time you get a dollar bill, 10 cents should go away to you in a place where you don't touch it. And eventually 15 cents on every dollar. And eventually 20 cents of every dollar. And you want to get to the point where you're saving 30 cents out of every dollar. And if you can get to the point where you're paying yourself 30% off the top of any dollar that comes into your world, that's where the path to wealth is created. But it's not just saving money and tucking it away under your pillow, or getting a big safe and putting it in your house that's fireproof and you just stack it up with dollar bills over the years, or going into a savings account in a bank that pays you 0.001% interest, which is a joke, or going into a CD and putting the money in there, because that's also a joke. The interest rates there are also laughable, because again, there's something called inflation, folks. And if inflation, let's just say, is at 8%, and the bank is paying you less than 1%, and your money sits there for 5 years, after 5 years, did you make money or did you lose money? You lost money, because you're not outpacing inflation. And if you're not outpacing inflation, the value of the dollar goes down, and the buying power of your money goes down over time. So you're just spinning your wheels. $250,000 today is not going to be worth $250,000 10 years from now. So you've been saving money for 10 years. Guess what? By the time you want to start using it, it's not worth as much. It's not going to go as far. So you got to find creative investments, diversification, mutual funds, stocks, 401k. If you have a career, you should be maxing out that 401k. Start there first. And by the way, full disclosure, full disclaimer, I am not a financial advisor. I am not a CPA. I am not a tax strategist. I'm not a financial planner. So do not go away and do what I said and come back and try to sue me, because I'll say, no, I made a disclaimer saying I'm not any of those things. I'm just telling you some basic things that I have read, that I have heard, that I'm aware of, and that I'm looking to. Some of these things I've implemented, and some of these things I'm implementing. Okay, so I want to be very clear. But let me also be clear that the stuff I'm telling you right now, I didn't read it on a bathroom stall somewhere. Okay, so it is valid information, but again, everybody's situation is different. So your strategy, John Doe, is going to be different than Jose Escobar's strategy, which is why you need to have somebody in your back pocket to guide you in that direction. But can I tell you something? Stop worrying about being wealthy and focus on getting rich. But before you focus on getting rich, put all your energy into being solvent, into having peace of mind, having some level of financial independence. They say you are broke if you lose your job or your business stalls and you lose something of significance, like a house, a vehicle, something along those lines. If you lose it within 12 months, you're broke because your income stopped. You should have things still available to you, like emergency fund, savings, investments with liquidity, so on and so forth. So ask yourself the question, if I lost my business today, if I lost my career and I was fired, how long will you survive without losing something of significance? For some people, it's like, ouch, oof, I don't want to think about that. For some of you, it's like, oh, no big deal, I got it. This is what I would do, this. I have all these different things I could tap into, so it'd be fine. So kudos to you if that's the case. If that is not the case, well, you better start acting. You better start doing something about it. And now is the time. Do you know how many people pass away with no life insurance? A lot. And you know what happens when somebody passes away with no life insurance? Who's going to bury them? Their kids, their friends, whatever. And who has to pay for that? Who's going to pay for that? Right? Let's say you had all kinds of medical bills, $350,000 worth of medical bills, and you had a mortgage, and you have all these, who's going to cover that stuff? Let's say you pass away and you're married and you have 4 kids. Who's going to replace your income? Who's going to pay the rent or the mortgage? Who's going to put food on the table, for crying out loud? So many people understand and they know it, but they do nothing about it. The 6 P's, I said this before, I'll say it again. Proper prior planning prevents poor performance. Proper prior planning prevents poor performance. Can I tell you something? I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but we're all going to die one day. Somebody said there's 2 things that are guaranteed in life: death and taxes. Okay. So, and if you try to evade taxes, well, you know where that's going to end up, you know, so they're going to eventually take your bank accounts and eventually you're going to end up in jail. Okay. So if that's what you want, then so be it. But I will tell you that we're all going to die one day. That's the revelation for today. Okay. We're all going to die one day, myself included, and we don't know when, and we don't know how. We don't know the time, the day, or the hour, or the place, but it's going to happen. Unfortunately, some of us die way before our time. Some of us die way after we thought we would be gone. And some of us like live a long time, right? Everybody's different. And then you have to worry about long-term care. If you live too long, that's a problem too. Have you thought about that? Living too long? Who's going to take care of you if you can't afford it? There's something called premature death, and there's something called living too long. So you got to be prepared for these things. And everything starts now. It doesn't start tomorrow. Everything you do, think long-term, because one day long-term will be here. I'll say that again. In everything you do, think long-term, because one day long-term will be here. What are you doing to position yourself to be in the game? What are you doing to position yourself to win? What are you doing to win this financial game of life? Do you think about these things? Most people don't. You know why? Because they put it under the rug. They sweep it under the rug. And can I tell you something? Whatever you're sweeping under the rug doesn't disappear. It's still in your house. It's still under the rug. It doesn't go away. It's still filth under the rug that you're kind of just doing this, right? So I'm telling you right now, if you choose to not acknowledge it, you choose to not confront it, you choose to do nothing about it, it's not going away. At some point, you're going to pay the price. You decide when you pay the price. Do you pay the price now and have less money to maybe go on vacations or go to restaurants or buy Air Jordans or buy that PS6 that's going to come out, or buying that new iPhone, or saying, hey, you know what, we're going to go and watch the, Commanders game, or we're going to go and upgrade our vehicle to a new vehicle, or you know how many things we can, there's all kinds of things you can do with money. But the question is, do you have a life insurance policy? Do you have one for yourself? Do you have one for your spouse? Do you have one for your kids? Do you have a savings account? Do you have an emergency fund? Do you have investments in place? Do you have a will? My goodness, these are things that we need to think about. These are things we need to take action on. And when you're doing these things, money is no longer money. Money becomes happy money, which is the theme of today's summit. So, do you want sad money or do you want happy money? I don't know about you, but I want happy money. And happy money comes with discipline. It comes with a plan. It comes with taking action. It comes with consistency. It comes with commitment. If you want that happy money, that's what you got to do. Or you can have the sad, unhappy money. And that's okay too. But just know that that leads to stress. It leads to many gray hairs. It leads to wrinkles. It leads to depression. It leads to anxiety. It leads to frustration. It leads to divorce. It leads to suicide for some people. It leads to all kinds of things. Money, can you believe that? Money, just money. But it's not money in and of itself. It's what money does. Because money is a means to an end, guys. Money is just a means to an end. I am in pursuit of money because money allows me to do things that I need to do, and it allows me to do it at a high level or a low level. Depends on what frequency, what playing field you want to play on. Money's not a bad thing. I've heard all kinds of things that money is evil and all that kind of stuff. I don't buy into all that. I think the love of money is the root of all, the love of money. But pursuing money is not a bad thing because we have to in order to survive. And money may not necessarily buy happiness. I don't necessarily buy into that money buys happiness per se, but I can tell you it solves all the petty problems. You know what's interesting? If somebody's head gets put underwater and they're like this, like struggling, and their head is underwater and you're doing that, right? What are they thinking about? What is the one thing on their mind that they're thinking about? Oxygen. Air. I read your lips, Marianne. They're thinking about air. They're thinking about oxygen. That's the only thing. They're not thinking about anything else except oxygen. When somebody is financially in strife, when somebody is financially broke, when somebody is on the verge of losing their vehicle, getting repoed, or losing their home, or losing XYZ, or they're financially distraught or jobless or homeless or whatever, what is the number one thing they're thinking about? Money. Money. So let me tell you something, and you may agree with me or disagree with me, and that's okay. If everybody agreed, the world would be boring. Okay, so I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm asking you to have an open mind and to hear me out, and to hopefully think on some things after the end of this conversation that I'm having with you. Think about some of these things and ask yourself, where are you on this journey, right? Are you in the game? Are you making things happen? Are you positioning yourself to win? Are you in pursuit of creating a rich life that ultimately leads to wealth? That's what you got to ask yourself. Very, very important. So as I come to a close soon over the next few minutes, I want to stress to all of you, there is happy money and there is sad money. The sad money, the not so good money, is when you're struggling, when you are so frustrated, when you are down and out. It leads to burnout, it leads to overwhelm, it leads to stress. And you know what happens? Imagine a 2x4, right? A 2x4 of wood. If you put it across, let's just say there's a bridge, a metal bridge like this, right? A bridge here and a bridge here. and there's this gap in between. And you put a 2x4 across that bridge, right? And it's just over air, and it's just on the end, right? So just imagine a 2x4 across, and then you start to put cinder blocks in the middle of the 2x4. This is the 2x4, and you're putting cinder blocks in it. What starts to happen to the 2x4 as you're putting cinder blocks in the middle? As you see my hands, it starts to go down, 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 down to the point where it snaps. At some point, the 2x4 is going to snap because it cannot maintain the weight. It cannot handle the weight of these cinder blocks in the middle of a 2x4 because scientifically it's just too heavy, and it's going to at some point break and snap. Same thing happens with you. Same thing happens with me, with us, humans. We can only handle but so much. And if you're under way too much stress, under way too much anxiety, at some point you're going to snap, like that 2x4. And my battle cry and encouragement to all of you that are watching this, whether it's live or in person or virtually or live right now or on the replay, my battle cry, my encouragement to you is to prepare yourself now to win. Do not allow yourself to fall victim to this stressor due to finances, because it will come. And it breaks and folds all kinds of people, some of the best in the world. So I want to encourage you to consider that. And I also want to encourage you to know that there is a great mentor of mine that told me this. He said, Jose, you are where you are right now in your life because you choose to be there. Oh man, what a bitter pill to swallow. You are where you are right now in your life because you choose to be there. You don't have to agree with it wholeheartedly. I take extreme ownership. Every decision that we make, small or big, compounds over time, like the compound effect. So if you make a bunch of financial decisions that are not sound over time, it's going to lead to massive debt. It's going to lead to being broke. It's going to lead to all kinds of negative things because it will show up and it will present itself at some point. So the 11th commandment, thou shalt not fool thyself. Don't fool yourself into thinking you're doing well when you're really not. Right? You might be able to fool the world, but you can't fool yourself. You got to be real. You got to be all in. And one advice that I will give you, first of all, if you're out there and you're having some financial trouble right now, and you want to start making happy money to where it leads you to being rich and then leads you to wealth, wealth is the next level. Let me tell you something. Stop focusing on being wealthy and focus on sweeping in your front door on the basic 101 fundamentals consistently with discipline over time. And eventually that's going to lead you to getting rich. And eventually when you're rich, now you have the resources and the knowledge and the connections and the extra money to then become wealthy. There's a difference between rich and wealth. Remember, money talks, wealth whispers. There are secrets out there. There are strategies that you got to find out, and that comes with moving up the ladder over time. This is a great book for those of you who are looking to start somewhere. If you're looking to start somewhere to create happy money, Dave Ramsey wrote this book called The Total Money Makeover. This is where my wife and I started to put our finances in order. It's a phenomenal book. As you can see, there's all kinds of little sticky notes in here, all kinds of highlights and underlines and you name it inside of here. Really, really powerful book. And it talks about the snowball strategy of how to get yourself out of credit card debt. A lot of cool stuff in here. And a couple of things I wanted to share with you from this book. First of all, one of the things here, it says, the number one cause of divorce in America is money fights and money problems. Boom. I said that earlier, right in here. A lot of statistics, and it tells you all the data that's in here. The next thing is, let's see here. USA Today reports that 1 out of 100, the USA Today reports that out of 100 people age 65, so if you have 100 people age 65 in the US today, 97 of them cannot write a check for $600. I'll say that again. Out of 100 people in the US today at the age of 65, 97 out of 100 65-year-olds in this country cannot write a check for $600. 54 out of those 100 are still working at 65, and 3 are financially secure. Only 3 out of 100. And then let's see here. I have 2 other things I'm going to share with you out of this book here. Let's see here. Oh yeah. This is a powerful statement. I want you to absorb this one. When your money makes more than you do, you are officially wealthy. Oh boy, that's a good one. When your money makes more than you do, you are officially wealthy. It's a golden nugget. And anyway, really good book that I highly recommend. The Total Money Makeover by Dave Ramsey here. And it comes with a workbook and all kinds of cool things like that. So there is that. And I'm going to recommend here a couple of biographies, right? I believe in autobiographies, memoirs. We should be learning from the wealthy. We should be learning from the people that have come before us. You know why? Because when you read a book of somebody who's successful, you know what you're essentially doing is you're downloading 20 years, 30 years of experience, positive and negative, mistakes and successes. You are downloading all of that experience into 1 week by learning from the people that have gone before you. A mentor of mine once told me, Jose, if you're going to walk through a minefield, follow somebody. Don't be the first one out the gates. Follow somebody so you know where not to step. Right? So same concept here. Same concept here is there are so many books out there today readily available at a local library where you don't have to pay. There are so many books in Barnes & Noble in the biography section, in the self-help section, personal growth, business section, that are so untouched. One of the least touched areas in bookstores, readily available to you to download 20, 30, 40 years of massive success into a week or a couple days, depending on how fast you move. Why are you not taking advantage of that information? Oh, I don't have time to read. BS, if you ask me. We all have time to read. We all have 24 hours in a day. You're not reading, not because you don't have time. You're not reading because it's not a priority to you. Because last time I checked, if something is a priority to you, you're going to create the time to make it happen. And if it's not on your planner, if it's not on your calendar, more than likely it's not going to get done. Reading is a part of my non-negotiables. It's a part of my morning routine. It's a part of my evening routine. It's a part of who I am, my fibers of my being. It is on automaticity, reading. So if you want happy money, one of the secret sauces, besides understanding the language and doing the research and doing the fundamental 101 things you're supposed to be doing every single day, it's also who can I learn from? So I'm going to show you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 biographies that I own, that I have read, and I encourage you to read them. And then I'm going to turn it back over to Reverend Dr. Marianne Pageant. Okay, first of all, there's this one here. Elon Musk. Elon Musk by Walter Isaacson. Walter Isaacson is one of the best authors out there when it comes to memoirs, biographies, that type of thing. Amazing. Elon Musk, super brilliant, crazy life story, really good stuff in here. Elon Musk. Next, Total Recall, Arnold Schwarzenegger. He has a new one called 7 Tools for Life. That's not really his biography or autobiography. That's just a book he wrote recently, which is a great book as well, which I highly recommend. Arnold Schwarzenegger's new book. That one's called Be Useful. It's called Be Useful, Arnold Schwarzenegger. But this one is his story. This one's called Total Recall. So my kids put a sticker on here, sorry. My unbelievably true life story. Really, really good stuff. Definitely a thick read. It's more like a March Mammoth kind of book. If you're wondering what the heck March Mammoth means, every March I pick up a book that's at least 400 pages or more. Any book that's more than 400 pages is considered a mammoth, right? A mammoth of a book. So in the reading world, we call it March Mammoth. So every March we find a fat, juicy book we would probably normally not read, and we commit to reading it in the month of March. So March Mammoth, this is a good one for that. But Total Recall. And then we have the Snowball, Warren Buffett. Snowball, Warren Buffett. And this one is called The Snowball, Warren Buffett and the Business of Life by Alice Schroeder. Really, really powerful book. Tons of golden nuggets in here. Really, really strong. Next, we have here Trailblazer. Fantastic. Trailblazer. And this is The Power of Business as the Greatest Platform for Change. All right. Founder and CEO of Salesforce. This guy is the founder and CEO of Salesforce. Brilliant, brilliant guy. Ultra successful. Really good book to read. Next, we have Open. Open by Andre Agassi, one of the best tennis players in the world of all time. An autobiography. I believe there was ghostwriting involved in this one. The same ghostwriter who wrote, who helped, there was another, I forget, but really, really awesome book here, Open. And this is Andre Agassi's story. These are all successful, wealthy people. That's who you need to be studying. You need to study the rich, the wealthy, in order to understand how they think, to understand what they do, to understand where they failed, to understand the executive decisions they made, all of these things. Next is Rick Ross. This one is called Hurricanes, a memoir. Love him or hate him, I don't really care. That's not the point, right? This guy started out as a rapper out of Florida, Miami. Now he is a multi-millionaire going on billionaire. Do the research. This guy is super wealthy right now. He's crushing it. And he has so many different businesses, acquisitions, you name it. He wrote another book that just came out not too long ago, like a year ago, that I have back there somewhere. It's called The Perfect Day to Boss Up. That's another really good book that he has. But this one, Rick Ross, brilliant, brilliant book. And the last one I'm going to share with you guys is Steve Jobs, also by Walter Isaacson. Again, the point here is not, do I believe in their values? Do we line up with our virtues? Are these good people? Do I agree with their political or religious philosophies or backgrounds? Who cares? That's not the point. The point is you got to be learning from these people that have come before you, so you can go out there and crush it in life too, and turn sad money into happy money, right? And happy money comes with discipline. It comes with information, knowledge, application of the information, with consistency and full commitment to make those decisions over time. Pay yourself first. Read the Total Money Makeover and get started there if that's where you're at. But the point is, in life, you are where you are because you choose to be there. You can change. You can start creating that wealth, creating that amazing lifestyle, the financial independence, if you so desire. And it starts with making that commitment. It starts with putting in the work, and it starts today. It doesn't start tomorrow. It starts today. And guess what? It is up to you. It is completely up to you. Take it or leave it. I hope I inspired some of you. I hope something I said was of value to you. And go back and rewatch what I said. Rewatch what I think about the life insurance things I talked about. Think about emergency funds. Think about savings. Think about investments. Think about, surviving off of the money that your investments make versus the money that you actually make, right? A lot of stuff there. And I had some great mentors in my life, which I'm grateful. I can list tons of names that I've learned from. But you got to position yourself to do that. Remember, stay a white belt always. Stay a white belt always. Be hungry to learn. Be hungry to get around successful people. And at the end of the day, when you look back on your life, you're going to be proud of the decisions you've made. All right. Take care. God bless. Thank you again, Marianne, for having me. Good to see you, Sifu Raphael. I'm excited for your talk, and we'll talk soon.
We're going to be talking about banks, so feel free to stay, but I think you have to go, so I don't think we have a choice. And thank you again so much for such an awesome talk. It doesn't matter. I listen to you all the time, and there's always something to learn. There's always something new. I always write down all your lists of books. I just finished going through The Richest Man in Babylon, which because I have to do Audible, like there's just so little time to read, although I do enjoy sitting and actually, or lying down usually if there's an opportunity for that with my feet up and reading a book. That's like a real vacation thing to do. Right? So cool. And coffee's so good. I'm not a beer drinker, but I am a hardcore coffee addict. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming, even though I know you don't feel well, and I know you have 68,000 things to do, and you have to let go of a talk to be here. So I super appreciate you. Thank you so much. As always. Where's mine now? I forgot. Okay. Thanks, Jose. Have a great day. Sifu.
Young lady, how are you?
Young lady. You gotta love these guys. They pamper me so much. I love it. I'm like well, actually, I'm their older sister for sure, because I'm older than all of you. I'm older than Robert. I'm he's like my baby brother, Jose for sure, because he's, to me, he's a kid still. And you too. I'm not gonna tell you how old Sifu is, but look at this, no gray hair. I'm so jealous.
I'm gonna say that I'm old enough to know better.
You're old enough to have gray hair and you still don't have it. Oh my goodness.
Not bad for 104, right?
Not bad for 104. Yeah, you wish. No, you don't. You will, but you will make it to 104, that's for sure.
And beyond.
And
like
beyond.
Woody would say, right?
All right. So thank you so much for also coming out of making time out of your crazy busy day. And here comes Dr. Andrea. She also is coming from an event. I'm so blessed. Am I not blessed, everyone? Please.
You are
Look at all
blessed.
the amazing guest speakers I have here. I'm so lucky. They put so many things aside and they leave current events to speak here. They push off their speaking engagements for later. And here's another one. Dr. Andrea, welcome. I was just saying to Jose, had to give up his event with Susan that he does to be here for one. And then you came in and I'm like, thank you so much for, coming in, and Robert too, who came from the doctors and had to go somewhere else. And in between made time, I'm like, and Sifu, who's crazy busy. And oh my gosh, I'm so blessed. I'm so lucky to have all these amazing people around me.
Don't forget, we're blessed too to be in your presence.
Oh, you say the right thing all the time. I just love that. You can't get angry at him ever. So there goes that whole brother thing. It has to be harmonious. And then Dr. Andrea is my sister. I should put up my doctor too. Can you hear us? Oh, excellent. Come join us. We're just chatting. No one's really talking. We're going to talk about these. I already introduced these a little bit earlier when I was doing the APL Go vitamins, and we're speaking briefly about these. So we can talk a little about bank because all three of us are in bank. Actually, it was Dr. Andre who brought it to our attention, and Jose, who just left, he also is doing it. So these are the amazing cards that we have. And if you go with these cards, magical things will happen. And I don't mean magic like this. I mean like magical things will happen. You will be able to read people. People love this. Who do people really love? Themselves, right? Their favorite subject is themselves. So you give them these to play with and they're like, oh, what's this? What's this? And however long it takes them, that's how you know already what they are. You don't even have to see the cards. You already know what they are by how long, right? Because
especially when they said, this is so hard. You're like, thank you, Blueprint. No.
Or like, exactly, thank you, Blueprint. And then it's like, boom, 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 here you go. I'm done. Thank you.
Action.
Action. Oh, I don't know how I feel about these. Oh, thank you, nurturing. I have some more questions. Of course you do. Here you go, Kay. Oh, are you back to A and K? I should put mine on too, eh?
Oh, I didn't put mine on.
I'll
Right
let I'll let Dr. Andre or Seafood talk a little bit because people have heard enough of my voice today.
I love what you said about what people love is to talk about them. I'm actually going to change mine to reflect what mine has become. I am a knob. So,
we'll explain it a
you know, a
bit.
lot of people, not only do they want to hear about them, but they also love hearing their name. And for those people who are going to say, no, I don't, it's because they haven't had the chance to change their name. I've known a lot of people who've changed their name because they prefer to hear that. And they've taken that identity as well. So when we consider our identity, I think that's where bank really steps in, because we're all born with the most magical identity, our fingerprints. That it's so unique to us that, and Dr. Andre, I can tell you, the authorities can find you based on your fingerprint and your DNA. So now we found another critical thing to find out who we are, and that's your code, right? So I think that's an important aspect that we have to consider.
Also, I would like a Seafood to tell us what he does for a living and how
I just come on your show and that's it.
that's all he does for a living.
That's
That's
all I do.
and I pay him. And no, I don't. That's not even true. He has 20. Okay, here you were at, you know what? Too bad Jose wasn't here. Here you are looking at three of the busiest people on earth right now. Us three do so many things. It's off the chart. So I've already gone through most of what I do: real estate, publishing, empowered talks, which is this podcast, et cetera, et cetera. Second podcast coming up. I'm going to gloat in that for a minute because don't say anything yet, Sifu, because he's got so many. It's going to drown mine out. I'm going to have a second one. I'm so happy. Okay, that's it. Go ahead, Sifu.
Well, I am very happy for you. Having one is tough. Getting even started on the second one, my God, that's a lot of work that you're putting forth. So for me, it's what I do is I make people better.
Mhm.
That's really what matters to me, is how can I help somebody get better, to think of themselves being worthy of being in this incredible planet that we live in this country that we're in. I know you're in Canada and we're in the US, but we're really not. We're really in the same world, yet we're worlds apart. And so when we can connect, I'm sorry?
Tell everyone where you're at and tell them what they do. And if they want to do some martial arts business, he has a huge dojo.
They're not going to come to me.
You never know.
Because I'll make them work. I will change their lives forever. I have clients who've been with me for over 25 years. I have clients who I've seen their kids grow up and their kids are now in their 20s and they're my clients. But
that's the best.
When we consider what I actually do is I facilitate a chance for people to understand how beautiful and important they are in this world. And that's what I am blessed that God has given me these gifts, and for me to share them with other people, that's all I have. So yes, I do have a 10,000 square foot martial arts facility. I started a communication center. I not only in person, but a platform where I have about 25 instructors who are going to be teaching on the platform. I have a woodworking shop. I love building. I do high-end custom woodworking. I am an executive coach. I help people with their businesses, even people as simple as how to answer the phone so people don't hang up on you when they first reach out to you, right? So many people are like, hello, what's going on? It's like, that's not how you answer the phone. So we have to teach people phone etiquette, entrance etiquette. How do you appear? How do you approach someone? So all of these different things tie into basically what we're talking about today. And one of the reasons that I am part of a bank or Codebreaker is because of the most important message, and that's that people matter. And yes, I do have 6 shows. Actually, I have 5. The 6th one's about to launch, right? And the reason I do the shows is exactly for what I said. I'm here to make people feel that they truly belong, and their purpose needs to come out, and they need to share it with all of us.
Mhm.
That's just a little bit of what I do.
That's a little of what, and so I just wanted you to say that because I know you have to go earlier. And so where can people get a hold of you? I come to me if you can't figure out anything else, I'll hook you up with them. But you know, if they
Perfect.
could.
Thank you.
Where-
The easiest place, if you're on Facebook, you can go to Facebook, Sifu Raphael G. If you're not on Facebook, I get that and I understand. I'm on LinkedIn. But you can also go to my website, which is the one that we're starting in, and we're putting together more, speakingprowess.com.
Perfect.
And
You could put that onto my Facebook page into the chat. That's where people will see it.
perfect. Will do.
That'll be best. So,
Thank you.
and Sifu and I are accountability partners. And so we have been chatting. We've been meeting up. We're supposed to meet for 10 minutes, 15, I think. What was our last meeting? Like an hour and a bit? Anyway.
They all have been. They
If
all
we,
have
if we
been.
have time, then this is what happens. If we don't have time, then I don't know what would happen, but so far, we are going to do something together. So that's going to be, stay tuned, but we don't know yet what. So you can't know what yet. So we can't say anything because we don't know. We haven't figured it out yet. And now wait till you hear what Dr. Andrea does. Like that, we could be here all day. Go.
Oh, we're going to make it nice and quick and easy. You know, really what I do is I help people's dreams come true. And when you say, well, you know, how do you do that? You know, do I literally wave a magic wand? Oh, where's my magic wand? I would say yes, because I played, well, I didn't play the fairy godmother. I played the evil stepmother in a play recently where in Cinderella, and somebody gave me a Cinderella wand. Now I do have magical wands that I use actually in my office when I'm with clients, but I had my magical wand pencil pen laying somewhere here, but I don't know what. Oh, here it is. But it seems sometimes like I'm just waving a magical wand, but it's really that I'm connecting people to different people. I'm looking at the big picture of the whole scope of who they are, what their business is, and what they want to achieve for their dream. And then we look and highlight things that they maybe never even thought of or didn't even know to think of. For example, I then look at what's beyond and what's even bigger than what they were already dreaming. And then I look at side things that parallel and supplement their dream. I look at things that can support the foundation of their dream, people, partnerships, sponsorships that can support their dream, and then clients who want to share in the dream, and fans and followers who want to hear more about it and want to know what's happening, including the media. And then I also make sure that they're in their head, they believe that the dream can come true. So I did find my little magic house wand there, my Cinderella's castle. But that's really what it is. And so I mostly do that through the key point of being a publicity and business consultant. Having been in business for over 30 years, and I've worked with some really amazing elite entrepreneurs. I've worked for 2 billionaires, multimillionaires, some really high-end celebrities and influencers. And when you work with those kinds of people, you have to think fast on your feet. You have to know things. You have to be aware of things, you know. And it's funny because sometimes people will say, well, you know, you're not a billionaire, so how can you coach billionaires? And I said, well, oncologists don't have to have cancer to be an expert in cancer. So it's the same thing. It's years of wisdom, years of working with people, helping other people in their businesses and their structures, and helping people get into their head so they can get out of their head so that they can have really magical things happen. And it's really fun. And so I strive to work with a few people a lot rather than work with a lot of people a little. So there are some things that I do that do reach a wider audience, but I really like to focus on those few people and really love on them really well. So when we're talking about bank, if at some point you guys want to, be with the founder, hear the founder speak at your event or something, that's Sherry Tree, and I'm her publicist. So we would love for you to reach out and have her be at your events. We would love for Marianne and Sifu to come and be at your events. I would love to come and be at your events. We all speak and we all share and we all love bank and we all can support it as well. So if you can't afford Sherry or your venue is such that it's not feasible for Sherry to come, one of us might be able to come in her place. So there you
Or
go.
all three musketeers could come. It doesn't.
Actually, that would be really cool because we all bring a different. Actually, we're all being trained so that we can teach. So we could do different classes. We have the opportunity to do that, and we have other peers that also train. So we could come out and do training. So, and it's really fun to do that too, because then a 4-day training doesn't have to be one person talking the whole time. We can all train and assist and bring different people to your event together. So really great opportunities if you want to learn this. So well, let's dive into it. You want to do that, Marianne? Is that what we want to dive in and talk about?
Whatever. I'm
Yeah,
open to whatever. We
yeah.
don't really have structure for this one. We might have a little more structure next time, maybe not.
Yeah.
Shall
Let's play with how we use bank in our businesses for our clients. So if you're watching this and you're like, well, I'm not in let's say you're like, oh, well, I'm not in real estate. I don't do anything I want to publicize, and I don't want to speak on stage or learn how to do any martial arts. So this isn't for me. Not true. Whatever we're sharing, just think about how it would apply to you, because everything we do applies to every business. And you don't even have to be a business person. You could be a stay-at-home mom, who I still think is a business person because you run the whole house and everything else.
That's a business.
Yeah. If you're a babysitter, you're still a business. Okay. You might not have an LLC for it, but that's what you do. And you can learn how to, and even if let's say you have the lucky advantage to sit around and eat bonbons while you watch Facebook Lives all day. You still have to, talk to the people that you're delegating to do tasks to go get you your bonbons, and we can help you do that better.
I love
Spoken
it.
like a professional PR events planner, right?
There are days where I am a professional bonbon eater in front of book live.
I really do wish.
I do have my moments in my days where I get to do those things. So I get to live a very varied life. Sifu, let's start with you. You've been quiet for a moment. What are you noticing with your communications class with how bank has been helping you?
Well, for example, I want to say that you need the Harry Potter wand is what you need. Right? It may be more magical, but it could also be scary. But I know that you would wield it with great power. So considering I'm doing a class right now for parents and children. And it's called Leadership and Communication. So we're teaching them how to become leaders, and we're also teaching them how to communicate that. But before they even entered the class, they all had to be assessed through bank. So, and on their name tags, they all have to have their code. What's their code? And then what I had them do is go, even though they knew each other, not only did they have to say their names, but then they also had to say something that nobody knew. Nobody in the room knew about them. And what wound up happening is at the end, they said, even though you look different than me, you act a little bit different. Now I know what matters to you because of the code you're wearing. I know what's important to you. So that allowed people to start to associate better with each other because I explained to them, and I also had them do the assessment to understand that even though somebody may not necessarily do it the way you do it, you can still communicate with them. So if you think about it, right now we're all speaking English. But in reality, we're all speaking a different language. And that language is how we show up, what's important to us. And bank is the one that helps us decipher that language. Once we break those codes, there's 24 of them, and we can figure out what's most important to that person. And in using it in my businesses, it's helped me not only help them to get a better experience, but it's helped me to know what is important to them in order for them to get the most out of what I'm helping them with. That's what I've noticed.
I think that's beautiful. I just want to point something up. So Sifu's a knob. So he's a KN and he speaks slowly and very clearly. Dr. Andrea is a NK, so the first two letters being more prominent. And she's very excited all the time. Me, I'm crazy. I'm an NA. So I kind of am all over I spill all over the place. It's like a little bit of this, and then I go quiet, and then I go this. And so that's just an interesting fact. And so you know, if you've never heard the term bank code and code breaker, you probably have not that much idea of what we're talking about, but I just wanted to point that out. Do you want to say something, Dr. Andrea?
Yeah. So my speech pattern does change depending on my code. So my action used to be extremely high. So I didn't know code 15, 20 years ago. I've only known code 13 years. I've known Sherry 13 years. I probably was an AN at one time. In fact, everybody used to call me the red marketing assassin because I would have things done before they even batted an eye.
Wow.
And then in my life, I started having people around me who would fault me for being an action taker. And I then would limit myself or pull back because I would get ridiculed for that, which was so silly when I think about it nowadays, because the people that I was, when you work with people who are really high scene, you can at times, now that's not everybody. There's some beautiful, amazing people who make a lot of money, who are super kind, super loving, super amazing. And those are the people I work for now. But in the past, I had attracted people who were very stern and delegators, and who kind of were sometimes rude. And while they loved what I accomplished, sometimes if I were seen and other people knew about it, they were offended by it. So it was people who wanted to be seen instead of me. So even though I was getting them what they wanted, it was visible that I got it for them. And so what started happening is then I started attracting people who never wanted anybody to know that I worked for them. So they wanted to white label everything, and then I became invisible. So my name wasn't on anything. So I've even written a New York Times bestseller for a client. And in my contract, it says I'm not allowed to say the genre of the book, the gender of the person, the name of the person, nothing. I'm like not allowed to exist in that ever for my lifetime. And I was okay with it because I did get paid well, but in hindsight, I think it did a disadvantage to them as well as me, because I could have, my word of mouth, because I'm still seen and heard. No matter what people try to do to repress me, I still end up showing up seen and heard. So my A got pushed back. And then I was an NA for a long time. And then recently I ended a business relationship that I was really felt like my thumb was on me. And it pushed me to action to third. And I'm actually doing things now and shifting my action back up because I realized it doesn't serve me not to get things done like I used to. It may have served them for me to be in this spot, but it didn't serve me. So, you know, we change who we are over different situations and times. And sometimes we change just within where we're at and what we're doing. Like if you're in, my husband's a fireman. So when he's in fireman mode, he still is a blueprint, but his action will happen faster. He kind of quick does a blueprint. Like, is that a major rule? And then there are times where he's like, that rule has to be broken because that rule doesn't apply to this situation. So he'll push it aside because he knows he has to take action, and his knowledge is just kind of right there. There's things that you just have to do. And so that allows you to be different. I'm going to share another little story of when your action might get moved. Those who know me, no, I'm known as the lady in red. I've been wearing red since 2010, 2011, 100%. So I wear red every day, unless a client specifically has a reason why they don't want me in red. And then I don't always take those clients because why don't they want me in red? Why can't I show up? Now, if it's reasonable, like if I'm doing pictures and they want me in black for a certain reason and I really want the job, yeah, I'll do it. But I was working with someone and they said, do not wear red to this event. Now, I wasn't taking pictures to this event. They just wanted me to come to the event, but they said, do not wear red. You show up too big. You show up too bright, and I don't want that. So, and it's because you wear red that happens. And I said, well, I don't think it's my clothing that makes the difference. But if you want me to wear black, I will wear black. So I wore black dress, black shoes. I didn't even wear red lipstick. Okay. I wore brown lipstick. So that way I would show up. And I purposely sat on the side, was a wallflower, was quiet, didn't speak first, didn't speak till I was spoken to. I did all the things that like a little good girl would do, but at a piece of it. And at the end of the day, we were leaving the event and the person said, you can wear red now. And I said, why? And they said, it didn't make any difference. You still show up. Even when you're on the sidelines. He noticed people would see me and come over and talk to me.
Yes.
You just
Somebody
radiate
else
this
needed to
energy.
be noticed there.
Yeah.
He probably
radiate-
didn't know that. He probably didn't know that you were wearing red underclothing.
I was. Spanx only comes in black, but they do have a red tag. It must have been that red tag. But yeah, it's just really funny because, you know, who you are and how you show up, you know, you just can, sometimes it just shines through. So even if you're not in action, you show up as action. And but my N and K are also really, really high. And what we've learned through the bank training is eventually you get to a point where you're BANK or whatever order that they're in are also high. You have the intelligence of those, even though you may not choose to operate in all of those that high. What have you guys noticed that yours have changed? For me, my bank has gone from a 9 to a 13, and that was 4 weeks ago. I probably should take it again because I feel like it's even higher now.
I feel like I should take mine over because my blueprint was a 9 and my knowledge is a 13, and then action was 21 and nurturing is 24. I think my nurturing and action are exactly the same, and I fluctuate between the two. I find that I go right into action immediately when I'm working because everything is fast. Let's do it now. I have 2 reasons for that. One, because I want it done now. That's how I want things done. So I try to do them that way for myself and for others if I can. I'm not a procrastinator. That is not my issue at all. I have the opposite. I want to say yes to too many things. And my nurturing comes out, of course, if I'm going to go onto a real estate negotiation, I'm bringing my A along, right? And of course, when I'm going to teach a meditation class, I'm going to go into N and I'm going to do some healing and energy and this and that and coaching. I think usually in coaching, I'm in N unless there needs to be some A brought out. But sometimes I'll do an A and I don't really hear myself. and I don't really know what the other people have heard until one day in class. What I was not doing anything. I don't even know if you guys were there. And I was actually, we were in groups and I was saying what the group did. And I said, oh, and we, actually, I think Dr. Andrea, you were there because I remember you saying, yes, we have to first and foremost compromise. And that was the first word I came out of my mouth. And I said, yep, we decided we needed to compromise. Or maybe it wasn't you. I don't know who it was. And compromise and us and we and and then this lady came along who's I think a B, and it like B is her first letter, prominent letter, and she's like, oh. In fact, I think she was a BN because the facilitator said, she goes, oh, I think your N is kicking in. Because the facilitator said that was excellent. That's a really good, whatever. And she said, well, wait a minute. Because we were talking about blueprints. And she said, wait a minute. I didn't hear anything about me in there. All I heard was you. And I'm thinking, did I say I? Did I not say we? Like, I'm like, right away, I'm like, what'd I say? And she was like, yeah, I don't know anything. I'll like, wow. Oh, great. Now we have fire alarm. I'll stop talking for a minute. You guys.
I mean, I hate to take over the.
You must have a really good sound system on your thing, because it came through like a really loud cricket. Like that. I was like, it didn't even sound like hardly anything. So you must have your sound suppressor on, because I'm like, ooh, that was really good that it wasn't that super loud. Well, if you need to take care of yourself, please take care of yourself, and we'll help you do what you need to do. So yeah, it's pretty amazing. What was I going to share? Seafood, did you want to share about yours changing or going up? Because we can't, Marianne is keeping hers on mute for a second. And then
Yep.
I'm going to go off camera, but I'm still listening. I'm still here.
Okay, so mine changed 3 times since I joined bank. And you both probably saw me at the CLA Global Summit. And you probably saw my A lot. But in reality, it all shifts, like you've been talking about, Dr. Andrea. So I've shifted 3 times, and now it's knowledge, nurturing, action, and blueprint. But the funny thing is that knowledge and nurturing are tied. They're at 24. The action is not far behind. It's at 23. And the blueprint is at, you got it, 21. So they're very, very close. And for me, it's very easy for me to fluctuate from one to the other, because it's situational too, right? If you consider it. So we can act a certain way based on where we are, who we're with, and what our end game is. So for me, it's always about showing up. I always like showing up prepared, well-dressed, and always looking to have a great time, because life is extremely short. So consider everything that bank can help you understand about you. What is it that triggers you? Go ahead,
So
you're back.
I'm gonna have to go. I made you guys co-hosts. If you need to end it, like say a few more words and end. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to go because it's like everyone's going crazy.
All right,
now.
why don't you go ahead and end it, and I'm okay with that. Dr. Andrea?
Yeah,
Okay,
whatever you need to do. Yeah, if you need to end it, or if you just want us to talk, and then
if you
what-
guys could just give it a nice little ending, that'd be awesome. You could end it now if you want, or later. I have to go. This is crazy.
we just go. We want you to take care of yourself, and you can always just have nothing happening, or make me co-host, and I can end it if you need me to.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe
there we go.
Dr. Andrea co-host.
I did. I made you both co-hosts.
Oh, look at
Perfect.
that.
So this is what friends do in an emergency. So
Mhm. Absolutely.
so
Stay safe, Marianne.
yeah. So funny things are, is often we need to do things at different times. I'm actually speaking on another webinar today, and I'm in a networking thing right now. I told them, and I said, I will read what you guys share so I can see what you say, because I fortunately have learned how to do this in media. You have to sometimes read things that have nothing to do with what you're talking about. And so I'm able to do that and see, because you just look and hear and so it's like you're focused on this thing and then you quick read that so you know what's going on and then you can continue over here. But also in this world is, we have to be able to be in action mode. This is where Sifu and I do best right now, because under pressure we can take action. So
yeah.
she's under pressure. She needs to get out of her building because then alarm's going off. And yet she has a life that she cares about. So this is a way for us to take care of her, make this happen. And then it shows you. So when we're under pressure, that's our third number, our third letter. So for those of you who are trying to learn more about this, what that means is that stress doesn't have to be negative stress. It could be a positive stress. Like, well, today I have a positive stress. I have two things that are really cool happening at the same time. So that means I have to be on my A game, which also means my action game. And so then you're more aware because you have more things going on, and they're positive things. See about you, when does your A really show up?
Definitely when I go to events, as you can remember. So for me, my I'm extremely calm unless I need to take action, unless I need to, for example, if I'm being attacked, I cannot be anything but an A, right? But it depends on the type of attack, right? So earlier today, I talked about one of my shows. And by the way, everybody who does not know this, Dr. Andrea and I, we have a show to get together. It's called Business Prowess, where we talk all about business. And it's an amazing show. And we have one tomorrow. So join us there too. And so this morning I talked about how do we handle a problem? And I talked about the three ways that we can handle a problem. If you consider a puzzle, right? So think of a problem as a puzzle. What part is either missing or what part has to be taken out in order for the puzzle to come together, to either be fixed? And then the other one I talked, and this is really quick, an obstacle. So an obstacle, sometimes when you're going down the road, do you go over it? Do you go under it? Do you go around it? Is a yield sign. So an obstacle, or do you destroy it? You take out, your gun, shoot it, your hammer, whatever it is. And an obstacle can be taken care of and it's over and you're done with it. And that's one way to handle a problem. But is there after effects? And then the other one, if you consider, so we have a puzzle and then we have an obstacle, but then what happens if it's entanglement? If things get entangled, think of a knot, right? A knot that's hard to take apart. In order for us to be able to take a knot apart, we have to slow it down. We have to take a look. How was it tied to begin with? And then, so sometimes the end goal is to get it unknotted, but we have to look at the beginning end part of it and understand that what went first. And then we have to reverse engineer it in order for it to come through. So that's how we can learn to solve problems. But also that's the different hats you have to decide on putting on. Are you an A at this point? And that's probably an obstacle. I'm going to knock it out, right? That's somebody attacking me physically. That's the problem that's in front of me. Or is it somebody just screaming at me? Because I'm not going to hit them if they're screaming for some reason. I'm going to find out what's going on here. What's the puzzle all about? What are they yelling about? And then if it's an entanglement, what if there's more people involved? Maybe I need help. So help in all different areas. So we have to put on different hats according to the situation. And I hope that helped answer your question as to how does my A show up? You may be muted.
Yeah, I was hesitating because I was thinking at the same time, when there so I only gave a positive stress, so let me give a negative stressor. So if I have actually a negative stress as always worked really well for me. And I think that's because I grew up in a household where when my dad is loving, he's super, super loving. And when he's not, he's not. And so there were those things that you knew that by the tone of his voice or a look in his eye or on the third whistle, if you weren't home, you're in hot water. And so when you live knowing that you're going to trigger, somebody's, somebody being angry or mad or get in trouble or get spanked or, be grounded or, put in your, all the things that can come with that. You become sharp, you become at attention. And it's kind of a difference than, yes, everybody has those parameters, but some people, those parameters are different. So I had friends, and if I were at their house and they got in trouble, their parents were like, now, stop it. And you have to sit on the couch and color in a book for 5 minutes. And I was like, I want to be punished like that, like I was like,
right.
space me, guy. I want to just sit there and color, so mine weren't that light or easy. And so I learned I needed to act very, very quickly, and I needed to people please sometimes to make that happen. So that trained me, growing up, that trained me to handle emergencies quickly, emergency response, and so then I went into law enforcement where I have to think, on my feet at that time. I don't work in law enforcement anymore. And I worked in corrections, and then I was trained as a police officer. I was certified as a police officer, but I was a 911 dispatcher. But you have to be quick on your feet, and you do everything from give CPR instructions, and then I did some first responding, and then just in my regular life, we were on vacation, and guy collapsed in a bathroom, and I did CPR on him, and I've done Heimlich maneuver people at restaurants, so when things on planes all the time, I'm the first one to get up, just because that's what we can do and are able to do. That's when really works for me, is when there's, scary pressure. Something negative could happen if you don't go into moving. However, it doesn't mean that you forget your other things. So I think sometimes people don't realize that it's not only action. My mind is still filtering what's the knowledge, what are the rules, is this going to get me in trouble, is this going to kill them, is this going to help them live, what's going to happen or not happen. There's that opportunity to be able to do that, and all your other things still come into play. They just take backstage. And yeah, I don't know, I find it really interesting. What else would you like to share that we can share for Marianne and all of her listeners today?
Well, one of the most important thing is I think that's probably helping all of us who are training in this, and it's understanding first, right? In the past, a lot of people, we judged without understanding. And now if we can understand what somebody's code is, or maybe we can read their code and then try to figure out why are they doing this? Why are they acting like this? So that's definitely helped me with all my clients, because now even if they haven't taken the code, because maybe they didn't want to, but that already gives me an idea of who they are. And it allows me to work with them a little bit better because I know how they're showing up. So it allows us to understand people better. So I think that the reason I love it so much is because when you consider what you and I do, our goal is to help people be better. So how do we do that without thinking of the people first? So we have to think of people matter. And that's what Code Bank stands for, people matter. And that to me speaks so much volumes. And it doesn't matter if you're an A person, if you're a celebrity, because one of the things that really matters is when a celebrity badmouths their audience, or they go off on somebody who wants to take their picture. And I've seen it personally. I've seen a celebrity ram down somebody's throat because they asked for a picture or an autograph. And what I said to myself at the time is like, you should be thankful for that person, because without them, you would be nothing. You'd be working at a restaurant serving tables or doing whatever. So we have to consider, no matter what level of our lives we're at, that people do matter, no matter where you are. If somebody is looking for a handout, do we look down on them because maybe they're at a low point in their life and we're at a high point? Why are we looking down at them? Because the tables can change very quickly. I mean, it reminds me of that movie Trading Places with Eddie Murphy, how quickly that changed. Right? That was a great movie, by the way. And if you haven't seen it, and it's an old movie, I may be dating myself, but that's a great movie. Trading places, because you're trading places with somebody who has wealth to somebody who had none. And it can actually happen like that. And I've been in the presence of people who've lost millions of dollars like that. And 2008 definitely showed that. I mean, a lot of people were taking their own lives because they didn't know how to deal with the fact of, now I'm broke. I have nothing. Meanwhile, I have millions. And today, now I have zero. And it's a tough pill to swallow. But if you can make people matter first, no matter what life throws at you, you will understand that you are worthy no matter where you are. Right?
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful sentiment. It is when you mention waiting tables, it's funny because I have had clients and friends who wait tables who make excellent income, make
Oh, yeah.
excellent money. Some of them do it because they just really like people so much, and they love the flexibility that they can make a couple $100s for a couple hours and then be done. And then they can work the next day or not work the next day, or give their shift to somebody or take one or do whatever, and my daughter, she's a teacher. So she's an English teacher, but in the summer, she wants to have something to do, but she wants something that's flexible and easy, doesn't take a lot of time. I mean, actually it's not easy, but it's easy as far as your schedule.
Mm.
But it's not easy. If you're good, you memorize people's meals and foods, you remember things, you have a big table, you can get it all, you're fast, you're moving, the people who take action, I think, are usually the best waiters and waitresses. And it's funny because a lot of times I'll hear people say things about food service, and I'm like, gosh, I know some really reputable people who had really phenomenal jobs in corporate who now love being a hostess or serving, or because it's fun. They enjoy the people, and it's shorter hours. And it is kind of funny. And it is also funny, I recently shifted things on my LinkedIn to say open to work, because I'm open to being on some boards as a board member. I've had people ask me about it before, and at the time I was too busy, but I'm not too busy now. I've scaled my business in such a way that I have more time, and I wouldn't mind serving on some boards and so forth, where I get to give input and my wisdom, but it's not a lot of my time daily that I have to be in something. And then I'm open to doing some consulting for other companies or corporations, remotely or sometimes temporarily. And I had some people I mean, now we're talking about, there's how many billions of people in the world, and I think 3 people said to me, you can't get work. And I'm like, well, it's not that I can't get work. It's that other people, I might be interested. There's opportunities I turn down all the time. I just turned down a job offer. But there's other jobs that might be available to me that are short term or fun, or maybe they're long term and they're just really, really fun that I've never done. I'm totally open to seeing what's there. We don't always know what we don't know. So,
Yeah,
and I don't,
absolutely.
and I'm aware that there are other positions and jobs that I would love. And it just opens me up for a different opportunity. And so I want people to know I'm open to those.
I want to thank you for bringing up the waiter. I was not I didn't mean to demean anyone, and
I don't
anybody
think
who is a
you
waiter.
did.
No,
I
no,
didn't.
but I'm glad that we clarified that, because anybody who is a waiter or waitress, it's not an easy thing. It's not. Well, I've been known to be an amazing tipper, and people usually when I go to a restaurant, they know my name. When I go to certain restaurants, if I even haven't been there in 6, 7 months, as soon as I walk in, they're like, "Oh, Rafael, come on in," and I will get amazing service because they know I value them, right? And I was just at a restaurant. I took my sister who came in from Florida, and I said, "Hey, let's go to this Colombian restaurant." She goes, "Great, let's go." As soon as I walk in, they say hi to me. They sit us down, best service. And what she realized is she said, "When was the last time you were here?" I said, "About 8 months ago." She goes, "But they treat you like," I said, "And I'm going to tell you something about these guys. They've been here since day one.
Mm.
And that restaurant has been around for like 20 somewhat years. And all the waiters and waitresses are still there." And I got to tell you, this particular restaurant, I believe that the waiters and waitresses are the ones that are driving the nice cars that are parked in the lot, because they get tipped so well, not just from me, but I see how other people treat them because of the way they show up as a waiter. It's not an inconvenience. Have you ever been to a restaurant and the waiter's like, and then they never show up? They never come back to, "Do you need more water? Do you need anything?" And so we got to consider is, wherever job you do have, you have to be the best at it. And it's very interesting when we talk about waiters, that's one job I've never had. And my fiance always says to me, "Let's play a game." And I said, "What game do you want to play?" She goes, "Let's play a game of what job you haven't had." So she goes and lists all the different things I've done in my life. But I got to let her know I've never been a waiter or a busboy. I've never worked in a restaurant except in the kitchen, right? So I've always made food for other people. I've always cooked. I've done things of that nature. And when you consider what I said about a celebrity going back to being a waiter, because to them, they've forgotten where they came from sometimes.
Hi, guys.
And that's something that we have to remember, our starting point, so we can get to our end point in a better way. Mary Ann, you are back.
You know what? It's not a fire, but so they turned off our air conditioners and water and stuff, and I don't know, they did something in the room, and I guess it filled up with some sort of air that didn't agree with the fire thing, but we don't have a fire, but it was ringing
Well,
again
that's good.
2 seconds ago, so I hope it doesn't anymore. Thank you all so much. This is what friends are for.
That's
And
right.
amazing. So I don't know what was I saying when I was in the middle? Oh yeah. So that girl had misinterpreted what I said completely. Now, whether it was because she was having a bad day, because the instructor said to her, she goes, "Your nurturing is kicking in and you're being like super sensitive," because she didn't say anything like that. Like it was just kind of like that. And I'm like, yeah, but how many times has that happened to us where people misinterpret what we say and it's not
All the
our,
time.
and it happens on a daily basis, and I thought I didn't want her to feel hurt. I wasn't anywhere close to that intention. I was just relaying what the group was doing, and I used as many we's as I could. So I'm like, where'd you hear the I?
Wee.
At home, did you just have an argument with someone or get super sensitive about something, where there was an I and a this and a that? So anyways, that was like, an interesting point of view, and it kind of I don't want to say woke me up, like I didn't know that people misinterpret things sometimes. I know that, but it was like, wow, I wasn't anywhere close to that. Like you're in New York and I'm over here in California, and I don't understand how you thought that I said I'm in New York. You know what I mean? Like it was funny. And anyway, so I did end up, so my goal, so I'm a lot of this and I'm a lot of this, but I'm not a lot of this. And my goal is to get more of this. I don't know how much of this I'm going to be, because, there's a lot of things that are, that are me here. Like I like stability. I don't necessarily like a lot of structure. I hate systems. I'm not a big planner, but I do have to plan. Like I have to plan the summits, right? So I have to do some planning. Predictability is not a terrible thing. You know what? I'm just going to revert for a minute to dating. Some predictability would be okay. Guys out there. Responsibility. I love when people take responsibility. I do it as often as I notice it. If I don't notice it, then, smack me out and tell me. And don't smack me out, just tell me. Duty, no. Rules, no. Credentials, I like some credentials. It's okay. Titles, whatever. Just some tradition, but not much. I'm not a big tradition person, but go ahead, say it.
Oh, I was just going to sing Tradition from Fiddler on the Roof.
And this one too, like there's more and more, and I think I'm being more and more. So I actually had a really hard time with these two. And so I have a client that's this, and for the longest time, I thought he was just stringing me along. I thought he's never going to give me a listing. Like I don't know what's wrong with him, whatever. It's all his fault, right? And he gave me one, then he gave me another and another and another. And I'm like, wow, I never would have thought, had I not shown some tiny bit of patience, which is not my strength. However, I spent an hour and a half with this kind of person. This is my hardest one. This is my 9%. Okay, that's why I think it's more. Hour and a half on the phone with him, and he's my 9. Oh my God, that's so funny. 9% to 9 properties he wants me to sell for him, like over the course of time, not today. Today,
numbers are magical, right?
Right? And I'm like, wow, an hour and a half with a person asking me that many questions, I would have killed myself.
I have to go. I have a client. So I want to thank you for allowing me to be here today. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you for showing.
Ladies, the stage is all yours. It has been the whole time.
Thank you. See you in the morning.
Yes,
So-
see you tomorrow.
And so I managed to make a deal with this person and I got a listing. So that's new for me, to be able to understand them and play with them on their terms, not mine, right?
Yeah.
So, but sometimes I go into this and I don't think I'm fully aware of what I'm saying. And I think sometimes I say it so fast, like I react so fast. I sign up for some classes or whatever fast. I do things fast. I spend money fast. Probably faster than I should, like some stuff would be okay to tone down a bit.
That's one thing I'm very action with. I either want it or I don't want it, and I know instantly. And it's very rare that I ask questions. Very rare, unless I'm just not even clear what I don't even know what you're trying to sell me here. I don't know what it is. Then I might have questions. So as a buyer, I'm very fast action, super fast.
Me too.
But other things, yeah, I'll ask questions about.
And
It
so-
is funny when you talked about my husband is so high B for Blueprint, and so my daughter, I am very aware of that now, and so now I'm trying to be very mindful of the fact that he's just being himself. And when he tells a story, we all kind of giggle when he tells a story, because his stories, he'll often tell a story and then he'll just done, and we're like, oh, that's a story? Because we were like waiting for this point, and there was like no point that happened, or whatever. And so his structure of storytelling is different than somebody who's like an action or a a nurturer where they're the way they tell a story can even be different. And so it's very, very funny. And my kids said, oh yeah, somebody was talking about personality or something, and kids go, yeah, dad's a blueprint and mom is not, so she'll tell him probably 3 times, so what's the point of the story?
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I do need to know where he's, because he'll tell me a lot of knowledge, well, action and knowledge he flips between when he's and he'll tell, so when he tells a story, he tells so much what the rules are, who everybody is, and that's part of his blueprint. It's not the knowledge part, it's the blueprint that he needs to give you the structure of how the entire story goes. Oh, for example, if I'm telling him a story, if I said to him right now, oh my gosh, I was on this webinar today with my friends, and she said, and he'll say, who's she? And I'm like, the girl on the webinar. And then he said, and he's like, oh, I still don't know who she is. And I'm like, Reverend Dr. Marianne. And he's like, well, I don't know her. And I'm like, yeah, I know. So it doesn't matter who she was. You don't need to know who she was, because you don't even know who that, you don't need to know the she. And then if I do tell him, and if I say Marianne and Sifu, and then tomorrow I say Marianne and Sifu, he won't remember that it was the Marianne and Sifu from the day before anyway. So what's the point that I said these people's names?
See, those are the kinds of questions that used to drive me up a wall going, I don't understand why you're asking me that. Like, is there a reason? Because you don't know her, so why are you asking? And
yeah, so I just say Marianne and then go on. And I'm like, that was not helpful to the story.
yeah, but that's funny because someone does that with me a lot too. And I'm like, why are you asking? Like, you don't know these people, but okay, I'll tell you if you want. And
Yeah.
like, why don't you want to tell me? And I go, I do. I just think it's funny that you would ask me when, because if I thought they knew the person, I would say Dr. Andrea from bank and Sifu Raphael from bank. Like that's where I, or, connected.
Yeah, all the places. Yeah.
So many places we're all together for now, but like so funny.
So funny, isn't it? Cracks me up, but it's a lot, it makes it a lot of fun because now I'm aware that I do that. And so when my kid said, I interrupt him and say, what's the point? And now I feel kind of bad, but at the same time, I need to remind him. I don't need to remind him. I need to let him just be who he is and respect that. But if it's me and him together, I also need to remind him, if you're telling me a story and you want me to hear the story, then you got to remember who's the person listening, talk to me the way, because then otherwise I'm just going to drown out, and I wouldn't say that to other people, but it is my husband. So
yeah, it's funny because I've taken a lot of education courses, and so have you, and obviously Sifu too has, done his share. And there's words that I've heard that, like saying the word I want. I never thought that was a controlling sentence, but when you think about it, it kind of is. Oh, I want you to listen to me. Well, yeah, that's kind of a little bit, I want you to listen to me, you know what I mean? Like, I want you to hear what I have to say. And I'm like, yeah, but it's kind of normal, to chat like that. Like that, I never thought of that as being anything. I don't think I've ever been insulted with someone saying that. So I didn't think
neither.
Insulting anyone either, right? But
I think it's our high AN. Like we know to filter that. It just means that you're trying to tell us something and that you're trying to get our attention. So
yeah, like it's not, it doesn't mean anything. There's no attachment to it, no nothing. And it's funny. And there was a couple other phrases, and I'm like, wow, yeah, that's pretty intense. And
so let me ask you this. So I was thinking for NAs that we don't, or even Ks, I have found that none of them seem to mind being interrupted, especially Ns, because we'll just get back to it. Like
yeah.
it'll just circle around again. I don't mind getting interrupted. It'll just come around again.
As a general, as a rule of interruption, I don't really care. You can interrupt me 78,000 times if you want. However, my problem is that I'm on a roll and I want to tell you the story. And if you interrupt me, I'm going to forget. And so that part bothers me. So it bothers me because of that, because then I'm like, oh, now I got to think of what I was saying and I can't remember. And now I've lost, and then I'll forget. and then we'll go on, and then I'll end up interrupting that person because, oh, I just remembered. And now I got to tell you what I remembered, right? So it gets crazy. Like, I know it's nuts though. Like, you got to be careful of everyone, people get offended and this and that, and you got to talk. It's hard. Even when you do like that with that lady, she was obviously having an extremely sensitive day. And I have those sometimes too, where I'm like, is that what she meant? Is that what he meant? Why did he say that to me? What did I do? Okay, I don't have so many of those days anymore, but I did especially as a teenager. Oh my gosh, it was endless. Nothing was ever right. I don't think I did anything right. And now it's like, hopefully I didn't.
Yeah. That's one of the things that's been really great about all the neuroscience stuff that I do is the more I release, the more, like years ago, if I just tried out to be in a play and I didn't get a part years ago, I would have been bothered, upset, thought something was wrong with me. But I've also directed some, and I get it that like sometimes it's just not the right fit. If the guy's too young, you can't, it just doesn't work, or it just doesn't fit as good. Or if people are the same height, you can't, if you have a cast of 6 and they're all the women are 5'5", well, unless they're all identical sisters or twins or triplets, you need some variety in the characters. You need that. Just, it can be so many things that I don't take it personal anymore. So it was funny because I had some of my friends say, "Oh, are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine." And even for me, I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine." And I'm like, yeah. And it's kind of weird because I'm like, well, what do I feel? I used to have like this story of like why I didn't get it, or, like made up something. And now I'm like, now I don't have those stories. And so I'm like, well, what do I fill up that space with? Because I don't have a story now. Because now the story is simple. I tried out. The characters weren't the right fit for what that person was looking for. And I don't think it has anything to do with my talent either. So maybe I'm being egotistical, but I tend to be a really, really good actor. I mean, I got 3 excellences in acting last year. In fact, I was shocked at the awards that I received. I was like, I got 2 awards of excellence for the same play. So it can't be that all of a sudden I sucked or something, but it could be that the people were even better, and that's okay too.
But you know what? I love what you just said. I love the way you said it. It's like, oh, I used to have a story. And now I'm like, am I okay? Yeah, okay. That's all I got. I got nothing to attach to this story. And now what do I do with that space? Exactly. It's like sometimes I feel like I should be offended. And someone would say to me, oh gosh, people will do that. Like, oh, didn't you get offended when he said that? And I'm like, no. How come? I go, because it's not my stuff. I'm gonna say it, okay?
Stuff.
Not my shit.
Speaking of stuff, I have stuff. I have to go. I have to speak on that other webinar.
Yes, you do. I was gonna say, make sure you don't. Okay, yeah, there it is.
Cool.
So
all right.
That brings us all to an end. Thank you everyone for staying with us today. It was wonderful. And
I put my contact information in the Facebook page. Dr. Andre Adams Miller, the Red Carpet Connection, neuroscientist, PR consultant.
Or you can connect with me and I will connect you to her. Breezy Perch. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your patience. Andrea, thank you so much for helping me with this. Dr. Andrea.
And I hope you get your air conditioning soon.
Yeah, that's coming back any minute. That's probably why it was going, because they were working on it. But anyways, thank you so much and have a great day, everyone.